don't know the power of the dark side.
Target on the move. Prepare to engage.
May the Force be with you.
I will do what I must.
At last, I am complete. Worldbreaker! Come in fairness. Annihilation awaits. Boundless is my hunger.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
Tuloy-tuloy live selling, tuloy-tuloy content, tuloy-tuloy gaming. With new Smart All Access 99. May 9 gig ka, now for 15 days. Load now, live more today, and tomorrow, and after, and the day after.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Face the golden sun and reppin' for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch in a lane na parang gera. HP racing, may reset up. Built agad ang buhat ni Hilda. Full load SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas. Tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, wala ka sa Pinas. We are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Lacking every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, east to the southeast. So what I would proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas. Tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and reppin' for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official supplier, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas playoffs of MPLPH Season 14 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. You can also get a chance to win 1,000 diamonds by sharing your hashtag MPLS14 live experience on Facebook and TikTok. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Welcome to the second day of MPL Philippines Season 14, the playoffs.
Let's go, Falcons APBren! Blacklist! Break the ball!
National Championship kay Kunig at team bumabagsak ang mga bees at ang game number 1 para sa mga agent na salubungin ng Falcons APBren. Itong laban na ito ay makukuha na mga bees. Sa isa ngayon, Roger, may nagkanda rin. Pero sino mga minutes sa kanil, sinaabangan din ang tamang pagkakataon niya. Pero nandun yung control, pero sapat ang kakayahan ng Blacklist para tapusin ang laban na yun. And clean wipe out para sa kanilang kumunan. Ito na ang pagmarcha ng Falcons APBren at maitatala muli ang game number 1. Tuloy-tuloy na nga ba ang paghakbang at ito na ang magiging kasagutan. Ang Falcons APBren ay hahakbang sa upper bracket finals.
Sabay natin alamin kung sino nga ba makakadraw ng first blood for a best of 5 upper bracket semifinals yet again for Fnatic Onic Philippines laban sa Aurora.
Parang gusto na kagad tapusin ng Fnatic Onic Philippines. Nag-aantay na lang sila ng minions at ang mga Ricos ay nandun din. Super Prince nagpapatay na lang talaga ng literal at ang game number 1 ay mapupunta sa Super Family. Ang Super Family ay nagwawala na. At nandun yung kanila mga Ricos. Nag-aantay na lang sila ng mga minions dito para matapos na ang laban. Pasugod na dun sa may bandang gitna. At dito na rin yung mga Ricos. Available pa rin yan. At ang Fnatic Onic Philippines ay match point na. Kakayanin ba nga i-end dito ng Fnatic Onic Philippines? Dalawa ang nakaatas para sa depensa at kumakatok na nga ang Fnatic Onic patungong upper bracket finals.
Welcome to Day 3. This is MPL Philippines Season 14, the playoffs. In just a few minutes, we will begin the upper bracket finals between Fnatic Onic Philippines and Falcons APBren. 2 epic rivals as top 2 seed teams battle it out for the first slot in the grand finals and a ticket to the M6 World Championship. This is chemistry versus a champion synergy. And later on in the day, the journey of those in the lower bracket continues. The stars have aligned and fate has brought us here. Blacklist International and Aurora MLBB. Loyalty versus royalty. 2 epic rivals destined to eliminate each other. This is the moment it was always meant to be. Simulan na ang bakbakan. Eto na ang ating epic showdown. Casters, pasok!
Coming at you live from the MPL Arena in Greensun Hotel in Makati City, from the heart of Metro Manila, Philippines. At your service, my name is Leo. Here with Naisu, coming at you with playoffs weekend featuring epic rivals. We're opening up with the upper bracket finals. That slot to M6 secured tonight.
Tonight it is. Tonight is going to be full of just amazing games. Hopefully both series all going the distance, I hope, at this point, because we know later also one of those teams have to go home, but Leo, I can't wait. I can't wait to see what unfolds here.
Smack dab right in the middle, we're also handing out our Alamat Awards. So if you cast your vote, you want to see that pay off, stay tuned because tonight is going to be a jam-packed night of MLBB esports action, world-class action at that. Real quick, let's recap exactly what went down. You saw a little bit in that video package of what happened yesterday. A 3-2 slobber knocker between Falcons APBren and Blacklist International, back-to-back with a sweep by Fnatic Onic over Aurora. Naisu, it seemed like Fnatic Onic had something to do that night.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, number one, they got the new record. What was it, 934? Something like that? I know
exactly
it was like
934.
934.
You called the match.
Fast, yeah. I heard a couple numbers thrown around, and I had to go back and
you and a soon-to-be bald man called the match.
Where is he, by the way? Where is Ingon? I'm sure you guys watching the English stream, you didn't forget what he promised the audience. So I don't know. We'll see him maybe later tomorrow or so. But yeah, here's the bracket. This is how things unfolded, especially yesterday.
That's right. Today, we come to a precipice. One team moves forward, the other drop to the lower bracket. We're opening up with Fnatic Onic Philippines versus Falcons APBren, and then we're closing with a heartbreaker. One of these teams go home. The Northern Lights versus the Code Breakers. It's the newest team on the block versus the ever-consistent underdogs. Is it safe to say that Blacklist are still underdogs?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. You know, they're still underdogs, but I mean, even for RORA, I feel like both those teams, it's so special for even the audiences there that are supporting those teams because I think they both made massive improvements going into what they did in the regular season, what they showed there, and where they are now here for the playoffs. And now it's do or die for them, you know, and with FCAP and FNOP, this is just the battle of the Titans we've seen before in the regular season. So it's going to be amazing, man.
I'm sure our panel has a lot to share. The analysts over at the Infinix Game Tambayan, we have Renmar Santa Cruz and Rockhart to break it down.
Welcome everybody, this is the Infinix Game Tambayan. I'm Rockhart and this is Renmar Santa Cruz. And we are here in the MPL Arena for day number 3 of the MPL Philippines Season 14 playoffs. And of course, this is brought to you by the Infinix GT20 Pro, the official tournament phone of the MPL Philippines Season 14. Whew! We are in for a treat, boys and girls here. You know what? We got some Titans walking around the arena. We got underdogs. We got all the kinds of stories that you want from any esports battles. And we're going to bring it to you live right now.
Yeah, I can't believe we're already here on this third day. It feels like time flies so fast, but we've had some of the longest playoff series that we've had in recent memory. We've already been treated to 2 5-game series, and those 2 5-game series went some pretty long games for each and every one of them. We saw one yesterday, but now finally we're going to be seeing who our first M6 World Championship representative will be.
That's right. We had the longest games and the shortest games, by the way, 9 minutes and 34 seconds. FNOP feels like they can do no wrong, to be honest here. And yes, you are correct. One team will be booking their slot for M6 get those tickets early. They'll probably save maybe 10-20%. And we'll see. I don't know how,
for sure. Yeah,
I know how that
like,
works.
Yeah, I know there's still some promos going on, so go ahead and check that out.
And there you go. And of course, Infinix GT20 Pro is the one they're using. If you are interested, of course, check out the Infinix. And of course, we also have the Infinix booth here where they can probably give it a test run. Maybe something you can try out. And that's happening all here at the Green Sun Hotel here in Makati in the Philippines. Whew, we are in for a treat. And of course, a big shout as well to all the people watching and students from Central Philippine University. They're also having some watch parties. The West Visayas State University, they're up on Festive Walk Mall for the MPLPH watch party. So go ahead and drop by if you are in the area. It's all free, and all you need to do is register with Munton and muntonslph.org/MPL Watchfest. So if you want to hold your own, but then again, we mentioned yesterday, any party that, any viewing party with free people, that's a watch party already. You guys watching with your friends, you guys watching with your family, it's already a watch party for us. And of course, if you just want to have fun with other students, like what the people from Central Philippine University are doing, and from Iloilo Science and Technology University, West Visayas State University, go ahead, call your classmates, call everyone to GC, tag them, and make sure that all of them are tuned in.
Yeah, it's a party all over the Philippines for MPL Philippines, but I also know, I've been seeing some people post or talk about how they've set up their own mini watch parties in other parts of the world, where there are a lot of Filipinos in California, Riyadh. So we're going worldwide for MPL Philippines. Those are the unofficial watch parties. But as you mentioned, just 3 people, I guess that's already a watch party.
I mean, that's what we used to do, right? Way before all this, way before, MLBB got super duper big. We used to hold watch parties like that. But enough about that. Let's talk about the teams that are stepping up right now to bat. It is, of course, FNOP. All-time MPL PH and M-Series stats are going to introduce their greatness for sure. My goodness, FNOP can do no wrong, like I mentioned earlier. I feel like they can just take anyone, face him, and King Kong gonna yell at them here.
Onic Philippines has been here since Season 4. And ever since then, this is their total all-time MPL Philippines stats. Their highest placing was in 2nd place. Season 4, Season 5, and Season 8. Seems to be just always short of getting that championship title. That might actually change this season. We shall see. But for the M-Series, they've also played in 2 M-Series with a win-loss record of 6-4 matches, 13-10 in games. Their highest placing, also 2nd place. What has always haunted Fnatic Onic Philippines, or Onic Philippines, whatever era they went through, was that I guess they were just 2nd best. This is the season that might actually end that curse.
It's so uncanny, right? That this organization, regardless of who's playing, we got VYs up on Season 4, Kyrie on Season 5, and of course Monster Anarchy all away on Season 10. Yeah. Always so close, always on the precipice. And of course, this is a season that might actually change that. But of course, for the Bees, they're stepping towards becoming greater than ever. They have been on the world tour for the last maybe 2 years now, I guess.
Yeah, almost.
And they've been taking heads and listing names.
Yeah, and they're starting to run out of heads, and a lot more names are coming up, so they're going to be taking more of that. Whatever name that they were known by with the multiple eras that they went through, the Haze era, the Few era, the Champion era, World Tour, but now as the Titans in their new era. They will go up against the Sonics, the Super Family. Coming from a country where we put a lot of focus and importance towards our family, maybe that is actually the recipe to take down a Titan. This is their all-time records on your screen.
That's right. Game win-loss right now is looking pretty tight. If you can see that, they are neck and neck. Yeah. There's no complete total dominance here. That also happened with the win-loss score for this franchise era, which is 15-16 and 7-7. So regardless of who's playing, it feels like it's just the name, Renmar? The name just speaks for itself. Possibly the biggest unofficial rivals here in MPL Philippines history.
Yeah, I am actually stunned to see this, that I didn't know that all throughout the pre-franchise and now the franchise era of MPL Philippines is just so close. That's how epic actually the history of Fnatic Onic Philippines and Falcons APBren, a rivalry that you mentioned, might have flown under the radar of many. But Fnatic Onic Philippines, they've dominated this regular season. Falcons APBren has only won one game against Fnatic Onic Philippines this season. That if you think about it, that closeness was mostly achieved through the results of Fnatic Onic Philippines against Falcons APBren this season alone.
That's right. And again, results always just speak for themselves, regardless of what happened like 2 years or 3 years ago, right? What matters is now. And right now, talking pure stats, does feel like Fnatic Onic Philippines just might run away with this. But then again, this is a problem. All of our expectations all throughout the playoffs feels like it's on topsy-turvy. Except, I think FNOP's been the most consistent in terms of that.
Fnatic Onic Philippines so far has been the team that has met the expectations. If you support a Fnatic Onic Philippines, there was that whole narrative that, oh, FNOP, they're always just going to be the quick exit out of the playoffs. But no, they simply dominated Aurora yesterday. While Falcons APBren, the defending M5 World Champions, the second placers of last season's Grand Finals, they struggled against a Blacklist International that surprised a lot of us. So if you're looking at it from a Falcons APBren fan's perspective, this is looking tough for the Bees, man. Fnatic Onic Philippines, they're built diff this season, and we can't deny it anymore.
That's right. It's just so tough to put into your mind that the M5 World Champions are possibly next on the chopping block here against, you know...
Oh, that's where you put it.
Super
I was looking
fan.
for that. There we go. Oh, hey, we have one each.
We have one each.
There we go.
And I would say that it's odd. Because first, we already have our champions, our current MPL Philippines champions, who exited on day one. And now, what if they do that same thing right now? Obviously, they're not exiting right now, but
they'll exit the upper bracket and go down.
But it feels like a different world now, right? And it feels like it's an FNOP world, and we're just living in it.
Yeah. Again, coming from this guy, if Fnatic Onic Philippines simply dominates Falcons APBren here, I mean, I'm the one to always say that expect the unexpected. But it's safe to expect that they might actually end the season as champions. Like an 80% chance. If they simply dominate, sweep Falcons APBren here, it would be difficult to see a scenario wherein Fnatic Onic Philippines loses the Grand Finals.
Actually, if you're talking about win rate, they're close to 90, right? So you can just add that up and make it a 90% chance that they're probably going to be the ones to take it.
Yeah, again, and you could even make that argument that the reason why they didn't go 14-0 in this season is because they sort of like moshed themselves in the foot.
That's right. They moshed themselves in the foot.
Right in the foot.
Anyway, and we saw Why Not also smiling when that happened. So I don't know. Who knows? Who knows, right? But before all of that, by the way, we do have the Alamat Awards, like Ramon mentioned, happening later today. Sorry, that's Leo who mentioned it. And that's happening, I think, after match number 1. So stay tuned for that, guys. But for everyone who's watching right now, we need to get that keyboard up. Who do you think is going to be the winner of this matchup? We can only say so much here from the panel area.
Yeah.
We want your opinion on who's going to win. Is it FNOP right now, or will a Titan emerge here? It's Falcons APBren.
Rockhart, I think we've discussed our predictions beforehand, so I think it's time to do the thing.
Let's do the thing.
It hurts, but...
This is our prediction right now. Right here.
That's our predictions for this matchup. Would you care to start?
It's kind of tough because, honestly, the only thing keeping me together for this one is the heart of the champion, man. Yeah. They've been at it for so long. They've been in here for so many times. I know what else to say.
Yeah, the pre-playoffs prediction that I released, this is the scenario we find ourselves in. I said that Falcons APBren would take down Fnatic Onic Philippines down to the lower bracket, and Falcons APBren would make it to M6 first. But after what I saw from both of these two teams yesterday, I just instantly had that feeling of, I think it's Fnatic Onic Philippines who's gonna book their M6 ticket first. So, as much as it hurts, they'll always be in my heart. They'll always be my bias.
Your analyst brain is just on overdrive right now, right? From what you saw yesterday.
My analyst brain just says, Coach Jeb, Coach Jeb.
Sorry, who?
Coach Jeb.
Coach Jeb.
That may or may not
Yeah.
be me. Not actually affiliated with Fnatic Onic Philippines.
You don't know.
by the
You
way.
don't know, guys. You don't know. You can only guess.
Dude, it's tough. Like, and I even see like the community reactions. Like, there's a lot of Falcons APBren fans on my page.
Yeah.
Even they themselves are like telling me, "Yo, we're nervous for Falcons APBren."
Yeah.
Even they are acknowledging.
They admit it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're admitting it. They're acknowledging the potential new tribal chief of the Philippines.
It's tough, man.
The new Datus.
Scores speak for themselves. Bases broken speak for themselves. It's hard to really put a counter on that one.
Yeah.
But then again, guys, let us know how your rationale on why you voted. We're gonna read some of your YouTube comments, your Facebook comments later on, and maybe you guys watching on TikToks and everyone on the watch parties, our ultra, mega, our nano, our home watch parties. Let us know.
That's a lot of categories.
That's a lot of streamers.
Yeah.
So many streamers. 1 billion watch hours for MPL, bro.
Oh yeah,
That's
thank
a
you,
lot
by
of
the way.
people.
Thanks, y'all. We love you for that.
And we are about to head into the draft in just a bit. But of course, before that, we're gonna have to wait for them. Our players. Of course, I mean, a lot of people have been like commending Miles on his first performance. I was actually kind of hoping. We're gonna have to wait and see if we're gonna get surprised. But judging from the performance, obviously, I think that FNOP will still stick with their main 5.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's any Spider Miles fans out there who are watching out, but can't wait. But for Falcons APBren, are you even wondering? They're gonna go for it full blast on this one. And we are walking into the stage here for the first match of the day between FNOP and FCAP. Here is your community face-off.
It's time for the face-off. Representing Fnatic Onic Philippines, the Sonics. Representing Falcons APBren, the Bees. Ito ang palag ng madla. Para sa Falcons APBren, ano ang palag mo?
Di mo ba nakikita? Kami mga beast na overpower namin kayo.
Para sa Fnatic Onic Philippines, ano ang palag mo?
Kung kayo nakapag-world championship, kami naman yung susunod!
Palag!
Eh paano kayo susunod? Pangatlo na namin to eh.
Paalala ko lang sa'yo, yung regular season, hindi makaisa yung team mo sa team ko.
Sige, isa pa!
Bago mo sabihin yan, mag-champion muna kayo.
Hindi na kailangan sabihin nga dahil kami na dito magcha-champion this season.
Palag kung palag! Fist bump! They have dominated everyone else and made a mark. Let's see who will reign supreme. It's time to ignite the battlefield.
Who will be our first M6 representatives? This is the match that will tell the tale. Introducing our marshals, Joshua G, Chico, Patrick, and Will Burt! It's the 4th on the road towards the grand finals or to fight another day at the lower bracket. This is a match between the top 2 seeds in the EXP lane. For Fnatic Onic Philippines, it's Kurt. For Falcons APBren, Flap Teasy. In the jungle, the Sky King Kong versus Kyle TJ. Then in the mid lane, a mage god in the making, Super Prince versus the idol of the world, Few. For the Roamers, making a name for himself this season, it's Brusco versus the Master, Ogwen. In the gold lane, the gold standard, Kelra versus the bulletproof Super Marco. And their coaches, Coach Why Not and Coach Dake. Only one of these two teams will book their M6 slot today!
There it is! We got our two teams all clad in yellow, making their way onto the stage. Fnatic Onic Philippines definitely looking like the team to beat, not just in the regular season, but also here in the playoffs.
No, Rockhard, there was an interesting stat line that shocked me. There is one man here who has an undefeated record with 10 uses of a specific hero, Brusco. 10-0 with the Tigreal, man.
We're gonna have to keep our eyes on that one. We'll see if the Falcons APBren's eyes are sharper, as their name suggests, and keeping their enemies in check, because definitely feels like it's going to be on the draft where they will most likely take control first.
And then in the draft, for sure, that is where we're going to see it. Brusco, 10 unique heroes versus Master Ogwin's 13. A lot more versatile is Ogwin, but sometimes you just really got to focus on your strengths to make the most out of it. That's what King Kong and Fnatic Onic Philippines has been doing.
Not just in colors, they also kind of mirror themselves here on the team head-to-head in terms of how they are powerful in turtle control, kill participation, even in First Blood, almost neck and neck. And the big difference here probably is the tower taking. Of course, lots of tower taking capabilities here for FNOP, the way they close out these games.
Yeah, Fnatic Onic Philippines has the highest tower damage in the league, but surprisingly enough, Falcons APBren, they take down towers faster with tower damage per minute, the #1 for them in that regard.
Ooh, so it's like two stats.
Yeah, it's like two different stats.
It's two different stats, right? The amount of towers you take, the damage you put on the towers, and the speed in which you take it. That's a big difference.
Yeah, so that's where we're going to be looking at it. And of course, at the center of the map, how you get towers is with great mid-rotation, Super Prince and Few. Super Prince has been getting a lot of eyes on him, and I wonder if Falcons APBren will be willing to give his low yi to him. I have a suggestion. Don't do it.
Don't do it. He is becoming very much known as the Prince of Mages here. Super Prince is going to control that map, and Lo Yi is just one of the tools that he uses to go to the back line and make it hard for FCAP to actually keep control.
Going at the Roamers, we touched on them earlier. You know, Ogwin also has an undefeated record with the Tigreal. However, he does have, as we mentioned, the wider hero pool. But maybe Jack of all trades Roamers struggle a little bit this season, while the Roamers, who have spent a significant amount of time spamming one hero throughout the season, have actually fared better. But this is the matchup I'm really looking for.
This is the matchup, bro. This is the matchup we have to see. How hard can Super Marco take down, how easy or how hard or difficult can Super Marco do it against Kelra, who is not the shiniest, not the flashiest, but the most consistent goal laner right now.
Yeah, and surprisingly, this is a season where two of Kelra's most played heroes are actually Harith and Ruby, non-traditional marksmen. But his record with the marksmen, carry 100%, Beatrix 100%, so is the Claude.
So you kind of just have to wonder what kind of guns are going to be used here by FNOP, and of course for the jungle matchup, both very proficient Fanny players who usually just outright take wins through that jungle. And now here are the Infinix keys to victory. As for FNOP, we mentioned about how fast they take towers, how fast they take control. Don't take your foot off the gas.
As Indonesians would say, gas, bang, gas, just go for it. If you can get those high-tempo junglers, the ones who can clear fast, the ones who can burst quickly, who has those level 3, level 4 power spikes, just go ahead and take it. Fanny, Haya, Nolan, Julian, Suyo, fight for that. Continue exhibiting adjustments, Falcons APBren. Adjustments has been the theme of their season. Continue showing that. While for both of them, eyes on your opponent before the prize. Don't think about M6. Don't think about the championship. Think about who's in front of you right now. Take it. game per game.
One game at a time, the favorite line of all of these players every time they're in a clutch. And despite not being down for elimination today, I mean, just make it easy for your team, right? To get to M6, to prove your worth to just the whole world. And again, one game at a time here. Road to the championships. At this point, we're going to have to wait for their priority here. And no surprises, like we mentioned before the game started. 89% every time FNOP is on blue side. And 83% if they get their side selection.
Yep. So that's the numbers for when they pick their which side that they're going to be going through. But of course, as the team that only lost a couple of games and one series throughout the regular season, no surprise there. Let's see how Onic will start the tempo in the draft.
Yes, this draft is going to be so crucial once we get into the junglers, I think. That's like the big question because so far in the playoffs, the team that kind of gets forced onto junglers like the Julian, like junglers they're not really super comfortable with, are actually the teams that fall through or kind of just have to struggle.
Yeah, 100%, man. And I like the respect coming out here. First, from Falcons APBren. Yeah, don't give that Loyi.
Don't give the Loyi.
Loyi should not see the light of day. If ever, Fnatic Onic Philippines might actually be the one to give the Loyi to Few in a later draft. But for Fnatic Onic Philippines, good banning as well. They take away the Harith from Super Marco as an option. It's one of the top 2 picks right now that we've been seeing in the season. If not in the 2, it places 3rd on the red side. And in his record there, 3 out of 5 is Super Marco with the Harith. You cannot give the Fanny as well. Falcons APBren, they want to give the Suyo.
No fannies, but again, this is kind of already predicted here by FNOP. They're ready for it. Suyo is just so good, like you mentioned. And again, combine that with heroes like maybe the Hylos, just makes for a very potent mid trio.
I think for Falcons APBren, they're going to be thinking about if they want to give the Gato Kacha or get it for themselves. They don't need to pick up the Kyle TZ pick right now. They can pick it as the 3rd. What they can do is pick up the Gato Kacha and they can flex that. It goes in either onto Flap or to Ogwin. They can actually just go for double Pain. Ogwin, Gatot, Kali. Just go for it if you want to just show that hand right away. But you have to watch out for a potential Ruby pickup that Kirk might go for.
That's right. Teams are actually still kind of formulating how they're going to deal with the Suyo right now. There's no clear-cut scenarios yet. So Gatot is actually a great start here, but what's going to go here?
Okay.
Few pick.
Yeah, they
not the pick I'm expecting, to be honest.
Yeah, not the biggest fan of showing your roam and mid so quickly in this metagame right now.
Yeah.
But I believe that's just them looking at the comforts of both Brusco and Super, for instance. They've pinpointed that as being the problem. Kirk has a tremendous record with this Edith this season, actually. He has 12 games and an 86 rounded up % win rate on that hero. So
around about 2 game losses only.
Yeah, that should be around 11 for 13. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so wow. At this point, it was so easy to pick up because Valentina is not on table anymore, right?
Yeah.
So you don't have to add that to your list of worries and just makes it so easy for the roam to come in here. And there's Brusco with his Cho. But then again, not 100% yet because these teams can just make a snap decision to swap out these 2 heroes. If they want to.
For Falcons APBren, I would suggest get their EXP laner now because there's so many jungle picks still available for Kyle TZ that you can pick it up later. Again, go for the Khalid if it's there. It allows it to be the actual roamer to front to maybe see if it can beat Cho in terms of the annoyance in the jungle, the invasion, and getting the vision, while Ogwin's going to be playing more back and just going in with the Avatar of Guardian if they want to go for that playstyle.
I mean, yeah, make it hard for the Suyo, right? If you want to go for it, it makes it so easy to flank if that's the case. And all right, Nolan, not what we expected here for Falcons APBren.
Yeah, a quick security already on their course, rather. Their main rotation at the center of the map. So the approach of Falcons APBren for this draft is to just win the side lane matchups. Not gonna knock it, that can still work. So for Falcons APBren, them locking in the Nolan for Kyle TZ, it makes sense. You know why? Because it's undefeated. However, in this scenario, I feel like it could have been slightly better if they decided to go for the Haya. However, I understand that Falcons APBren might have been too hesitant to go for that because it's the Cho that they're up against, and some junglers actually get messed up in their rotation alone going up against the Cho, while the Nolan can recover just a little bit better.
It's evidenced, right? We've seen so many games where Brusco just handles Hayabusas very well.
Yeah.
Waits for like even the last few seconds of the fight. You're gonna be surprised he still has that way of the dragon.
Yeah.
He was basically just waiting for the Haya to show himself and then just kick him in the face. Same goes for Ling users. So
yeah.
Brusco on the Cho is actually super deadly.
Yeah. Let's see the bans here. I think more Super Friends heroes might go away. I wonder if they're gonna think about. They don't need to ban the Claude if you're Falcons APBren because you can just pick up the. Ban the Eve. You don't need to ban the Eve because you can pick up the Claude. But they still ban it.
Bro, have you noticed? Have you noticed something? Falcons APBren are going against every single expectation that we know of them from the past games.
Wow.
Every single pick.
That's very surprising to me because they already have the Nolan, they already have the Gata Kacha. They could have gone Claude. They didn't need to come in and ban onto Eve. But I think that's also respect because Super Friends is the only undefeated Eve this season 14, 4-0.
We're talking records, right? I mean, Super Friends already has it in the bag. Even in scenarios where we say, bro, that doesn't sound right. That doesn't look like it's going to work. It works. He makes it work.
That's pure respect or maybe even just little hints of fear. They go ahead and pick up the Moskov so they have a little bit more map control. Kelra has a wide array of heroes available for him. Can be mix and match. I assume there's going to be two tanky frontliners for Falcons APBren. They might go Shredder on the carry. Fnatic Onic Philippines has shown they don't care, even though carry has somewhat struggled here and there for most teams. Kelra has one of the best records with the carry this season. Again, undefeated 3-0.
And happy to just make any pick work right now, right? If it's Kelra, you don't know. If it's Alice, he's going to make it work. If he goes for Beatrix, he's probably still going to win. And dominate, by the way, with that last Beatrix game. And there's a Beatrix!
4-0 for this Beatrix. That's a comfort.
I harness.
And he goes for the Valentina Super Friends. One of his best heroes. It is actually, just 3 for 5 this season. And I have to correct myself, his Eve is actually 3-0.
The only
there you go.
Bound by
Well,
these
EXP
chains.
goes for the Phoveus.
Wow.
With everything that's happened in the draft, I can't believe Phoveus actually went last.
Not gonna lie, me too. And I thought their lineups already locked in pretty tight here. It's FNOP who's sticking true to their DNA, the FNOP we all know, and Falcons APBren with a different kind of draft pattern.
Yeah.
Is that accurate? Right?
Yep, it's very different. The biggest switch was that rush priority on the Gata Kaja instead of chasing the Phoveus. It actually changed the dynamics of the drafting, leading to Falcons APBren actually getting a lineup that scales up a little bit better. Their early to mid-game potential is strong if they can get some quick kills.
You know what? Maybe you got to do something different to make it work. Let's see. Leo and Naisu are in the game.
The Titan and the Slayer, the Standard Bearer and the Contender. World-class MLBB coming your way. Naisu and Leo at your service. Welcome to Game 1.
Here we go. Man, oh man, I love the draft. I love that they talked about it, and especially, yes, that Gatakacha, it's got to be one of the hottest picks right now, especially that we got into the playoffs. It's so valuable.
It's a breakout pick starting from week 7, 8, and then now you got to pick it first phase. Maybe only second banana to Su Yo. I'll tell you now, I saw the Beatrix a mile away.
Yeah.
I woke up today and said, Kelra's playing Beatrix, but I didn't expect the Phoveus to sneak in like that.
It snuck in, but I don't know, in a way it kind of had to. It is weird you're seeing it like last though in the draft.
Everybody from Fnatic Onic triggers the Phoveus. So with that said, oh no, some action in mid.
Okay, already feeling this out. And you know, because of this, it makes me, I know there's been a lot of debate about the Cho being picked up for some teams. I know some teams have also switched things around where they kind of, it looks like it's going to go Roam, then it goes XP. But I still love it in the Roam here. Even this little action once again going to break out. Brusco quite low. Oakwin though will take the shot, get the kill, and now King Kong trying to get the revenge, but he's going to bob and weave on out of there.
Here
Soul
we go.
Sever has enough damage, and they'll pick it up. Oakwin goes down. The toss up there into the Earth Shatter as King Kong survived it all.
Massive bait by the beast incarnate King Kong. You see how we switched up into immortal mode? And they're like, look at my damage reduction, psych!
Just kidding. And that's the thing. You're seeing this Suryo pick up all the time now. I feel like these junglers are just getting better and better every time.
I don't know if I can say, like, literally, but he feels better than Julian. When was the last time you saw Julian, man?
Didn't we see him?
We saw Julian yesterday.
I was saying, yeah, just yesterday, but he fell off hard.
Right?
Like, in terms of being picked up and everything else.
And with that being said, as soon as you hit level 3, you have all your skills, and you're this dominant even after losing Brusco, and now View's running away!
He's gonna be in trouble. He gets kicked back into the team. He can't get away. Brusco will pick up that one. Flap TZ on the backside, gonna try to join the fight, but he might not even be tacking up as well. Infernal Pursuit won't help him. Still surviving, flickering forward all around the orange buff as Kyle gets taken out as well. FNOP looks just as good as they did yesterday.
They're living in Falcons APBren's jungle. 2,000 gold ahead, not even 3 minutes in. Joseph, I don't think I've ever seen Falcons APBren sweat like this. I mean, besides a 16-0, this is worse!
There's another kick. Few can't even play. King Kong finally to get taken down, and here they go. They want to clap back again. You can't escape. The hero's landing from that avatar, the Guardian from Ogwen.
Falcons APBren back on the map, shutting down King Kong. That's going to go a long way towards the road to recovery. 3 minutes in, another turtle spawning in a minute, lower quarter. Good thing that Falcons APBren are protecting Marco. He's got to remain bulletproof if they want to see the 10-minute mark.
You know, when FCAP's been in this situation before, they've been under pressure. It's not often, but you can say the same about FNOP. So FCAP will know how to respond to this momentum being set up. And playing around the fact that they have this kind of lineup too. Once again, top side, waiting for them, Brusco. Not going to actually pull the trigger though too. Super Frince joining this top side. FCAP will sniff it out and get back to base here.
Good news for Falcons APBren. Energy shields are still up, so there is damage reduction as long as you can camp underneath. And I don't know, do they know? Brusco spotted. Get out of there, Bruce!
Yeah, Brusco should be able to get away from this. Again, Flap T's just going to give him a couple love taps. You know, get out of this jungle. We've seen you kick Few too many times.
Kick them out like a gentleman.
Yeah, that's about them.
Sir, you can't stay here.
Yeah, so you're going to have to leave?
Not this early on. Turtle up, and just as quickly taken down by Fnatic Onic Philippines. Flap can only see it go, and that will put Fnatic Onic back to about 2,000 gold.
Gives them that nice little comfortable lead. Part of this, though, again, is for Falcons APBren to just play that catch-up, you know? Build up on the deficit that they have to go against. You still see, even so, Brusco will still put pressure mid-lane. Eternal Guard going to be dropped down by Super Prince just to get them off a little bit further from that turret, but no go there.
Dear Lord, Super Prince has lived in this little pocket since minute 1, and now Kirk finds Ogwen. This is deep.
Yeah, this is deep. Taking a couple shots. Spirit Misery there too, but you see what's happening is they're just playing to the tune right now of FNOP, and FCAP, like I said, they're fine with it. They'll look for something else. Right now here, Flap dealing with King Kong. Picks up the Thunderbelt as well, and I was surprised at how quick even Flap was taken down earlier in the game, but he's going to get much more tanky as the game goes on.
Best case scenario, you build your Thunderbelt about 3.5 minutes in. So he's maybe 30 to 40 seconds behind, but that's after dying twice. So this is, you know, silver lining. Greener pastures for Falcons APBren to come, but not while Brusco's doing this. Finds one! Doesn't follow through. All right, not in position.
Not in position. It's good that he takes those kicks. It's almost like, yeah, you know, all the you miss all the kicks you don't take at this point, you know, for Brusco.
Oh, yeah.
He's been pretty on point, though, and they continue to try to hammer down this mid-lane tier 1, but they're not going to get it.
At this point, I think Fnatic Onic knows, whoa, 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 whoa.
Oh, you don't take that. Yeah, you don't take that.
Yeah, the SOD sees that Prince is at 1/5 of his health, but you see 3 other dudes, never mind. At this point, Fnatic Onic at 3,000 gold ahead. A huge gap between the junglers. That's what, 1,500, Joseph? Between King Kong and Kyle. That's where a huge chunk of that 3,000 gold lead is at 6 minutes in. It's at this point that Brusco is just taking every kick he can to really get into Falcons APBren's heads. Now Ogwen going versus 2.
Ogwen, okay. Defensively, Avatar of the Guardian's on out of there. But yeah, that's what you're talking about. And Kyle Teasy's got to deal with this pressure, and that's why he's fallen behind, right? He's the majority of that gold deficit right now, and that's why you see FCAP kind of really trying to support him. That's going to be 3 for 3 on the Turtles for FNOP. So objectively, They're exactly where they want to be. Oh, they get the flicker out from Few. I feel like Few's got a little bit of a... He's handled too many kicks at this point, man.
That's right. You're seeing some short-term trauma.
A little rattled.
And that's what Brusco has done. The Juggernaut constantly pushing forward, living in Falcons APBren's jungle, and FlappyZ looking for the punish.
Again, playing security guard at this point. Flap just trying to get Brusco out of here.
Help me kick out. Help me kick him out.
He's going to go for this. Get Kirk. Armor Wrath going to be dropped down.
The burst!
That might have been the wrong move. Kirk thought they were going to go in. Few will still survive as well. But all this, they do finally get the Tier 1 turret for FNOP, so that's the play before that Lord comes up. Good push up top as well.
At the cost of what, Joseph? They did sacrifice Kirk, but Kelra's been pushing. Top lane, look at how deep that is. Mid lane, it's going to be so hard for Few to recover. I mean, economically speaking, financially speaking, they're down 4.
They're down 4. Not only that, Ogwin, having a hell of a game in the Gatakacha. This is kind of what we expect, though, too, and I think even given the situation, Ogwin still being tanky enough to hold that front and jump into the backside is going to help them for the objectives.
That's true. You got solid peel. Currently, this Gatot Kacha is rocking a Radiant armor, wearing a pair of pants as well, on his way to what one can only guess is a Blade armor.
Yeah.
To punish Kelra, to punish King Kong, but hear me out. If you're down this bad, and it's your roam that has the most farm, like relatively speaking,
yeah,
that's still not a good idea. That's still not a good place to be.
It's not a good place to be, and I'm just, Kyle Teasy is struggling, man. He's like 2.5K behind King Kong right now. He did pick up a Malefic Roar.
King Kong is hyper farming.
He is.
King Kong bought Bitcoin in 2010.
Yeah.
That's how rich he is right now.
He's making bank at this point. He's got the times 100 basically on his profit.
He's hanging with Elon Musk.
he's there. Right now, the Lord is up. And I think FCAP, despite the lead and the gains that he's got, they want to contest this and fight it.
It's because utility. Falcons APBren have amazing utility. It's not like FNOP are catching them sleeping. They still cover their corners. And maybe they're hedging on the fact that one solid Avatar the Guardian, one solid Eternal Guard could change the face of this Lord take.
Oh, that's actually the smart decision right there. I was wondering if they were going to jump in or not, because you saw even there, Kirk just popped that Primal Wrath, and he's like, yeah, we're just going to take this. Just go for it.
It was enough of a deterrent.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they heard the Edith shed off her armor for a second, so like, never mind.
Is there a song that plays when she does that? Or no, that's a certain skin. That's right.
Yeah, it's that like Studio Ghibli skin.
Yeah.
All right, 5,000 gold ahead now, and even more turrets taken by the gold standard. Down bottom, just a holy shield about to get popped, and slowly but surely, their base is shrinking. There's space on the map. Woo, what a Renner shot!
That was like right on the mark, too. I mean, he was right there. Now they're going to fight under. They get the flicker out. Avatar and the Guardian going to be jumping in, but they take a Soul Sever to the face. There's a kick as well. Kyle Teasy still going to be alive, though. Super Marco will keep him at bay, but they still have a Lord to deal with up top.
Successful defense by Falcons APBren, but they're not out of the woods just yet. Kyle Teasy doing his damnedest to clear this Lord, bursting it like his life depended on it. And look at that, just these nukes, Joseph, these nukes are putting Falcons APBren at half health.
The poking so much. Brusco just planting up right in front of FCAP. Oh, that Spirit Destruction not going to land on anybody.
Uh-oh.
Terrify there, too. Keeps
the
flap.
Punish. All right, pops the Magic Flare. And it's as if the Renner wasn't enough. You see that charge queller?
Yeah.
It took a third out of Kyle. Whoa.
He's still charging it up. And this is like, walking in the Immortal form, too, and just popping off the queller. Like, this is the amount of poke that FNOP has right now.
And, oh, wait, not easy.
He's fine.
He wants to save as much of that turn as he can.
Keep it up there.
Okay, so it stands, all right? Now, talking about this lineup by Fnatic Onic.
Yeah.
11 minutes in, we have hindsight, 2020, 8,000 gold ahead. Whoa, Ogwin, what are you thinking?
That was not in my hindsight. Ogwin jumps in, gets the kick. They want to force the fight. Still going to be looking for Brusco. Brusco will be able to get away. King Kong working on the mid turret amidst it all. The spear from Super Marco won't land. And Kelra fires off, finding Flap Teasy. So they jump in. FCAP with a desperate call won't be able to turn it around.
For almost 12 minutes now, Brusco's been doing this. The Juggernaut, he's unstoppable. He'll run up to you, cross all the way to your backline, and get out of there still standing. Was that worth it? To be fair, Ogwin looked for a window. They made a window.
Yeah.
It's just Fnatic Onic dispersed.
They dispersed, they committed a lot, and like, look at him. He's got a whole bunch of different items and just a completed empty Karas. Like, that's all he's got.
At this point in the game, especially since they buried Falcons APBren in value, that's enough.
That's enough.
The real sources of damage from FCAP are Kyle, Marco, and Flap. Few's been struggling. He barely has 2 items.
Yep.
And now that Kyle has an endless battle, what's happening to Kirk? Whoa.
They're going to go for Kirk here. Pressing the situation, they're going to go off the Lord, and now it's
Let's
going to clap
go.
back. Ogwin goes down first. On the chase, Flap won't be able to withstand the damage from Kelra. There's the jump in from Super Prince, and they collapse down on FCAP as they try to walk back to the base. But Brusco and King Kong won't let it happen, as it's only Kyle Teasy. He gets thrown into the air, and it's a double, and it's a Game 1 victory for Fnatic Onic.
The Sonics take no prisoners. Run as far as you can, but you can't hide. First blood drawn by the contenders. They got their eyes on that trophy like they swear it's going home with them.
Yeah, they are. They're looking really good here, man.
Let's throw it over to the Infinix Game Tambayan and make sense of what happened here. Game 1.
I don't know, man. Ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, we're
hopefully y'all can hear us right now.
Hopefully y'all can hear us.
Hopefully you can hear us.
Hopefully you can hear us.
Yeah.
The best thing I can think about here right now is Sense and Sensibility are out of the table here. They left the room way ago. I can't make sense of it. I can't understand how FNOP got like a 7K, 8K gold advantage at around 10 minutes, 11 minutes against FCAP. This is too much. That's too much.
It really was way too much. The Kirk is going to be the MVP of the game because how they controlled this upper portion of the map in that river, it all came from some great lane management and rotations coming in from Kirk. That's how they got it. Remember, Flap TZ, he was the one himself who mentioned yesterday that in this meta, committing an error is massive. If you commit an error, you'll probably lose, and they committed 2 big ones. These early skirmishes. Ogwin trying to chase down King Kong alongside Flap TZ, not the right call at that moment. Didn't respect the turnaround capability, knowing that the Edith was still coming from the top. And then, followed by another great invade decision. As you see, Falcons APBren Flap TZ had to manage the lane, decide to push it out more so that he could hit level 4, but then he would be late. That's already 4 members of Fnatic Onic Philippines invading the red side. And because of those early invasions, that's why Fnatic Onic Philippines was able to build a massive lead over Falcons APBren. Dude, 7 minutes or 5 minutes in, it was already a 2-level lead for King Kong.
That's way too much, especially considering Suyo right now feels like his stats are just super bloated because obviously new heroes just tend to have higher stat ratings. If you're 2 levels above, that just means that he's like 3 or 4 levels. If you're using like a conventional jungler, a different jungler here, that will hit you non-stop basically with 3 consecutive strikes.
Yeah. Nicey was the one who pointed out a great example of, or the great strength of the lineup of Fnatic Onic Philippines. They're poking. At 7 minutes in, they all went for a pincer maneuver to take down the tower in mid. One was invading purple. You got King Kong coming in from the red side, ready to poke with the evil Queller hold. And then Kelra in the mid with his sniper getting ready with the Beatrix. They just layered their pokes, and because they were able to build the lead, those pokes were hurting early on. That when you have a 3K, 4K gold lead early on in total gold count, those early game pokes for your opponents, taking down, chipping away 15%, 20% of their health instantly, already means they cannot fight. If they decide to fight, they will probably lose or it will be costly.
Which they did try a few times, especially in that last one. Ogwin jumped in when even Leo and Naizu didn't really expect him to. Look at that King Kong GPM nearing 1,000 gold per minute. My goodness. That's way too much.
Yeah, way too much for sure. We mentioned that for Falcons APBren, early to mid-game potential, that damage is so much higher compared to Fnatic Onic Philippines. Yes, again, but then we put that disclaimer. If they win some early fights. That's why you saw them trying to get those early wins, trying to get those early kills, and trying to chase down King Kong in that very first big skirmish that we had. It was just unfortunate that it was countered by great discipline and man-marking by Fnatic Onic Philippines. Man-marking is what they're so good at in team fights.
That's right. Just check an eye on your lane counterpart, I guess. And look at that. Few, despite being apparently the most source of damage there, it felt like he was barely making any damage at all in that Vexana. And for Kelra, you mentioned it, man. Pokes are just unreal. That's why that's one of the reasons why I think Kelra doesn't really mind this quote-unquote bulletproof thing. It doesn't. You don't need to be bulletproof if your enemy can't touch you in the first place. I mean, he was nigh untouchable here, bro.
Yeah.
Even the Gacha tried to dive in on him multiple times, and that actually missed.
Yeah, it's such a tough game for Falcons APBren. Fnatic Onic Philippines really are that team that if they get their start that they want, like the first 3 minutes of the game, if they get the rotation they want and then they can get their punishments, dude, they do not let go.
Yeah,
it's
impossible.
rare to see them slip.
And if they do slip, maybe we'll see that in game number 2. For now, they look impervious. Let's throw it over. Our solo analyst maybe has another insight.
Stepping their foot off the gas, Fnatic Onic Philippines takes game number 1. Magandang buhay, my name is Antianara, here in the Solo Analyst, and I am here today to explain and break down what happened in game number 1 between the Clash of the Titans. As we can see, Kirk was the right use MVP of the match. But also, I just want to point it out that the thing that Fnatic Onic Philippines did in game number 1 that made the entire difference here is that they capitalized on the fact that Few did not choose Purify as his battle spell. This meant that they will be able to really abuse the fact that they can crowd control him as much as they want to. Every single time that Feud doesn't have the opportunity to flicker out, Brusco is always there to cast the Way of the Dragon, hence disabling him from being able to farm and give space to his gold laners. It is also good to note that the rotation coming from the entire lineup of Fnatic Onic Philippines was really towards the gold lane and giving him space. There was a point in time wherein King Kong and Kirk switched role to the point that King Kong was just able to freely farm while also giving space enough for Kelra to amass enough gold, hence being able to build up these items in just a short amount of time. The entirety of the lineup of Fnatic Onic Philippines was just so dominating to the point that they were able to dominate the game, take all of the neutral objectives as much as they could, take all of the kills as much as they could, and then they were able to take that victory against Falcons APBren. Ang ganda nang ipinakita sa atin ng Fnatic Onic Philippines, but I am pretty sure that we have something more beautiful to see with our very wonderful host, Mara Aquino.
All right, everybody, let me hear it from you. Go, Fnatic! Go, go, Fnatic! Go, Onic! Ngayon naman kasama ko ang parents ni Kelra, Daddy Rex, Mommy Chi. Kinakabahan po ba kayo? Ano pong pakiramdam ngayon?
Konti lang. Ay, konti lang.
Konti lang? Kayo po, Mommy?
Konti rin po.
Konti. Daddy, kamukha mo si Kelra. Manang-mana. Alam niyo po, mga 3 taon na po namin kilala si Kelra simula nung season 7. Kayo po naman kwento niyo sa amin, ano po ba yung mga napansin niyo na development ni Kelra bilang player, bilang anak?
Ano na, nag-mature na siya.
Mature
diba,
na siya.
Kita mo naman dati kung trash talk. Ngayon, kita mo naman pag sumasagot na, mature na.
Mas mature na. Nakilala po namin siya nung una sa Exe, Omega, and then ngayon sa Fnatic Onic Philippines. Kayo po, Mami, ano po yung mga napansin niyong pagbabago ni Kelra?
Nag-improve na siya. Hindi na siya tulad ng dati.
Ano po ba yung dati? Ano po ba yung ngayon?
Siyempre, yung mga trash talk niya sa mga sa mga kalaban niya. Yon. Ngayon nag-improve na, hindi na siya tulad ng dati.
Paano po ba siya nagbago?
naging mabuti na siya pati sa mga pagsagot-sagot, sa mga hindi na siya tulad ng natin.
Wala na, marunong na siya sumagot sa social media.
Hindi na.
At kapansin-pansin po talaga ang kanyang development. Pero alam niyo po talagang napaka-big deal ng araw na to para kay Kelra dahil isa na lang makakapunta na siya sa ating M6 World Championship. So meron po ba kayong advice at gustong message na sabihin kay Kelra, Daddy?
Siguro tuloy-tuloy lang. Matagal niya ng pangarap din talaga yan yung MPL champion, lalo na tong M6, di ba? Kasi may MSC na siya.
Eto na po ang hinihintay natin para kay Kelra. Napipicture ko na, Daddy, kung anong itsura ni Kelra pag tumanda siya, magkaboses kayo, tsaka magkamukha sila. Okay, eto po, babalik na po tayo sa ating panel dahil magsisimula ng ating Game 2. Tulungan niyo po akong ipasa sa kanila, sasabihin po natin, pasok. Alright? Alright, everybody! Panel, pasok!
Alright, yes. We see it, Mara. We see it right there. If you draw over Kelra's face right now with like a stash and
aged him
up
up
a little bit, age it up a little, that's Kelra right there. Beautiful support, and they cannot be any more correct. I feel like Kelra has grown not just personally but professionally as well.
Yeah.
Just answers so well in interviews and plays to a T time and time again.
And Mr. Rex, Kelra's dad pointed out something that I completely forgot.
What?
Kelra does have an MSC title. If he locks in this M6 slot, and if he ends the season as a champion, then he can actually finally live up to his standard, to the gold standard name.
And be the gold standard of the whole world around.
Yeah, because Kelra has always said that right now I don't see myself at the gold standard because he still looks up to Benny. He still looks up to Super Marco. Those who have racked in championships, have become world champions consistently at the top of their game.
That's right.
Kelra doesn't see himself as the gold standard. But by the end of M6, he might actually be able to prove it if he does go all the way. Wow.
And wouldn't it be poetic that Kelra picks up his first MPL Philippines championship and the World Championship in the same year?
Yeah.
That would be something, right? That would be a story.
That would definitely be a story, but let's see if he can finish it. But you know what? I think we got to follow that third Infinix keys to victory. And let's just look at this one first right now.
One game at a time,
One game
guys.
at a time.
Favorite quotes from your favorite pro players.
Yeah.
And in this one, it's not so hard to see them actually taking game 2 as well, especially the way that they did this.
Oh, yeah.
Kirk's Edith, I think right now is 89%, 87%.
Should be around 87, yeah.
87% win rate. Jeez Louise, come on, what can this guy not do?
Yeah, that's 15 games, somewhat. Like, that's
Pretty
a lot of
amazing.
games on that one hero.
And if you think about it, you know what? He has so many other heroes that are becoming his trademarks. The R-Lot is becoming synonymous with the name Kirk as well right now. The long flowing hair is becoming a trademark as well, but apparently for the whole team. And now, you can really just not go wrong with the XP lane here. So Flapteasy is becoming an afterthought to Kirk in this scenario.
Yeah, a little bit behind there. That's why, even though the Phobius got in there at the end, and it does make sense in terms of the lineup with all of the dashes that Fnatic Onic Philippines had, conceptually, it's a good game for a Phobius.
Yeah.
In practice, how much better are you than clearing lane compared to the Edith? You being able to rotate a little bit faster. How long will you be able to survive the damage, the single target lockdown basic attack damage of the Beatrix? And it turns out the answer for Flapteasy was that not that very long.
That's right. Again, I believe that this lineup for FCAP is a little bit super committal. You dive in with AOG, you're there for the ride. You dive in with the Phobius, you know what? Guess what? You're right next to your opponents again.
Yeah, exactly. Like, if they don't get the set or the start that they want, they will crumble. While for the lineup of Fnatic Onic Philippines, they had a little bit more leeway, especially with Super Prince. For example, let's say Brusco doesn't get the kick that he wants, doesn't get the right angle. The moment Fnatic Onic Philippines answers to that, then you have Super Prince either as a Gatot Kacha or a Vexana setting up with the follow-up crowd control to make up for what Brusco could have missed conceptually.
That's right. But guys, have you missed out on your Grand Finals ticket? Because we got you. Our official tournament phone, by the way, will be hosting a watch party at the pop-up in Katipunan, Quezon City on October 20 on Grand Finals Day. So if you didn't get a chance to get your tickets, go over to the pop-up. Just Google where that is or check your favorite navigation app, and you can watch it for free alongside all the other fans from all of these fan bases. And you can interact with them, and they're also giving away some stuff. And again, admission is free. Not only do you get possibly free stuff, you get to hang out with fellow MPL fans, you also get in for free. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, I think people saw that I made a face because I'm excited for you to read out the next spiel, man. Because I'm looking at that and like, that's wild. I didn't know we had that.
This is insane. I didn't know we could give you guys an all-expense-paid trip to Malaysia for M6 to watch the finals live or the whole championship live. Gather a 5-man squad and watch out for the Road to M6 nationwide tournament. It's a tournament. You're gonna apparently have to fight for it. Follow MPL Philippines official social media accounts for more information. Go over the MPL Philippines right now. I mean, while the draft is happening, listen to us, and then get the mechanics there because that I was shocked with that one.
All expenses paid.
All expense. Hotel ticket, plane ride.
I think we should register with the English talent.
We should.
Let's go.
Yeah.
You, me, Leo, Naisu, and then we'll get Brigida and Ingan to rock, paper, scissors.
The bald guy. He should be there.
All right, okay. You know what? We'll not get him automatically into our 5-man until he shaves off his hair.
He's officially 6-man.
That to us, bro.
Officially 6-man so far. Right now.
But they only said 5 in that ad. So, you know, Ingan, come on,
rock, paper, scissors with Brigida. All right. So we're about to get into this. And of course, blue side is going to be the priority pick here for FCAP, who wins 65% of the time if they get blue. And their side selection is right now closer to half with 55%.
Yep. Let's see. Because we've been seeing some weird trends with the drafting lately this season's playoffs. You can really tell that Suyo has shifted a lot of the priorities. That was like my biggest thing heading into the playoffs, wherein there were teams who struggled to already adapt to the meta as far as week 7, week 8. Even Team Liquid Philippines admitted themselves that this meta has sort of thrown them off in terms of the drafting priority, the pick and ban priority. Now you introduce Suyo, who turns out to be an automatic first pick on the blue side. Sometimes some teams are willing to let him go so that they can go into the red side as one of the priority picks there. It really changes the whole dynamics. I mean, the only sure thing is that Chip is banned. Other than that, everything just changes now because we have other heroes coming up in priority. Jushin's coming back as a first pick. It's crazy.
And if you ban Suyo on red, that means you auto-ban Suyo, you auto-ban Chip. You only have one more ban.
Yeah, that's the painful thing about going red side.
Oh my goodness. So we'll see if that will affect FNOP in any way, shape, or form getting into the draft for game number 2 here. I'm still convinced that Suyo is not as high of a priority, especially if you don't get proper teammates with it. You know, you don't get the proper combos with it. But so far, it has proven to just refuse to die in a lot of scenarios. And every single jungler right now in MPL Philippines playoffs is trying to get in.
So, looking at the bans, respecting the Gatot, the Jushin, and the Fanny, all iconic heroes for the row mid trio of Fnatic Onic Philippines. Well, FNOP, let's see if it's going to be a committal on the Suyo ban. They already took away the Ogwyn of Matilda. The Matilda of Ogwyn. One of the best heroes of Falcons APBren could have picked on the blue side first pick, even if the Suyo was going to be left open for them. I'd rather they pick up the Matilda because they've proven to rotate really well with it, and rotations were their biggest problem in the first game that we saw. Plus, Ogwyn has, well, he's 1 for 2 there, but I mean, it's FCAP, it's Matilda, it makes sense. Let's see if it's a Suyo ban. They ban the Harith instead. They are willing to give the Suyo and just beat the immortal Falcons APBren with the rotations.
There it is. That's the Suyo on the first pick here for FCAP. Kaltizi happy to pick that up. But look at that. FNOP feels like they're ready. They feel like Kirk's Edith can actually take him.
Yeah. So, of course, you're gonna pick up the best performing hero for Kirk this season. Really good with punishing bad initiations from your opponents. And that's the Kirk playstyle. If he's not the one initiating, he will punish you. Mid-team fight even is when he'll use it. They go for the Nolan Rush already. Interesting. They already showed their jungle. So, prioritizing the lane clear. They're willing to trade the power picks. Because they didn't need to pick their jungler just yet. They just went ahead and just went, you know what, just lock in the Nolan, we'll adjust to their picks later on.
I mean, the Nolan, despite the performance in game number 1, still does really pack a punch. Don't forget, guys, Nolan was recently buffed up. Slows on the fracture do kind of affect heroes who like to walk.
Yeah.
I love it because the skill name is Fracture, and then you literally fracture and slow down an opponent. So it kind of makes sense now. And but he's talking about a different kind of like fracture. He does like a reality fracture. Sorry, I went on the tangent there, but it's it just makes sense now. Now they think about it, and we are seeing obviously if you want to walk, if you like to walk like Suyo, you want the high loss on your side, 100%.
Yeah, good amounts of control from their roam mid combo. They should really need to take care of Suyo because their early game damage is going to be coming from him. They have high control, yes. Annoying, yes. But if they don't have the follow-up damage, they're just going to get countered here. So FNOP, they can go for a burst pinch right now. And they will. They lock in the low Yi.
Woohoo!
Uh-oh.
This is like the invisible sword here of FNOP. Once they get that low Yi, the whole map is just wide open. And Super Prince is like that guy who every time it's off cooldown, he just itches to use it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because he's so confident with the way that his teammates are supporting him. And he knows if he pulls a trigger, something good's going to happen for FNOP. So that's actually really good for them.
This might be one of these games where we might actually see a new Falcons APBren pick and then you get FlapTZ to go on a Cho.
FlapTZ!
Or get Ogwen on the Cho because you're really gonna need someone to access the back line. High Loss is honest. He brings down his ultimate and he runs up to you. You need someone who can flicker into the back, reach the back, but no Falcons APBren
justice in the world.
Interesting. Interesting to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, the fourth pick of it could have gone to Fnatic Onic Philippines. I understand. I get it.
Trying to just protect the Suyo at this point, right? Because as powerful as Suyo can be.
But Brusco is going to get his Tigreal unless Falcons APBren actually commit the 5th ban on the Tig as well.
That actually makes sense. I feel like you shouldn't just ban out Keller right now, who it feels impossible to ban him out completely.
Yeah,
right?
that's a good point, honestly.
So why not just ban the Tigreal, right? So
yeah, ban out the heroes that set up for their course. Oh,
they banned the Tigreal. What?
Oh my God! Why not?
Time and tide wait.
Dude, you're expecting FlapTZ on the high loss, really?
So now they just ended up respect banning the Beatrix, but it looks like they were already thinking about it.
They were gonna do it. You knew they were gonna do it, right?
Okay, that's a Chad move by Fnatic Onic Philippines. They banned out the hero that could have slotted in very well for them.
It's like a Giga Chad maneuver.
Yeah.
Big props to Why Not for that
it forces an adjustment from your opponents, but now they're still thinking about the Brusco pickup. Yes, the Minotaur, Kufra, and a lot more roamers available for him anyway.
That's like a huge pool, maybe 16?
Yeah, man has a huge pool of heroes.
15, 16.
Minotaur might struggle a little bit. I wonder if they'll just end up picking Kufra as like the last pick.
Are you thinking that might be a great answer to the Suyo?
Okay.
Alright.
So, trying to go for the more off-kilter choices.
Not really what I expected, honestly. I'm not sure how good the Grok is going to do against heroes like that we have right now. Aurora, almost untouchable here.
Yeah, the problem is, for Falcons APBren, it's funny, it's the most used hero of few, but actually, that's right. There hasn't been no wins for the Aurora of few.
So he actually just might catch few off guard here. And straight up, if they want to run, block the way. Wow. The logic here for FNOP is pretty simplistic. I like it. It's no frills. And it's very honest.
Are they going to default it to Rizla or go for Kali?
It is in despair that I see
Nathan
I am the
and
only one bound by these chains.
Still the Phobius.
Still the Phobius. All right. Honestly, I feel better about it now that there's Suyo on the field. it's easier to lose track of a Suyo if a Phoveus is jumping all around, right?
Yeah.
So maybe that's the key. Although you could say the same for game 1. It's easy to lose track of the Nolan if there's a Suyo, if Phoveus is jumping, and they still lost.
Yeah, a lot of options here. Carry, Claude, Moskov, all still open.
Moskov is the easiest, I think.
Yeah, but Fnatic Onic Philippines goes for whoa.
Whoa! Right.
Yeah, again, because they don't have the backline access we were looking for.
They're not worried.
Yeah, it's not easy to reach the backline of Fnatic Onic Philippines. It's so easy for a Clint to just be able to juggle all his skills, maximize the enhanced basic attack after using a skill.
Why not just go for damage? You already have global presence with the Suyo and Loyi anyway.
Okay, if Falcons APBren really needs to win the first 5 minutes of the game, or at least keep it close, and then if they can get an early kill onto Kelra, maybe one before minute 4 and then the other coming in before minute 7. If they can get that while
Very
keeping
specific,
the game
by
close,
the way.
yeah. If they can get that while keeping it close, then they could win it. But again, it's so specific. Can they actually do it?
Leo and Naisu, is it though?
Hello? There we are.
Welcome
no, that's
to
just
Mobile
okay.
Legends.
Cool. All right, let me just wind back that joke. I reckon the last time we saw Clint in this same spot for Fnatic Onic, it wasn't weird.
That's about as good as it gets right there. Great, I don't know, man. Great lineups, I would say, for game number 2 from both of them, and this is exactly what Falcons APBren needed to bring to the table. It covers their bases from that early to even the late game, but wow, Few taking a whole lot of damage from Super Prince here. And mind you, he's got that 80% win rate on this Loyi pick, has been massive to the success in a lot of the compositions brought to the table. Plus, he loves that Warcry emblem, so that's why sometimes that burst damage from the Loyi really kind of surprises a lot of people against it.
All right, back into the action. I think I would like to concur with this lineup being slightly better for Falcons APBren, given that they have the power pick of the Suyo. But there's this nagging thought in my head. You let the Loyi through, man.
Yeah.
You let the Loyi through. Especially with the... Wait. Kelra! Oh!
Kelra's going to flicker, okay. No follow-up on this. Not sure if anything else is going to happen there, as you were saying.
Counted as a TKO. There is a Grok.
Yeah.
Imagine a wild charge from out of nowhere, and then diversion from... Oh, here we go!
Whoa.
One more!
They're going to go for the play. Okay, I was going to say Super Prince doesn't escape that one, even with the flicker. So there we go. Finally, FCAP will get on the board early on. Kill in the hands there, too, for Few.
Call it a TKO on Kelra, and then a legit kill on the Super Prince. A flicker for a flicker. Few actually spent his major resource there. But also consider, Few watched that same game. That same game that Haji used an Aurora to check a bush from behind. I'm pretty sure that's going to be a factor now.
Yeah, actually, it could
Just
be.
Clean out all possible bushes.
Could be. You got to trust that sense there. Right now, they're trying to keep him away from this turtle. Brusco, not going to get close enough, so Kyle Teasy will get the turtle. There's the initiation, though, still keeping Brusco at bay. Doesn't have the level 4 yet, so he's not going to be doing any amazing wild charges just yet.
Fnatic Onic have to be satisfied with the orange trade and the eventual cleanup of all of Kyle Teasy's camps down bottom. Looking at the item build right now at about 500 gold. We're looking at a 3-minute game so far.
Things, you know, when I think about the Clint, we actually had this conversation on a desk yesterday too with Ingon. I don't know, man. He fits certain compositions. Like, he's still very niche if you compare it to all the picks that do come up through the gold lane. But one thing's for sure, like, he can provide quite a bit of damage earlier on compared to the Nathan here.
Yep, and it's a very specific kind of damage. And here we go, Brusco jumping on in. Fnatic Onic, more conservative now. Look at King Kong taking the flank.
Very patient on this one. Ogwen's tanky enough as well. Still has the Revitalize, so King Kong, this is how he likes the jungle, man. But hold on, bottom side, that was the wild charge we were talking about. Super Prince will go up, clean that one. Finally getting a kill for himself.
I didn't see it. It was off camera, but Kelra saw it. I guess that's one way you can use the Clint early on.
Yeah.
That was a utility marksman if I've ever seen one.
Sometimes, you know, also those bolas come in handy.
So far, so good. 1-1. Fnatic Onic have survived the early game onslaught of Falcons APBren. I reckon we're at about the 3:40, 4-minute phase right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say we're imagining the time as well as we can with this though.
It's called game sense.
Yeah, game sense. Kind of unlocking it, but two, it looks like.
And the turtle's about to spawn.
I was gonna say, and the turtle. So we're playing with numbers here. I'm not the math guy though, but I'll do the best I can. Diversion. Ooh. I can tell you where that's going. Getting a position right into that bush. Few takes a couple shots. He's still got the passive. There's the flicker forward. Coming out from Flap. Still trying to keep it in the bay. Wild charge gonna be used again, and King Kong will get the turtle. Still, the fight's gonna break out. They're gonna force him on the disengage. FNOP will get the objective.
That is 1-for-1 now on the turtles. And just, whoa, wait, what? There's some action that was happening off camera.
Gold lane again, back and forth continuously between Super Marco and Kelra. Looks like Kelra is not going to take that chance. He already burned the flicker.
So that's another TKO onto the gold standard. 30 gold. That's all Fnatic Onic have on FCAP. And best believe, if FCAP don't find a way to turn it up to 11,
yeah,
slowly but surely this is going to grow bigger.
Yeah, it's tough because right now for FCAP, like I said, they're playing around, you know, the different timings that they have with this kind of lineup. You can see this too, you know, Feather of Heaven is locked in here for Super Marco. It's been a hell of a lane though between the two gold laners, and Super Marco does come out forward against it, you know, by about 500 gold or so against Kelra. But like I said, that Nathan is going to be looking to go into the late game and provide that, you know, that, well, we used to call it the Betty bomb, but it's the Nathan bomb at this point, you know?
It's the bulletproof bomb.
The bulletproof bomb.
And luckily, Super Marco has Ogwin, one of the best heroes for babysitting the Hylos, and that's why he's so willing to go ahead and entropy up, because they've covered their base. So I guess that's one thing FCAP are holding on to. Save for the whole, you know, 50-50 on the turtles.
Yeah.
Gold lane, they got on lock.
Yeah, they do. It's, again, inversion.
Uh-oh.
Send it to. They're going to be going. It's only Ogwin, though. So not able to push through. Glorious Pathway going to be dropped down. Kyle TZ has that information, but right now it just stops what FNOP had planned there. So good play into that counter diversion.
6.5 minutes in, I have a theory.
Tell me the theory.
Falcons APBren, they have a solid lineup to respond to the diversion.
Yeah.
They have a solid way to hold down lanes and to get
talking.
objectives. But they don't have as good as a decisive play whenever Fnatic Onic says we don't want to fight. It's so much easier for Fnatic to say, let's go and let's not. Whoa, wait, Ogwin?
It is a lot easier for them to just kind of decide if they want to fight or not. And with that, that's why they also take advantage of using diversions. There's the jump in with the Infernal Pursuit. Glorious Pathway to help them out. Also on the backside, they're going to force the fight once again. Jumping on in, Brusco taking a couple of shots. Flap's still up, and the Wild Charge going to go through, and he's looking for the kill to clean it up. Flap will finally get it. And the fight still for this turtle. Kelra joining the shot. Firing off on Ogwin. Gets out the Revitalize. So right now, it looks like that's all it's going to be. Brusco, the only one to go down.
Valiant effort by Falcons APBren. They do get the kill, but they're all topped up.
The flicker forward again. King Kong will get the turtle.
Marco!
Super Marco joins the fight, though. Able to get Kirk, and that's all. That's the exchange. A kill for the turtle, but their eyes are set on the tier 1 mid lane turret being worked on. King Kong, you see how low Ogwin is. He jumps in. The fracture won't be enough, and now Few, though, will be in trouble. As Super Fritz picks it up. Super Marco doesn't have anywhere to go, but he gets away with entropy in time.
You didn't see it coming. Marco got away just by the skin of his teeth. And Ogwin tried his damnedest. And now Fnatic Onic are clapping back. I was going to say amazing conversion by Falcons APBren, but right now, clapping back cost him so much.
Yeah, it does. And, you know, amidst all this, Leo, we're still relatively even. Even looking at the economy here, the items that are falling into place, nothing is too drastic. You know, aside that gold lane, you got a good difference there. At least the 2 items. He's still working on the Holy Crystal at this point. So Super Marco, once that's locked in, that's where we see that biggest burst potential that can come out from the Nathan. And even this time around, too, they'll go and focus on the Tier 1s, trying to open up the map for them to set themselves up for this Lord taking about 40.
Dare I say, Naisu, up to now, all 5 games that Fnatic Onic have been part of in the playoffs, this might be their most challenging yet.
I would agree. Definitely is. Diversion, where are they going to send them? They know they're going to go forward. Still the fight in the mid lane, not fully engaged, but Glorious Pathway going to be dropped down. There's the Primal Wrath in response. Brusco, does he want to go? He drops down the wall, still in the mid lane. They're trying to keep King Kong at bay. A whole lot of poking between both teams. Brusco holding on, still has the flicker. King Kong on the backside, forcing Kyle TZ back. And they want this Tier 1 turret, but he's going to take the orange instead.
He'll take the orange. Fnatic's going to make a move for this Tier 1 in mid. Ogwin, his whole career flashing before his eyes. Look at how close he was to death. He is going to get away with it. And Fnatic Onic posting up for the Lord. One thing that Fnatic Onic does here so well, that's why Falcons APBren can't get a sure hold of the game just yet, is the use of their weird damage profile. Can I say that?
It is weird.
It's so much burst, but just the same, it feels like they're just right clicks.
Yeah, it is. I mean, both the way you're looking at it, you'd be surprised too. Like King Kong's 0-0-0, but he's quite a bit ahead in terms of gold against Kyle TZ.
It's the most painful 0-0-0.
Yeah. He's just been able to farm up, work on the, and some of the team fights really is because, again, you're playing around this whole diversion, whether you follow it up or not, but also the poking potential that they have. And you can see that timing right now. Super Marco did get that Holy Crystal, so that's available. They're trying to feel out this area here for the Lord. Ooh. Gonna take a couple shots at Kirk. The turret being worked on. King Kong gets that one.
Wow. Just by merely playing the map, Fnatic Onic have gained 1,000 gold lead. There hasn't been a kill in the past couple of minutes.
He's gonna get another.
And King Kong! He's taken names. And the names of these are mid lane turret, bottom lane turret, Tier 2, another diversion. Oh, I think FCAP teased this. FCAP teased this.
Well, Brusco wanted to take that wild charge shot, but not gonna happen because he was slowed down. So they'll work on it still, playing around the macro that they have, and that's what they did. And now we're back to the stalemate.
It's that base theory that's allowing Fnatic Onic to do this. The fact that they just move faster and are able to make faster decisions and react to what FCAP do that allow for them to say, all right, we want to do this. Oh, maybe not. Let's move elsewhere.
Yeah.
And FCAP have to constantly think about that. On a 5v5, just full frontal basis, FCAP can win these fights, no doubt.
Yep.
But FNOP are not giving them that choice.
Their head's got to be on a swivel constantly for FCAP. And that's the case anytime you are up against a Luyi. The fact that this is Super Prince, again, one of the few players that does still pick it up, makes it work 80% of the time so far. It's definitely an obstacle alone, even though we said, yeah, FNOP, despite all the games they played up to this point, this being their 5th, this the most difficult they've had. Hell, even for FCAP, the Titans, the current world champions, this is also a test of how far they can go in this series.
Now 12 minutes in, no one's taking the Lord. Glorious Pathway dropped in.
Glorious Pathway going to be dropped down. Brusco, again, this is what we're talking about with damage profiles. The Lord will go for a reset, not fully, but still fighting for this territory here. No team committing just yet.
The last time we saw such a beautiful Lord dance was between FCAP and Black just last night. And now, Falcons APBren back at it again. Old habits die hard, and Fnatic Onic won't want to let go. They've now somehow won control of the River Brush and the Pixel Brush, but this just means that these diversions could be more lethal. But I can just say the same for Few. Few has been cleaning out bushes so well.
He has. They've been handling it. Good little pressure there on the bottom side, cross the map towards that Tier 2 turret of FNOP. So, and this is what we're talking about, when they play around the fact that they're trying to get some of the defensive items locked in here. Super Marco does finally get that Wind of Nature. This is kind of what they need. They need to be able to go toe-to-toe, but also have those defensive options dealing with Fnatic Onic. And also King Kong this time still sitting at 0-0-0 at 13.5 minutes in. He'll grab his buffs, and then they'll give the call eventually here once they're ready to fight this out.
Who would have think the last standing Slayer?
Oh, there it is!
Whoa, here we go!
The wild charge are going to be used. Few gets out as well, but Ogwin won't be able to escape. The damage is there, and Brusco Both roamers going down, so the 4 versus 4 Lord for the taking here. Battle spells and ultimates used up. Few and Super Marco trying to get in position.
Mirror moves from these two world-class athletes. A diversion being set up here. I wonder, they take it! It's Kyle in the bush!
Kyle's in trouble! He won't be able to escape as Kelra gets the kill. Again, a diversion. Capping it out, and now FNOP. They still have to wait. They still have to approach this Lord carefully.
It's that same principle. They find Few!
They find Few. Few's gonna keep Kirk frozen in place, but Flap! He's not gonna be able to get away just yet, but he does escape with a sliver of health.
What is happening?
Still alive.
Oh my god, what is happening?
Lord's gonna be worked on. Glorious pathway to try to zone them out. Ogwin takes a couple shots, and the Lord resets briefly for a second.
They're still
Super
here!
Marco might try to do something, but King Kong will finally get it.
Diversion!
Will find Ogwin to cut him off, and they break out of the fight in the jungle. Flap clashing down with the Infernal Pursuit, but it's not enough as it's a double for King Kong. And FNOP will win that one decisively with the Lord.
The Falcons get nothing in return. About 5,000 gold ahead at 15 minutes. The patience and the execution, the conviction of the Sonics. Go ahead and get them an enhanced Lord. Joseph, it's cracking inside Falcons base.
They already got the bottom base turret down. They're still waiting for Flap here to defend. They'll work on the Lord here. And as you saw it, FNOP feeling really good. Kelra locked in. You saw the achievement that he got.
The Filipino Savage is back. I mean, it won't reflect in kills, but what he's done to FCAP, he's denying any and all engagements. Here comes Brusco!
Brusco jumped in again with a wild charge, and Flap wants to fight it out. Super Friend's already gone. Kelra moving and grooving as he picks up a kill, still working on it. And now Kirk trying to keep him at bay. Kelra's still alive, takes a couple shots. He's got to back off though, because FCAP wins that fight. 3 go down for FNOP, and now the momentum shifts for Falcons APBren.
King Kong!
King Kong jumping in, trying to bob and weave on out of there. The glorious pathway though goes through the wall. He'll survive, but they got to keep this together on the defense.
A 3-for-1, and Falcons APBren making the most of the exchange. Oh, King Kong's he shuts him down. The Beast incarnate at 4-0-2. He goes down as well. Kyle Teasy drops him.
It was all part of the plan. What a game 2 we have here between these teams.
The Slayer gets slain. The gold lead made kaput. Just 1,000 gold ahead at under 17 minutes, 8-8. Throughout all that, Falcons APBren suffered major losses. Joseph, they don't have a top lane inhibitor. They don't have a bottom lane inhibitor. And I don't think this Lord Dance is going to treat them any better.
I don't know, man. If we just got a preview of that last Lord, which took quite a long time to get to. I'm not sure if it took as long as yesterday's, but it was still a hell of a mind game that Fnatic Onic Philippines also approached that. And FCAP themselves, you know, if you're looking at the items here, they're falling into place, but they still have some catch-up to do in certain roles.
It's not what you got, it's how you use it. I know we say that a lot, and the phrase almost means nothing, but here specifically, I'm looking at Super Marco. He's got a better kit than Kelra. I'm looking at Marco, and I think he can blast King Kong to hell. All right?
To
and
hell.
back. And back.
And back.
You saw how King Kong just popped like a pimple when Kyle got his hands on him,
He
right?
did.
So, if some way, somehow, FCAP can find a winning position, this could be a Lord that's theirs.
Oh, once again, we find ourselves, what are we calling this now? Is this still the Lord Dance? This push and pull between both teams? Kind of fading through it. They're going to go for it as King Kong will get the Lord. The toss up through. Flap's going to be taken out, and they go in, pressing the situation as they find Kirk and Super Prince. King Kong still getting on out of there, but they got the Lord. And that's going to be enough for Fnatic Onic Philippines for now.
2-for-1. FCAP economically trading up, but just the same, Fnatic Onic take the Lord. I'll tell you now, Flap Teasy, this is just another day in the office. He's the #1 most damage taken on all of the league. So he's used to just throwing himself at his opponents.
He's that body bag.
And just saying, take me, all right? Not my teammates, take me. And that's what allowed for FCAP to take down Prince and Kirk. Now the question, how does FCAP make the most of this? Because for the first time in, I'd say, 15 minutes, they have as close a lead as it gets.
This is about as close as it gets. You don't have that huge gap that you're working in. And just like you mentioned, even considering the items as we take another look at it, you can see how much fight capability that this Falcon APBren lineup brings to the table. Whether it's Flap throwing himself forward or Ogwin cutting them off, there's enough threat damage-wise that Fnatic Onic Philippines can't just haphazardly go into a fight. And I feel like that's why we see this so often, where they're trying to look for different angles, they're trying to utilize the diversion, or if that's a wild charge conceal play from Brusco.
With that said, I'm taking into consideration the items, the positions on the map, what the map looks like, and there's one thing that's glaring at me.
What is it?
Why can't they catch Kelra? How can they not take down the gold standard?
I don't know, man. If you've seen the clips and the moves from him this season,
is it too much work for Kyle to find him?
I think it's almost too much of a risk.
Is it impossible? He only has one. He barely has a bodyguard. And I'm looking at Kirk. Like, Kirk is his bodyguard.
Yeah.
But that aside, if you can take down Kelra, maybe the face of this game changes. Maybe suddenly the Lord is that much easier for FCAP to take.
I think when you look at it too, aside the fact that Kelra's just got, amazing micro-technical skill, it's just the team's lineup peels for him really well. Like, you have so many options, whether that's, the wall from Grok, you can also use the wild charge. You have Kirk doing the same thing with the Aegis. Sometimes he's just earth-shattering or onwarding forward. There's so many options for them to protect Kelra. And so maybe that's part of the puzzle. Like, if you're Falcons APBren, how do we get to him? How do we actually shut him down? And I feel like they've been trying, even if that's utilizing the glorious pathway from Ogwin, but they just have a hard time getting through that front line first because there's so many options to peel for Kelra.
And I think that's the magic word, Joseph, breaking through the front line. If some way, somehow, Ogwin can lay down the red carpet, make like the Wizard of Oz, get that golden brick road up to where Kelra is, or maybe King Kong if he's lucky, then FCAP can take this Lord. Suddenly, we're not in Kansas anymore, but it's gonna take magic. Whoa, Lord just, talking about magic.
Go.
Lord just snaps back from behind the Guardian's barrier. Now Ogwin playing footsies with Brusco. And I think, slowly but surely, past the 20-minute mark, King Kong is allowing himself to be seen more now. He's not taking the flanks as often.
Yeah.
He's more willing to poke, and that might be a tempo break. See, look, that might be a tempo break that FCAP might not be ready for.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and heal that up well. Good push down bot 2. And like you mentioned this, earlier, that the disadvantage here for Falcons APBren is that they don't have the base turrets, but they're going to want to force the fight. Super Prince already going to flicker out Ogwin. Taking a couple shots. King Kong, though, goes in, gets the passive, and Flap tries to flicker on out. Kyle's not going to find the connection, and they fire back at Brusco. Still has the immortality, and they disengage. The base is going to be worked on, but King Kong and Kyle going 1 versus 1. A diversion into the base. Can they get there in time? Kyle goes down. They still have the minions to clear through. Not everybody could get back in time, but Fnatic Onic Philippines will fight it forward as they take out Flap, and they make the play to take it to a 2-0.
The Sonics are at match point. 1 game away from going to the grand finals. 1 game away from M6.
My goodness, they got a sweep yesterday, and they're on the way here. 2-0 right now against the current world champions, Falcons APBren. The IQ on this team, the plays here are amazing.
And it's not like they did it just because they were that damn good. They got a solid draft, solid game sense, and a killer instinct like no other. Let's throw over to Infinite Game Tambayan to talk about Game 2.
Don't give the low yi to FNOP.
Yep, we saw it, but gotta credit Falcons APBren. They put up a fight, even though it was a fight where for a majority of it, imagine if they were playing 12 rounds and their backs were against a corner and they just kept receiving haymakers. That's what it felt like. But from time to time, they'd be able to clap Fnatic Onic Philippines back. But just how well they play around the Loyi and Grok, command and conquer, is the best way I would describe the fighting style of Fnatic Onic Philippines in this game, where literally one simple Guardian's Barrier up from Brusco at the right time changes the positioning of Falcons APBren in a team fight, which means that it increases the chances that players such as King Kong, the game MVP, can get an opportunity to pick off. Again, man marking from Brusco to Friends to Kirk, Kelra, and King Kong. They know their assignments individually so well that it feels like for each player of Falcons APBren, they're playing 5v1.
It does feel like there's like a stark difference, especially in how King Kong played as Nolan compared to Kyle Teasy in Game 1 as well. Aside from the fact that they obviously know their assignments, they know where to go, they know what to do in playing from behind scenarios. It just feels so clean most of the time. But for Falcons APBren, I agree. I feel like they outdid themselves with this one. I am actually not sure if maybe it's just the pure raw power of the Suyo, but they did fight back a lot.
Yep. That's just the raw damage of the Suyo as well. I gotta agree with that statement. That really because of what Suyo can do in the battlefield, the pokes that he can dish out, as long as he keeps it relatively close, once it gets to the point where the items don't matter, the poke will always be there. You also have to credit Super Marco for finding farm when he can and staying bulletproof for as long as he can. But it's plays like these, divergence when the members of Falcons APBren are running away, Guardians barriers to set yourself up for a better position in team fight, hunting again. Stuff like that comes because each member of Fnatic Onic Philippines understands the individual assignment for each, for no matter the situation. Brusco even had some really great wild charges. Some of the objectives won by Fnatic Onic Philippines came from the back of Brusco being able to zone out Kyle Teasy really well, stunning him at the right time, putting a wall up in front of him so he just wouldn't reach the range of his retribution. It's insane.
Actually, that's what I wanna go to as well. Like, bro, King Kong took all the turtles in this game, and even in Lords where it was FCAP control, he also just took it behind their noses, just because I think of Brusco as well as obviously the rest of the team just piling in at the exact perfect time.
Yeah, there were those two Lords. It looks like Kyle Teasy could have gotten it, but he just got crowd controlled at the best possible time from the perspective of Fnatic Onic Philippines and the worst possible time for them. Again, this is one of the difficult things to do when you're playing an EXP laner that doesn't have backline access or dive up against a Loyi. That's why they ended up picking up the Nathan, man. They just needed to have someone to get a little bit closer and deal damage, which puts the Nathan at such a risky position because he has to commit the entropy to go in, burst, and hope that he gets someone down before they can take him down. And then when you add in there the Phobius, you see Flapteasy's initiation. It forces him to commit the flicker every time he does it. Already an expensive spell for a Phobius to use early on in a team fight, forcing to use it as an initiation. Crazy.
I mean, forcing it in that scenario means that you don't have an out, right?
Yeah.
Like your enemy knows you use the ult. They're clocking in their minds. They're timing it down until a moment where you're vulnerable.
Yeah. You'll have the in, but you won't have the out.
No out, right? And aside from the raw damage of Suyo, I also thought, you know what, FCAP were also relying so much on raw damage of Super Marco just because the Nathan does what the Nathan does. Aside from that, if you're talking like control of the map, it does feel like FNOP has it. Even though they're like not really present on the map, like in that last Lord fight, I knew in my bones that they were just gonna teleport to the base, maybe on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah,
they didn't really care about that, and you know what? They did. They didn't teleport to the bottom. By the way, they teleported straight to the crystal, to the base, and that was all they needed to do.
Yeah, Fnatic Onic Philippines plays with the gusto and the bravery of newly minted professional players. Like MDL players who just made it into the MPL or who didn't even make it through MDL and hey, I'm an MPL pro now. They play with that confidence. But they play with the calculations of a veteran. It's the spirit of, I don't care, let's go for it. But in the back of their heads, their signal to say go for it comes from the fact that they've already calculated, like, okay, I'm already here, he's there, he's used this ability, and it's free flow. It looks like Fnatic Onic Philippines has solved MLBB.
It does feel like it, right? Like, they're definitely looking at the map in a different way compared to the other teams, 100%, even if they don't always win the team fights.
Yeah.
Right? They don't need to win all the team fights. They just need to make it so that you at least get all the objectives.
Yeah.
You have control of the lane flow, the minion flow.
Yes.
And then, just attack when you have like that small advantage. And most of the time, even if it's like a coin flip, FNOP does come out on top.
Yeah, and it's so tricky. How do you even start thinking of or suggesting draft adjustments?
Like how to counter that.
How to counter it when you're up against a team that it seems like no matter what heroes they end up with other than the Masha, they'll make it work. They've made everything work. They haven't dropped the game this playoffs. It's just they've solved MLBB. No other way to put it.
Does seem so. And if they want to prove that, we'd need game free. And of course, our analysts will throw it over there. So, what you got?
Match point. Welcome to the Analyst segment at Magandang Buhay. My name is Antianara and I'm here to break down what happened in game number 2 between Fnatic Onic Philippines and Falcons APBren. Throughout the game, there was a seesaw for both of the teams. But I think the most glaring and apparent thing that I want to point out is how much Fnatic Onic Philippines has grown all throughout the season. We've seen them play a very aggressive game all throughout. But I think what's very special about this game is that they never force anything. When we saw the first Lord spawn, they were able to take it down, beyond the 12th minute mark. The Lord even evolved. This just goes to show how mature they got, how respectful they got towards their opponents because they know that there might be a possibility for a comeback. And what's more important is that the Super Family seems to know the roles that they need to play. Props to Brusco because he's able to cast his wild charge all throughout the game against the opponent's jungler, and Edith of Kirk was able to do his job, which led them and Super Marco to just be able to do what they do best. Free hit and be able to secure the objectives. I think this is one of the most fast-paced games because of the Louis from the Super Family, Fnatic Onic Philippines, as they bursted down the Lord. There was an instantaneous diversion play towards the back line. And this is what that Louis can offer, catching your opponent off guard. And I think this is really what makes the Super Family very special. Ine-expect na dapat to ng kupunan ng Falcons APBren, but because of the masterful execution coming from the Super Family, it seems as if everyone is being caught off guard by what the Super Family has been doing. And again, what's most important in this case is that alam dapat ng bawat isa ang mga roles na kailangan nilang gampanan. For Super Marco, that's being for the gold laner, that's being able to do what you do best. But let's head on over more to know more with our host.
Isa na lang ang kailangan ng Fnatic Onic Philippines para makakuha ng ticket sa M6 and the slot in the Grand Finals. And here we are, kasama natin ang Lazy Esports mula sa MDL. Guys, introduce yourselves.
IGN Sindel, tas Roll Gold Lane. IGN Shizu Gold Lane naman. IGN Chobskirt Mid Lane.
IGN Der XP Lane.
Kay Kadot, Roamer.
IGN James Pangs, Roll Jungler.
Coach Pacbet from Lazy Esports.
Coach! Na-miss ka namin! Sobra! O, kamusta naman? Congratulations sa inyong MTL Championship. Kamusta naman ang post-championship nyo?
Hanggang ngayon, hindi pa rin kami mapaniwala na yung run namin ng ganun na magcha-champion pala kami. Pero tiwala rin talaga sa isa't isa.
Ako naniniwala ako. With you as their coach, talagang pagdating ng Grand Finals, boom! Iba na. Now, coach, actually, isigaw nyo sabay-sabay. Sinong team ang sinusuportahan nyo?
Onic!
Onic! Ikaw, coach. Coach, nakakausap mo ba si Kelra?
Oo. Madalas. Kasi playoffs na Chinachat ko siya minsan.
O anong sinabi mo si Calor tungkol dito? Kasi isa na lang, makakapunta na sila sa Grand Finals, tsaka makaka-step sa world stage.
Oo. Kay Kelra, siguro mas galingan niya talaga. Kasi pwedeng ito na yung season niya as a player. As a Golden Onic
Ayun, nandun si Kelra. Sabi nga nila talaga nag-mature si Kelra. Kayo ba, are you taking lessons from your kuya? Kaya kita,
Opo.
ano yung mga nakuha? Di ka naman, yung mga young players dito, bigay natin to kay James Spanks.
Po.
Ano yung mga lesson na kinukuha mo kay kuya?
Yung nakuha ko siguro yung tapang sa paglalaro kay King. Kasi
Kay King?
Oo, kay King daw. Yun yung ginagamit ko para makalamang ako sa jungler ng kalaban.
At alam nyo, itong si James Banks, siya ang ating Season MVP, Finals MVP. Congratulations!
Thank you po.
So feeling mo ba someday ready ka na sa MPL?
Opo, ready na po. Abangan nyo po kami. Malay nyo, next season, makapag-MPL kami.
Baka next season. Okay, anong message mo para sa Onic, Fnatic Onic?
Guys, good luck sa inyo and laruin nyo lang yung laro nyo. Tapos alam ko namang matagal nyo nang iniintay na makuha yung na yan. Kunin nyo na yan, guys. Let's go Pro 3-0.
Oh, 3-0. Now, we'll take a look at that. Babalik na tayo sa ating panel. Tulungan niyo ako. Panel?
Paso!
You know what? I'm really loving our interviews just because of the fact that Bakbet and Kelra, they go way back.
Yeah.
Bakbet, one of our most decorated pro players as well here in the MPL, in case you guys missed out.
Yep.
And again,
decorated pro, even more decorated as a coach.
Apparently so, MDL champion, brother. Yeah. Congratulations again. And we also have Darren Kekadot. You know the roots of Darren Kekadot, right? They've been cooking it up with Onic for a while as well. And right now, since all that is out of the way, don't forget to support the Philippines representatives as well in the IESF World Championship for 2024. Their MLBB tournament run will be happening from November 12 to 15. And the women's MLBB tournament will also be taking place from November 16 to 19. So right after this, actually, we're going to be supporting more MLBB action for our own team. So make sure to mark your calendars and witness Dakas ng Pinas, like we always say.
Yeah, our representatives for the Philippines are the members of RRQ Kaito, the MDL team that Lazy Esports defeated in the Grand Finals of MDL Philippines Season 4. 4-3 was another tremendous Grand Final show to us by MDL Philippines. But I really hope that the RRQ Kaito loss that they felt in the Grand Finals fuels them up and represent the Philippines in the IESF World Championship.
Yeah, knowing Coach Pao, he's already had all of this in consideration already. We miss you, Coach Pao. And of course, for MPL Arena, it's also time for that special time of the day, where we look for the guy who is going to copy the smart gameplay pose. So we're going to look for, I'm pretty sure it's going to be an Onic player here, so make sure to copy it properly. If you're watching here in Greenside, you're going to have to look for that here. And don't forget to have that thing, the green screen with your thing, and then you can win a redeemable in-game code. So let's throw it over to the MPL Arena in just a bit to check that out. And again, make sure that you copy not just the hand poses, but also the intensity of the face, the eyes. The eyes never lie.
Yeah, I think it's already on the smart gameplay pose. We're just not part of the party. So it's just gonna be us. Should we do our own smart gameplay poses?
What's your power gameplay pose? If you win, if you win, what's your own? What's a Reptar gameplay pose?
Just like that.
Isn't that from a very well-known coach?
Yeah, just like that. Just like that. I don't know what you're talking about.
I heard someone named Coach Jeb does that. Anyway, if you guys know who that guy is, please comment down below.
Yeah, that's
Mine
Coach.
is like that.
That's Coach Jeb. That's different from Coach
Jeb.
Jeb.
Yeah, Coach Jeb with a J.
Yeah.
And I think
you know.
just do that. That's victory. That's victory for me because they'll never know if you're crying or you're smiling.
Can't believe. Wow, that's deep, man. Are you okay?
Yes, I am.
Okay. He said that with quite hurted eyes. I'm worried for you, but you know, let's talk about it later, man.
No, I'm a little hurt because from the way things are happening,
it might be a
it looks like a 3-0.
It looks like it.
Coach Ducky, I know you're not listening to me because you're busy right there.
Yeah.
You're not listening to me right now, but brother, you've been here. You've been here before internationally, bro. Bring us something new. But look at that. Gold standard, by the way. 6th overall. Oh, he's top 6 in kills. Just not kill participation. Kills with 1,099. Road to 1,100 here. And he passed Wise already.
Wow.
Wow. Just before their match, but as well.
Yeah.
Just before Aurora's match. Interesting to see that.
Wise got to rack up a lot of kills in the 4, 5, 6. I have to count. 4,
Yeah.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 7 seasons that he played.
7 seasons,
Yeah.
all right.
Well,
And that's not
Kelra's-
counting the ones that he took a rest.
Yeah.
There are seasons also that he took a rest.
Yeah, that's what I was counting. The seasons.
You're
that he
trying to
played.
remove the season that he
Yeah.
rested. Right.
So
there
in
you go.
the 7 seasons that he was active, like he racked up 1,096, 5, and then
109.
Kelra just surpassed that. Wow.
And you're talking about percentages. Look at that, 90% win rate for blue side.
Ooh.
And FNOP gets it as well.
Yep.
And you know that's Suyo or Fanny's coming shortly.
100%. Again, I tried while you guys couldn't see us on the screen. I tried racking the permutations in my head in terms of the drafting order. I couldn't come up with a draft or little draft tweaks that would say that Falcons APBren definitely won this red side draft.
There it
So
is.
maybe it starts here by stealing away the Edith of Kirk. They steal the Gatot Katya from Brusco. But Brusco and Kirk, especially the young EXP laner, has one of the deepest hero pools in MPL Philippines Season 14.
right.
Including yesterday, he has played 13 unique heroes.
Just yesterday? Or sorry, including yesterday.
Yeah, including yesterday.
I thought just yesterday. But right now, yeah. Suyo, that's impossible, right?
Yeah.
Because Suyo, obviously right now, is the prime pick. No matter what team you are, it does feel like that's a priority. But a very early Beatrix here for Kelra.
Okay. That's confidence. That's signaling from Fnatic Onic Philippines that, yeah, we don't care. We will get our gold laner early. And not the usual power pick gold laner of the Harith, the Moskov. No, it's the Beatrix, the currently undefeated Beatrix of Kelra.
So this is like FNOP saying, we can probably take a 3-0 and we'll take it with style.
Yeah.
And with, it's like, this is a lineup that says, I don't care about my opponent.
Yeah.
Honestly, there's no other way around it. If you pick these 3, you show your ace cards early on, that just means you're challenging your opponent. The gloves are off.
You know, it's this meta wherein Yu Zhong would have slotted in so well if some other heroes just didn't rise up in the meta. Because even though like something like a Yu Zhong really would have messed up, like the Beatrix would have had easy backline access to the Vixana. There's so many other power picks that are just so much better. Edith being one of them that you can't just go ahead and take. Arlott even far better. So now Falcons APBren are forced to default onto, if I'm not mistaken, the best, should be the best hero of few this season on that Faramis, as he has a...
Maybe 2 losses, 3 losses.
Yeah, 2 losses. He's 4 out of 6.
All right, there you go. Interesting, right? This should be...
Trust.
If I was like Falcons APBren, this feels like the best pick for each role right now.
Yeah.
Specifically for Ogun and Flapteezy. And Few just is icing on the cake. The question is, at this point, it does feel like it's kind of telegraphed to FNOP what they're trying to do here. Easy to ban out that alpha. You can just focus down on Kyle Teasy after that as well. Super Marco's pool is actually a bit better, and right now, if you want to try to choke him out in any certain role, I think it's jungle.
Yeah. Falcons APBren still has a wide pool available. Hayabusa's been strangely snubbed in this series. We've seen traits of Nolan and Suyo. Ling has been snubbed. Haya's been snubbed. Julian also. all power picks. If they want, they can actually save their jungler pick for last. But this has to be a physical damage dealing gold laner because they already have a lot of magic damage coming from their first 3 picks.
That's sort of really necessary. From the way things are happening, you either go Moskov or Clint here, and FCAP apparently will be going for Moskov.
Save the jungle pick for last. Is it just going to end up being something like a Ling or a Julian with a Haya? Because the Cho's still open here for Fnatic Onic Philippines. They can lock in the Cho and then a really tanky EXP laner. They can default to the safest pick of in Kirk's playbook, which is the Terizla. Or they can even bring out one of their numerous flex picks for Kirk. They can go Grok XP, they can even still go Grok Roam, they can pick both, but of course you go for the undefeated Tigreal of Brusco and the CC for Kirk. Pack of Vengeance with that, Edith, Moskov, they're gonna cry.
It just feels like FCAP asked for it with this draft, to be honest, right? You leave open picks like the Tigreal, you're asking for a big engagement to come in. Here's the Julian for Kyle TZ. Again, not the most stellar win rate for this hero for the playoffs. Actually, I don't think he won any, so...
Yeah.
This is FCAP, I feel like, trying to go against the odds, right? Trying to give the opponent whatever they want, but they're also going to do whatever they want.
It's funny to say that they have to be disciplined, but at the same time, they can't be scared.
Look at that.
Some of the times we saw them team fight, they looked like they were scared or overthinking things. They can't be anymore if they want to force a game number 4.
It's time to just go with your instincts, go with what you know, and see if FCAP can rise to the challenge. Right now, it is FNOP on match point. Let's throw it over to our casters. Give this up for us.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
I think here we are. Now I can get you now, man.
We were just in our heads because of how high stakes this matchup was, but now Few gets away with a Shadow Stampede, and we are in game proper.
All right, Few escaping there with his life, of course. Did have to use that Purify, but this is what we're gonna have to see how they play this early game. They're gonna go in for Whoa, Few very quickly taken out, but they do get King Kong back. The trade there, the 1-for-1.
You take that trade 4 times out of 5. A mid laner for a jungler?
Worth.
Yes. Now,
Take it.
talking about this Julian up against Suyo, it's a match made in heaven. Mechanically speaking, these two are the top of their game.
Yeah.
Kyle TZ and King Kong. Ooh. I think FCAP may have figured something out here.
Yeah, might have. Trying to, oh, he goes in with a flicker.
Uh-oh.
He didn't want to get hit by Ogwin. Now King Kong might be on the hunt too. Goes in with a Queller, but there it is. Kirk will pick up the kill. Good synergy there. Good calls as well.
You can only be in so many places all at once and think of so many different positions your opponents could be.
Yeah.
And with that, I think Falcons APBren, the fact that they're still standing here for the first turn, means they mean business!
They're going for Kirk. Kirk already popping
Nice
that Vengeance too. Couple shots away, Flap going for it, but the Eternal Guard gonna cut them off in the fight. Kirk finally goes down. They deal with it all. Flap has to flicker out. Brusco finally going down in the exchange. The taunt unbreakable coming from Ogwin. Kelra won't have enough firepower to help turn the tide. Now the fight for the turtle. King Kong gonna get forced out of this situation, and FCAP, they fought for that one, and they'll get the turtle.
FCAP definitely put some elbow grease in it. Messy as it may be, but that is how blue collar goes. Whew. You put it in, and you work with your hands, and you make with it what you. It's
Might
an
be a little
honest
messy.
living. It's an honest living.
Yeah.
And sometimes that's what you gotta do. Fnatic Onic have been attacking this game, this series, from such a cerebral position, and maybe if FCAP can shock them into a game that's going at a pace that they're not ready for, maybe FCAP can get a win. Maybe we can be forced to go into game 4, but right now, barely 500 gold up, 3 minutes in. I'm scared, Naisu.
Who are you scared for here?
I'm scared for Marco. Because throughout all this mess that we're seeing in the early game, 6 kills already in 3 minutes and a half, barely. Kelroy's up by 500.
Yeah, he's up, and you know, I think you're seeing how proactive Kelroy's also being, and that's been him for the most part throughout these series. Hold on again, Kyle Teasy gonna get out, hand swords on out, but you're seeing just how much that Soul Sever does hurt from King Kong. You gotta respect it. And yeah, going back to it, you know, Kelroy's gonna have to move around the map. He's gonna continue to do that, and I think it's just a little bit maybe easier for him to go and farm up some of the lane if he has to, and which allows him to then roam quicker than, for example, Super Marco, because Super Marco, all he's got to do is really hope that he lands the Spear of Destruction. Now, throughout the series, you know, that's the other question. Is he able to land the ones that count, basically?
Throughout the series, throughout the playoffs,
yeah,
it's not just Marco who's struggling with the Moskov. Just because of the sheer game IQ, game sense, and how teams are so good at playing the map, Moskovs aren't hitting the SODs the way they used to in the regular season.
Yeah, they really adapt to it, especially when it comes to these objective takes. They look for it and they get ready to dodge it before they go in. There's the flicker, though. They want to go for the fight. FCAP gets the vengeance out already from Kirk. Turtle, less than half health. They're still looking for it. It's going to go through a reset. Super Marco also getting the information he needs. Now the focus. Once again, Kelra rotating down, joining the fight. Eternal Guard going to be dropped down on view. He could be in trouble. Still gets away. There's an implosion, and King Kong will get the turtle. Spear Destruction going to land. Kelra flickers defensively, but Ogwin goes down as King Kong picks up a kill and will force FCAP back.
Fnatic Onic, definitely the aggressor in that situation. Despite the early pop on Kirk's vengeance, it was all according to plan. Falcons APBren, they can rest easy knowing that they did get a turret up top, but just the same, Fnatic Onic very quick to the comeback, pushing down bottom, and it's the same lane I was afraid for, Joseph, this whole time. Because of what happened, what transpired in the first 2 turtles, Fnatic Onic said, you know what, Kelra? Switch lanes quick. Go down bottom. Be first to rotate, because we know that top lane's going to go down quickly. Marco's not moving, and that's going to put him at still close to where Marco is. I think the fact that Marco took that turret by himself allowed for him to close that gap.
Yeah, gave him that little bump that he needed. They'll still have to deal with it, because you saw Kelra also just now picking up the BOD, so good little power spike here for the Beatrix once that item's locked in. And that's part of it, right? You put Super Marco in these side lanes, let him do his thing, farm up the best he can, and he's been doing that, kind of equalizing things. He's got to go ahead and just get these turrets down so that it opens things up for FCAP. Whoa! Flap! I guess he just got overloaded there under that tier 1.
Flap tried to take it by himself. Flap thought he could defend and save the major resources that FCAP's going to need when Fnatic Onic start to play the map a little more aggressive. But look, Fnatic Onic relentless. King Kong and
They're still going?
Oh no, I don't think FCAP can defend this.
Yeah, they're
losing it.
Couple shots away on that tier 2. Super Marco does get there in time. That cannon minion, though, will finish that one. So they lose at tier 2 this early on the top side, and now Turtle coming up third one, last one of this game.
In the first 5 minutes, FCAP have been getting better at blocking Fnatic Onic's early salvos. FCAP have been getting better at finding windows for aggression, but wait. It looks like the final turtle will go over to FCAP, and I guess that's the cost of that hard push up top.
Yeah, look at this. King Kong took the orange. So that's the trade, and this is what we see often. Kyle Teasy, though, he knows might go on the hunt here. Spear Destruction going to be used. Retribution also, but King Kong will be fine. Again, the Suyo is hard to catch. So many options to get out.
Maybe, what, 30, 45 degrees off? If that stun from Marco hit King Kong into a wall, may have been over for this Suyo. But now, King Kong played footsies. Man, he's defending against 2.
He's defending, but Kyle Teasy's not going to let that orange go away for nothing. We'll finally get that revenge by taking the purple buff here from King Kong. Both teams getting set up now in this mid lane and trying to get control because they both hold on to tier 2 or tier 1 turrets mid lane. And if they make a play, if they find a pick off either way, gives them a little bit of a room to work with before the Lord comes up.
Eye for an eye, trading buffs for buffs. And slowly but surely, Fnatic Onic know that FCAP aren't the same team that they faced in Game 1, not in Game 2. FCAP are just getting started. They're getting warmed up. And now, Kyle Teasy, ever the aggressor on the Kirk. Kelra knows he can't protect Kirk. And this pushes Kirk all the way back.
Kirk will be fine. Couple shots. I mean, this is what we expect with both teams kind of just limit testing each other, seeing what they can get, if they can get anything, whether that's used or not. Not too much that they can go for until this Lord is up, and that's where we see it. Both these teams, you know, they've mastered that part of the game where we see some of the best kind of back and forths between the Lord shuffle or dance or whatever we want to call it now. And both masters at the macro decisions that they made. I mean, that's really what showcased the last game.
I'll tell you now, Joseph, if some way, somehow, Falcons APBren find Kelra or compromise Super Friends before this Lord goes into a full-on point of no return, then maybe FCAP can take the first big objective. Brusco and Kirk positioning up, one up front, the other in the back. It's never as simple to find Kelra, though. There's always a big, beefy member of FNOP next to him. Look at this, it's Brusco this time. Now it's Kirk, and he's always just going around here.
It's just like we said in the previous game, Leo, you know, trying to get through that front line or that just the protection that Kelra has. And all the while worrying about what King Kong's doing. Eternal Guard gonna be dropped down. Flap goes in with a flicker. They want to force the fight. Enhanced Chase though goes in, able to find Super Friends, and Kirk falls as well. They're gonna clap down on Brusco. He tries to get away. King Kong tries, dives into the backside. Will find Kyle Teasy and fires off, but Super Marco gets a double. They find 3 kills in the exchange. It's Kelra and Brusco left alive.
2 for 3. A well-fought, hard-earned...
Oh, he let out!
Marco fights Kelra! Oh, but the Filipino savage, the gold standard, flickers underneath his tier 1 in mid. And all this while, FCAP works on the Lord. Can they, though? Kyle is out of commission. He's just about to respawn. One more look. An instant replay brought to us by Infinix at whole engage.
It looks like, I'm going to look on the live cam here. It looks like they might be able to get it. Again, Eternal Guard going to be dropped down. Primal Wrath going to be used, and Kelra fires off. We'll be able to find Flap. Looking for the Lord, and Fuel will be able to secure it for FCAP.
Brusco!
The implosion from Brusco. No follow-up through, and now Kirk taking the spears, but here's King Kong again, punishing Fuel. FCAP will get the Lord, though.
Falcons APBren looking at the big picture. They will trade anybody and everybody that's necessary to win on the map, and this gets them about a 2,000 gold lead 11 minutes in. Despite everything that's happened, Joseph, even if Fnatic Onic, say what you will about this series, this game specifically, being messier than any outing they've had in the playoffs, they're still very frugal about who they give up. It's mainly Brusco and Kirk dying. Kelra hasn't fallen, but still, this Lord isn't as clear a win for FCAP.
Big shift that FCAP needed.
1v1 again!
1v1, he's going to chase King Kong. King Kong regenning up. Has the protection of Brusco here to help him out, so he's going to be fine. They still got to deal with the Lord, though. Also, Super Marco walking with it as he takes down the tier 2 top.
All right, because of that whole scuffle down bottom, it should be FCAP making the most of this Lord. Now another fight, King Kong!
Oh, he's not getting away from that one. Even with his Spear Destruction going to be used. FCAP will take some turrets off it all. They know King Kong's down. Lord was already cleared up, though, so their eyes are set on the base turrets here.
The hunter becomes the hunted. The Slayer has been slain. King Kong out of commission for 20 seconds more as the map turns red. FCAP ballooning out of control, approaching the 4,000 gold lead at 12.5 minutes. I think this is the way you attack FNOP. You deny them the formation. You constantly apply pressure and aggression where they're not expecting it. And suddenly, they have to play defense. They have to start protecting each other. They have to go into places where they're not comfortable going onto the offense. Because you got to admit, Joseph, is it just me, or has King Kong just been forcing the same play for the past 5 minutes? He's like, all right, you guys just front up, I'm going to kill whoever's in the back. Front up, I'm going to kill whoever's in the back. And about a minute ago, it just stopped working.
Stopped working, and I think even what we're seeing is Falcons APBren adjusting, getting a little more, you know, creative, even with trying to shut that down, because they've seen it now multiple times, and that playstyle from King Kong is really what makes him such a great jungler. But if you punish it and he's taken out of the picture, that's the biggest advantage for FCAP.
It's that unorthodox rotation that Falcons APBren have either practiced a million times or just in this series alone gotten used to fighting Fnatic Onic Philippines. It's a perfect mix of them knowing how to play the game anyways and understanding on the fly what makes Fnatic Onic tick. Because here, in this same Lord, the same spot where it was in that first Lord prior, best believe King Kong's going to try to walk up again, but now he's taking a different angle.
Well, they're going for that. Again, it looked like the conceal was used. Super Prince dropping down Ogwin. The shots also. Machine guns coming out from Kelra, keeping them at bay, but still nothing really that they could get. The Nether Realm already used up. Lord here, quarter of the health, it's going to reset.
Soft reset, Lord approaching half health. King Kong holding on, charging that Queller. Flap Teasy coming in from the angle, still has that flicker.
Still working it. Ogwin won't get the Unbreakable, and King Kong will get the Lord. Now still looking for the fight, and Brusco goes in with an implosion, brings them back. They already lost Kirk. Goes in, Spear Destruction will not find the mark, and now Brusco in trouble. Covering fire from Kelra won't be enough as well. He's going to shoot him down. Super Fritz getting cut off from the team, and Ogwin goes down. Now it's Flap there left, and Super Marco will find Super Fritz. FCAP comes in swinging for the fight.
3 for 1. The Sonics do get the Lord, though. FCAP's going to do their best to make sure it doesn't get any further. Fnatic Onic reeling from that exchange. I'd say that's worth it, Joseph. 15 minutes in, I'd say that's worth it, because look at the lanes, they're all still pushing in for Falcons APBren.
Pushing these lanes in. Kirk, Kelra, Brusco, Super Prince almost back up too. They're going to try to keep it together. Flap's in trouble, but look at the damage. Kirk will get pulled. He's burning, but he gets hit by Super Marco with the Spear of Destruction we asked earlier, and he's been on point in this game.
As if it was delivered by Apollo himself. On golden wings, Marco throws a spear that parts the Red Sea. As the red side grows ever bigger, FNOP's map has shrunk, Joseph. King Kong could not make that same play. He tried a different angle and failed to get any returns, and now FCAP are knocking down Fnatic Onyx inhibitors. Down bottom, it's gone.
It's gone on the bottom. Couple shots left there on the top, but that might look like that's all that Falcons APBren gets for now. But what a fight for them the past couple minutes here. Even though they lost the Lord, able to just overpower, like in terms of fighting and the way they approach the fights, utilizing the way they can jump into the back line even and split members off from Fnatic Onic Philippines. That's what Falcons APBren is playing around right now.
The Lord was just but a speed bump. A liability that they could have held out for. And now this next one, a minute in, it definitely has Falcons APBren's name written all over it. It's getting harder and harder for Fnatic Onic to find a winning position. Look, the way that they're posting up now, looks like they're going to deny a dance. I think they want to burst him.
Yeah, I think they do. Both teams going in this similar situation, even though they're 30 seconds away from this Lord to come up here. They can still, either of them can actually find pickoffs, and that's what we saw also earlier. Conceal play was used from Brusco. FCAP right now, though, they're searching. Spear Destruction used. Super Marco goes in, takes a couple shots from Kelra. Kelra will flicker in forward.
AOG!
AOG's not going to be able to find Kelra, but Flap will! Knocks him into the air, and they're going to force the fight as Kelra goes down. Even with an implosion, they have the Nether Realm and everything else as they're going to chase down the FNOP here. King Kong on the side just watches as Brusco goes down. The full force of FCAP now makes their way to the Lord.
To be able to Lord dance, you gotta make it to the dance floor. And Fnatic Onyx squad ain't all here. They compromised Kelra's positioning. They forced Brusco to play babysitter, and they just don't play well like that. FCAP scores a Lord.
Massive win for FCAP right now, and these spears have just been thrown from Super Marco. They get the call to start the fight, and they make that pressure work. Eternal Guard going to be dropped down. The mid turret will fall. The base of FNOP holding on with that one turret. They have to get ready for that Lord push.
FCAP now approaching the 5K gold lead. 18 minutes in. We're in TikTok timers, folks.
We are.
FNOP cannot afford pickoffs. Kyle Teasy commits Grand Theft Orange, and Marco securing his Wind of Nature. I can't believe they... What? They forced that play against Keller without Marco having a Wind of Nature?
Yeah.
That's some marbles right there.
That is marbles right now, and the marbles in the play for FNOP. Flap's going to jump in, takes a ton of damage. Is going to have to go with the reset. NetherRealm going to be used as well, but Super Marco firing off from the backside. Already got multiple ultimates out from FNOP. Lord still up, healthy. Kelra on the front, trying to keep them at bay. There's AOG again! Going to be able to find multiple members, but they're still working on the Lord. FCAP finds the check. Spirit Destruction already used, but FNOP will keep things together for now. They got rid of the Lord, they got rid of 2 from FCAP.
Fnatic Onic PH still standing, holding on for dear life, defending their base. Sitting at about 1/5 of its health, bodies lay across it in a beneficial trade for the Sonics. King Kong for Flap and Kyle, and suddenly the Sonics come alive. Half of the MPL arena on their feet. FCAP, their gold lead sliced in half.
Leo, we have seen FNOP do this before. Well, they have an amazing defense against the odds, and then they somehow turn the game in their favor. Even with a fully exposed base, one step at a time is what they have to do here. And yes, MPL Arena, the Sonics all stood up after that successful base defense.
Looking at the items, we're in juggle territory. Players will start to sell items and buy them in the midst of battle to be able to get advantages and active skills. So you're seeing here now, Kyle DZ, he's rocking a winner crown, so he can start to sell and buy and sell into an immortality. You can see as well an immortality on both of the frontliners of Falcons APBren, so that's going to come into play. Joseph, who's to say that the play FCAP did about 3 minutes ago isn't going to happen again? Who's to say? Because they've done it, and somehow Marco has made up for all the missed SODs all weekend long.
The man's is bulletproof right now, man.
That he is.
0-4.
That he is. What?
And he's been doing stuff like that. If that's not impressive, I don't know what is. And you know, Kelra made that risk. He flipped when that play that we were talking about. He flickered forward. He made the play, made the choice. But FCAP responded better to it. So now they find themselves sending Super Marco up top to deal with this while the Lord's going to be worked on.
Gotta say that's risky. Again, knowing the hit rate, the batting average of an SOD in the playoffs, this has to be a play with conviction. Falcons APBren have to vocalize and outright say it. We're going for the backdoor. We're going for the segue. And Marco understands that. Maybe I'm not ready, man. I'm just going to join the fight. I'm better in team fighting anyways. I'm better at kills for sure in this game.
Unai, once again, Flap's done it time and time again where he flickers forward with the Urge Shatter. Kirk jumping in, gets Few really low. He's going to force them off a little bit from this Lord. They're going to press the go signal. Flap's going to jump in again, and King Kong will get the Lord. They're going to disengage from the spike.
AOG!
AOG already landed. They're going to go for it. Brusco goes in with the implosion, but the fire's off. He sacrifices himself, but look at the mid lane. Kyle Teasy's going to be cut off. Flicker in from Kelra.
Run, Kyle!
They shoot him off with the base. They got to clear the minions out. And FCAP runs into the base. But right now, FNOP, they've got it together.
Lord spawned an extra layer of fat to stop the onslaught of FCAP's minion waves. But that was a close call. Joseph, I'm going to tell you now, I don't think this Lord is worth the effort FNOP put into it. Yes, they denied FCAP from taking it. But wait, what's Kirk doing? What's Kirk doing?
I guess they want to fight this out. Kirk Immortality, are we going to be popping?
Kyle!
Down! And they can't keep him alive as Super Prince falls as well. Kelra and King Kong, the only left alive as that Lord finally goes down. But FNOP ultimately buys them some more time in the game.
Fnatic Onic, they're gonna have to defend against 3 waves and 5 members of FCAP while being down their silent anchors. Super Prince, 30 seconds. Kirk, 30 seconds. I don't think this is possible. We're short of a miracle for this defense to happen.
Well, they can see if they can pull it off. Few. Less than half health. Flap again jumping in. They're trying to clear the waves, pushing this in together. King Kong so low, and now the base is going to be worked on, and FCAP will see the victory as they take game 3, 2-1 right now.
Backs against the wall, the final Titan refuses to fall. 3 games in, and Fnatic Onic lose their first game all playoffs long. We're going to game 4.
Going to game 4, man, the crowd all in their seats, out of their seats here.
I want to get out of my seat.
Same.
Let's throw over to the Infinix Game Tambayan. Redmond Rockhart.
How FNOP has been doing it since game 1, game 2.
Yeah, really, the decision suddenly for Super Marco to just snap, if I'm not mistaken, the man did go bulletproof, didn't he? I'm gonna have to double check if he did go bulletproof, because it's a very tight race right now up in the bulletproof leaderboards, and the positioning, the right times to use the Spear of Destruction to be able to find the marks, that call right there at the end. The moment he got that hit onto Kelra, they decided to make that call. Yeah, we're gonna go for this. That was such a brave play, and the follow-up by Falcons APBren. This is the Falcons APBren that we were looking for all series long. The Falcons APBren not afraid to make risky moves, not afraid to make the play. The longer the series goes on, it looks like Falcons APBren is starting to finally understand and read the tendencies of Fnatic Onic Philippines.
Yeah, it feels like better late than never, at the very least, right?
Yes.
Better late than never here. And Falcons APBren are poised to make it kind of similar to game number 4. I think the biggest thing that the fans and everyone here is looking for, and FCAP themselves is looking for, is that proof of concept, right?
Yeah.
The proof of concept that these guys are still mortal, unlike Suyo, who is immortal, or chosen by immortals. And as long as that concept is there, it feels like you can do anything. Anything feels like it can be possible.
Yeah, oh wow, just the decisions all throughout. See, it now looks like with Falcons APBren having a little bit more footing, being able to comfortably make more riskier decisions. You can see that it comes to the team fighting, they do have that capability to stand toe-to-toe with Fnatic Onic Philippines. For 2 games in a row, let's be honest, they were out team fight. It was a much better team fight coming in from Fnatic Onic Philippines for the first 2 games, and even in this last game, because of their man marking yet again, they were giving Falcons APBren a lot of difficulty. But one of the glowing things at Falcons APBren, the light at the end of the tunnel that they found was 2 marks. Brusco and Kirk. Whenever they go in, whenever they decide to front, let's do what Fnatic Onic Philippines has been doing to us, and let's not be afraid to give it to them. But another adjustment that Falcons APBren has been doing better is one thing. Finally, they're watching out for the late entries of King Kong and Kelra.
Yeah, because they have been getting away for it for how many games now, right?
Yeah.
It feels like Kelra just always has a battle spell ready. I told you that earlier. And he actually didn't die until like maybe 12 minutes, 15 minutes in this game.
Yeah.
So that goes to show what FNOP's really trying to do here. But at the same time, the thing that you're talking about in between game number 1, game 2, that FNOP was using as a strength, which is that bravery, that gusto, that bravado of I can go in and you're gonna be scared of me, is fighting against them now.
Yeah.
Kirk, he tried to do that yo-yo maneuver against, I think, a few members there, specifically a few.
Yes.
And I think he got punished really hard for it. And that also happened before a crucial Lord tape.
Yeah, because every time Kirk would go to the back end, that's always been something that the Fnatic Onic Philippines has been doing. Wherein, if they already know that, okay, look at this guy at the front, I'm going to commit abilities onto him so that he's going to get taken down right away. But then, what happens is that Falcons APBren has read this tendency and just said, wait a minute, we can actually punish that. As long as we survive, we'll go ahead and turn things around.
Finally, again, breath of life here for FCAP. Let's see if they can keep it going. And of course, for solo analysts to maybe break it down a little bit more.
Mental fortitude exhibited by the current world champions as they extended to a game number 4. Magandang buhay, my name is Anjanara and welcome to the analyst segment wherein we will be breaking down what happened in game number 3 as Falcons APBren seems to still be alive in this entire series. But then what made the entire difference in that lineup was the fact that Falcons APBren was able to adjust their draft so that they are able to match the Fnatic Onic Philippines aggression that we have been seeing since game number 1. And so far in this entire series, we have been seeing that Edith wins games. That execution coming from Flap TZ ensured that Super Marco will be able to secure their enough gold and ensure that he will have enough space so that he can farm up really, really well. If we will look at the gold difference, it's mostly in the side of Falcons APBren, and understandably so, because they were able to secure the neutral objectives earlier on into the match, and they were able to dictate the tempo of the entire lineup. If we will look at the item progression here, ang daming nabuo ni Super Marco because he was bulletproof in this game. The difference between this game and game number 2 was the fact that there was no one to reach Super Marco's Moscow. I think it was in this series that King Kong kept finding him when King Kong chose to go with that Nolan. But in this case, with the Suyo, it was difficult for them to reach Super Marco because he was well protected and he has added sustainability brought on by the fact that Few has his Nether Realm. We have been talking about in the draft how this lineup will be difficult to pull off if Super Marco won't be able to achieve the necessary goals. That was the win condition coming from the side of Falcons APBren, and they were able to do just that. And again, to everyone who's watching out there, this is what you need to do if you have a Moscow. Sure that you have space because at the end of the day, that will lead you to victory. That was happened in game number 3. Kaya naman, let's throw it over to our host, Mara Aquino.
All right, everybody, let's go Falcons! APBren! One more time, let's go Falcons! APBren! At kasama natin dito, Sanford. It's nice to have you here. O anong pakiramdam ngayon na nandito ka nakaupo, hindi ka nandun naglalaro?
Mas kinakabahan po ako kasi nakikita ko po yung both perspective and ganito pala feeling manood, sobrang hype po.
Yun nga yung sabi sa akin kanina, kinakabahan daw siya. Okay, sino ba sinusuportahan natin at bakit?
Falcons APBren po kasi sobrang tagal ko na po sila nakasama sa international tournaments and alam ko na kaya talaga nilang i-represent yung bansa.
So sige, ngayon 2-1 tayo. Kailangan ko ng prediction mo dito.
For me po, reverse sweep po. Falcons APBren, 3-2.
Reverse sweep! Okay, alright. Now, sino ba sa tingin mo ang magre-represent ng Pilipinas sa M6 maliban sa Falcons APBren?
For me, Onic Philippines din po. Fnatic Onic.
So feeling mo, bababa sila, tapos mag-meet sila ulit sa Grand Finals.
Yes po.
Sige nga, sino sa tingin mo mananalo? Sa Grand Finals?
Di ko po alam pero feel ko Game 7 po eh.
Game 7. Ay, we all want a Game 7. Sige, ano ba ang advice na maibibigay mo sa Fnatic Onic Philippines? Kasi feeling mo sila yung magre-represent. At ano ba ang gusto mong mensahe na sabihin sa FCAP?
Sa Fnatic Onic po is huwag kakabahan kasi iba po talaga yung pressure sa world stage pero alam kong kaya nila. And sa Bren, feel ko di ko na po kailangan magsabi kasi ilang beses na sila nag-champion eh.
Oh, paano naman itong larong to? Kasi 2-1 tayo. Feeling mo nga magiging reverse sweep. Bilang manlalaro at kilala mo na din ang Falcons APBren, ano sa tingin mo ang kailangan nilang marinig? What would you tell them para sure ball na reverse sweep to?
Isipin lang po nila kung paano nila kami tinatalo sa Game 7.
Yan ang key. It's nice to have you here. You enjoy the game. And now we're gonna go back to the panel. Tulungan mo ako. Panel?
Pasok.
Pasok.
Oh, that is so nice. I was legitimately touched by seeing Sanford himself right there. And you know what? These guys have been complaining to Falcons APBren. Guys, you've been beating us nonstop. Come on, give us a chance here. But he's here supporting them.
Yeah, I mean, if you can beat him, support him and show your love for him. I mean, I like how he did say that. It's because they've spent so many times in international tournaments together. They've represented and carried the flag of the Philippines for an entire year now, all throughout the year in international tournaments. And even though, as you mentioned, even if Sanford and TLPH have just kept losing to Falcons APBren in the grand finals of those international tournaments, then they still just end up respecting them.
Yeah, I mean, respect begets respect, I guess. And if you're FCAP, you're probably very touched. And maybe, you know what? Sanford's right.
Yeah.
You don't really need to say much else to FCAP, but just remind them who they are, what they did.
Yeah.
All the journeys they've been through together. Wow, this is such anime level power.
Man,
friendship
you're
thing.
making me emotional. This whole thing is making me emotional. Y'all know as a Falcons APBren bias, what you just said just now, if I was watching anime, I'd be like, I'm not gonna cry, I'm a strong man. But strong men do cry.
But look at
Speaking
this. Speaking of men who don't cry, it's Few. I don't know if he doesn't, but I'm sure he does.
He does. He's not afraid to express his emotions, and that's healthy.
With FCAP's game number 3 win, Few has now 301 game wins. 301 games, 301 check pings.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable, man, for the guy.
Yeah.
Big salute to the captain.
No, that's 301 check pings at the minimum. Those were the 301 game wins that he got. And the first player in MPL PH history, not just in the franchise era, but in history, to be able to get past the 300 mark of games won.
Wow. Kind of makes you just look back, right? It makes you look back to everything that these guys have been through. And again, just going back to what happened in the game before the game started, match started, people are like trying to reminisce, like, bro, how long has Few been playing? And how difficult is it to actually stay on top of your game, on top of everyone's game here in the MPL Philippines? For that amount of time, it's just really mind-boggling, right?
Yep.
And it's amazing. And we are back at it again. 3 minutes into the draft, before the draft starts, we see Bulletproof Marco shine again.
Yeah.
He didn't die in that Moscow.
Yeah, looks like he was bulletproof. And, you know, I got to look at my little whole bulletproof tracker here. He's actually behind. He's behind by 1. The most bulletproof player in the league right now is King Kong with 16 games won with 0 deaths.
In the jungle, by the way.
Yeah, in the jungle. Super Marco is there
That's impressive.
up there at 15. Surprisingly enough, you have 2 more members of Fnatic Onic Philippines that are up close. Kelra with 14, Super Prince in 13. If you're wondering the numbers that I'm counting right now, again, those are the numbers of games won by the player and achieving 0 deaths while doing that.
Wow. And again, it for me, it kind of is a bit easier to pull that off in gold.
Yeah.
Because obviously you have 4 people in front of you. But for King Kong, who dashes in and out of the fight,
Yeah, to survive.
That's even more difficult.
Yep. A good amount of those bulletproof games that King Kong has been able to play actually came from the era earlier this season wherein Roger was more viable. He was so slippery and he was so uncatchable when he would be playing the Roger. But then he'd also have a good amount of that from the Ling games, the Fanny games, it's just any assassin games. Like, that's how on fire King Kong has been this season, and that has to be acknowledged. But yeah, bulletproof Marco is putting up a fight. He does not want to give up.
Bulletproof Marco coming back here. I guess he just has to remind himself that, you know, I've done this before.
Yeah.
I've done this against teams that are maybe more experienced or more veteran than FNOP. Like, you know, considering teams from international scene. On Indonesia, for instance, right? With their almost like streak scenario as well. They were almost on like a really big streak as well way back before M5 started. So why not do it again here?
Yeah.
And again, going back to his almost unkillable carries way back in Season 10, 11, Super Marco is back at it. Either way, that game's done. We're on game number 4 now, guys.
Ooh.
And in case you guys are wondering, here it is. Sorry. Blue side here for FCAP.
Yep.
Is that really, really good though? Or
Yeah, of course.
how can you expect?
No, it is. Again, it's blue side is the best side of the season already. The win rate of between blue side, red side is still 55-45. That is still relatively healthy compared to the 60-40 that we had at some point of the season.
Yes.
However, there has been
That was pre-patch.
Yeah, that was pre-patch. There actually have been some pick tendencies right now on the red side that have eked out a little bit more favor towards it, especially with stealing of power picks in the first 2 picks. And the last pick of the red side has regained its power. Because of when you steal the power picks on the first 2 picks of the red side, usually those are the flexibles. The Gatot Kachas, the Khalids, the Roam EXP, Edith, exactly. It's the Roam EXP trade. And I think that's why now I understood and we got to appreciate the draft of Falcons APBren in that last one a little bit better because they went ahead and stole the power pick of Fnatic Onic Philippines. The hero that was made for Kirk, the Edith, they took it away. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's going to be something within the formulas of Falcons APBren for the drafts leading up to this game or the drafts moving forward, that just make sure that Kirk doesn't get his Edith. But again, they'll also still need to mark out for that low E of Super Friends. Those are the 2 heroes that right now I feel like they shouldn't give because they've already shown that they can counter the Tigreal. The other question is, are they ready to finally answer the Cho of Brusco?
We'll have to find out as we head into draft for game number 4. It begs us the question, right? Have Falcons APBren figured out the winning mojo? Have they found out how FNOP has been getting away with what seems to be like really, really greedy lineups? Let's see if that's going to happen here. One thing's for sure, no Lo Yi for the rest of the series, in my opinion.
And Falcons APBren have answered my question. Right now, they're just not ready to deal with it. Are they going to rush the Edith? Are they really?
Yeah, you called it. You ran into it, Redmar.
They're like, but Fnatic Onic Philippines are ready to respond. They get the Suyo and they steal the Moskov away from Super Marco. They can go Edith, Harith, Hylos if they want to, or Edith, Tigreal, and Harith.
What
not
about?
gonna be too greedy in my books.
Hear me out. Fanny and Tigreal.
Oh, Fanny's still available. There's no more lockdown. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, right.
You can go for the heavy carry hard assassin as they take out the Cho. Yeah, they can go for the Roamer and their assassin here if they're not going to be going for the gold laner power pick and the Harith or the... Yeah, the Harith is what I'm really looking at.
Yeah, but you know what? Harith is great. Harith, I think, is great here for this pick. Ling and Fanny are still on my table.
Okay.
None of the above.
Yeah, it's still the Julian that they're going to be going for in the Faramis. And right away, Fnatic Onic Philippines picks the hero that's been cursed in the eyes of many, undefeated in the hands of Super Friends, and still, at the end of the day, the counter to the Faramis, it's the Eve.
You know what, brother? If you ask me, it feels like the Julian's actually the guy who's cursed. I think that was the first game he won. The last one.
Yeah.
That's the first game he won all playoffs long. So, honestly, I think Eve has been winning more in playoffs since Super Friends and Few started picking it up as well. So, you know what? We'll have to wait and see. Gatot Gacha finally is out, so it won't be that hard for maybe the Julian to make a play.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you're going to get slowed down so much by the Eve. Make sure that you're on your toes, Calteezy, and ready for this.
High control, roam mid duo for Fnatic Onic Philippines. The TIG is still open for Brusco and his high loss as well. The usual things they go for. Strong reflect, actually, if they pick up the Lolita. Because the Julian and his enhanced scythe, the Edith and the Primal Wrath, basic attacks, even the Ghost Bursters of the Faramis should be reflect. Ghost Bursters of the Faramis, I'll have to double check that. But there's a lot that you can reflect as a Lolita if Brusco want to pick up a unique hero. Good ban here on the Rafaela because we saw this as a response to the Eve. People have said that, yo, but Rafaela is doomed to the Eve. No, you have that extra movement speed to help you get out of the real world manipulation faster. It doesn't make sense, but believe me when I say it's actually one of the soft going into hard counters into the Eve.
Soft going into hard.
I
like that.
It's
I like that term. Let's coin that term right now.
Yeah, yeah. But of
medium
course,
soft, medium hard, maybe.
Sure, let's go for let's
medium well done.
Let's change our phrasing a bit and yeah, let's go for steak terms. Medium well done.
Medium well done.
Just realized the way I was saying it could
right.
have been taken differently, so let's just go for medium well done.
Look at that Brusco picking up the Tigreal.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Yeah.
Is it
that's
still undefeated?
That's our default. No, it lost in the last one.
With Brusco? Oh, last one is... Oh, yeah, right.
The last one was his Tig.
That was Tigreal.
That lost. Oh, Gwen, what you gonna pick? This roam pick for Open is massive. He's out.
I will choose my own path.
Okay, interesting.
Whoa!
It's our show time.
Okay. They go for the Claude into the Eve. They have the dive.
All right. That's a bit of a fragile lineup here, especially with a Phoveus. That's not looking pretty here.
Yeah. Really not looking pretty at all. Historically, Phoveus does have a tremendous win record up against that Arlot. Just have to double check that right quick. To add more to the drama of this game, Arlot has never won against Phoveus this season.
That's a hero head-to-head.
In the hero head-to-head.
Oh my goodness, no way. Good luck. I mean, all you gotta say here is good luck here for FCAP, right? I feel like they got a bit of a short end of the stick here in the draft, but I'm ready to be proven wrong here for FCAP, honestly.
Yeah. Let's see what happens. The high-stakes drama.
Let's go. Let's go, Leo and Naisu. Give us game number 4.
All the drama, all the speculation, all the anticipation come up to this
to
point.
Mobile Legends.
Finally, as the tides of battle, the momentum shifted to Falcons APBren.
I think so, man. The crowd is feeling it as well. I am hoping for a game 5 because we know what's at stake for both the teams here. It's that grand final spot and the first ticket to Malaysia for M6, of course. And, you know, when you look at the last game here, Leo, I would say, you know, FCAP adjusted exactly how they needed to. Now, I'm wondering, with this lineup here, I don't know, man. Maybe this is the Julian was a little cursed, but also the Arlot not ever winning against the Phoveus.
Whoa! Wait, such aggression!
Flicker, are we going to use Kyle Teasy as soon as I say the curse? Julian, the first to go down, and now the focus on the purple buff. They're going to keep going, pressing the situation further. A couple more flickers going to be used, and Ogwen takes a couple shots, whittled down to a sliver of health. Kirk, though, gets dragged through the wall under the turret. Good response and play from Few.
Fnatic Onic, this is the part where you say, you don't like me when I'm angry. And what happened in game 3, they'd rather treat us water under the bridge because they're now up to a 500 gold lead, a minute and a half in. I was going to say, hey, when they say the head-to-head and the Arla hasn't won, that's when they're lane to lane. But here, Falcons APBren have switched it up.
Yeah.
They put the Arlo in Rome, and they put the Edith in XP. But just the same, that doesn't mean you can't do what you want to do. The Fnatic Onic, because look, they're in your face again!
Good dodge. Look how delayed Kyle Teasy is right now because of that first blood that happened. You know, he's already quite delayed, and we've seen this before where King Kong just kind of gets out of hand. So FCAP looking to respond. Kurt goes in, jumps in with the Infernal Pursuit, still dealing with it though. They're back themselves, able to find Flap Teasy. So they punish them even when it looks so good. FCAP does get a couple flickers out though. No Super Prince burns that one. Turtle's up though.
Uh-oh. Ogre knows that King Kong is back in the scene as the turtle spawns 2 minutes in. Let's talk about this dead lane, because this is where the action isn't happening.
The gold lane?
Yeah, XP laners are rotating into jungles, into mid already. That's what warranted the action, but the gold lane is relatively quiet.
Yeah, you just let them do their thing. Meanwhile, this first turtle for the taking, they're going to jump in, forcing the fight. Once again, Kirk, Infernal Pursuit, right on the target. King Kong will get the turtle. An implosion, able to find multiple members. And FCAP falling apart here as it's a double again. King Kong this time around. FNOP gets a whole lot.
And they're giving Kyle DZ's jungle hell. He's not even done. Look, he's going to sever this purple, take it away as early as 3 minutes. I think, you know what? I think the last buff also went to King Kong.
Yeah, look at Kyle. He's almost level 5, but he is so far behind. King Kong jumping in under the turret. Gonna get knocked into the air. Enhanced chains, they're still poking down. Might go for the Queller shot, but Few blocks it.
He was in immortal mode. That's what kept him alive, the damage reduction.
Oh, Few! It's not a dead lane anymore. Kel rejoins.
He's part of the action now. He doesn't want to miss out on the party. 3K, Joseph, 3K at 3.5 minutes.
This is going on?
Full on a beast incarnate mode for King Kong.
This is almost reminiscent of their fastest game, you know, just yesterday. The way they're playing, the way they're moving.
34.
9:34.
And mind you, folks, that game wasn't perfect. Not by any means.
Yeah.
But it was very aggressive. They're answering brutality with unchained violence. Fnatic Onic, when there's a fight, best believe they're there. This is the Irish
everywhere.
in them coming out.
Yeah.
They're here to fight.
They want to fight because, I don't know, man. They're seeing that they're still at that match point, and they're not happy with what FCAP did to them in the previous game, and they surely want to make a statement for this one.
It's the same spot where the turtle is spawning, folks. Upper quarter, and King Kong ain't missing out on this. Currently 100% turtle take rate for the Sonics. And I think Falcons APBren read the map is like, I don't think it's worth it to fight that anymore. Maybe we just bear down on Kelra. Oh no, another attempt?
Another attempt, King Kong. He takes it again, and also Kyle TZ.
Oh man, King Kong. He's straight up doing the Conor McGregor walk.
He is. That's literally, that's what it reminds me of.
He's a bad boy.
I was wondering what Suyo walks like when he's in immortal form. It's the Conor McGregor. Kyle hasn't had, what? Has he maybe had one purple buff?
He's tasted maybe one. And
At this point,
that's being conservative. Like, we're hoping that maybe one was missed out by King Kong. But maybe even none. It's possible.
it is possible. With as far behind he is, you know, 4 levels nearly. This is the best game you can have on a Suyo. Final slash though on Brusco. Goes in implosion, flicker 2, brings him back into the RWM. They're gonna fight it out. King Kong joining the fight. His eyes set on Kyle TZ, and he'll find him again and again, and looking for Few as well. He doesn't care about the turret. He's looking for more. Ogun will be able to grab Super Friends, but Kelra gets the kill, and now it's Flap TZ. 3 members of FNOP. Kirk leads the charge. It's easy pickings for FNOP.
They're like sharks in open seas, and they smell blood in the water. And King Kong, the Slayer, the Beast Incarnate, keeps on pushing in, taking away everything from Kyle. But Kyle puts his foot down. Not this one. Not my orange buff.
If I'm not going to get any purples, I'm at least going to get the orange. And right now, this one's going to be up, so maybe he gets this one. But talk about just a huge gap to get back in, and they were only 6 minutes into the game.
Kyle DZ is at half the net worth of King Kong.
Yeah,
if King Kong wanted to, he could buy Kyle.
I love me some Kyle TZ, but I gotta say, he's basically useless right now until you get to the later portion of the game. The best thing you can do, even though you're gapped like this, is hope that you get an enhanced chain, either to peel or start a fight, but that's about as useful as he is at this portion.
He's become a utility jungler. Like, that's a sad state of affairs for Falcons APBren. Down 5,000 gold at about 7 minutes. The last turtle spawning in the lower quarter. And I'm still looking for a way for FCAP to extend this. Top lane got pushed. Bottom lane got pushed. Mid lane, they're only tier 1 left standing. And I think they all made an aggression pact.
Yeah.
They all just put their hands in and said, we're fighting.
We are going.
We're doing this.
Might as well. That's 3 for 3 on the Turtles. The aggression played out. And knowing FNOP and knowing the way they're going to play this, they don't let up. So they have a massive lead already. All objectives pretty much taken, working on more turrets, setting themselves up for a perfect first lore take.
Let's talk about counting your blessings, all right? Silver lining for Falcons APBren. Number 1, Marco hasn't died. So as long as he remains bulletproof, there's a chance that maybe some way, somehow, they can come back in the late game.
Yeah.
Number 2, Few isn't useless. Even if you are a Faramis at 1 and 3, at early game, like, oh, here we go!
How are you going to play into this? An implosion. Ogwin tries to survive, goes in, final slash, gets taken down. Still going to be working for it as Flaps the next target. FNOP looking for more, and they'll find a few. It doesn't matter if he has a Nether Realm or not. FNOP takes everything.
The Titan Slayer rips and tears through Falcons APBren. 8-0-3. 3 free kills down bottom underneath a tier 2, and the mid lane bites the dust.
Again, they might even guess the Holy Shields under the 9-minute mark.
They pop 1 down bottom.
They get the 1 down, a couple shots with the Queller here. FNOP though, they'll know they can still push at least the shields down.
I'm considering now really what the use of the Purify is early on. Because, sure, if they save themselves from Brusco, they save themselves from Super Friends, you still have to consider Kelro can just throw an SOD in there.
Yeah.
King Kong can run in through a Rogue Surge. And it's just a matter of double jeopardy. Falcons APBren, damn if you, if we don't protect ourselves and defend what resource we have left, we can't get to the late game. It's a paradox.
They're trying it again, and this is the combination, too, of just having it. Final slash going to be used on Kirk. They throw him up into the air. Kirk, as tanky as he is, he'll be able to find Kyle Teasy before he finally goes down himself. All shields on the base turrets down. There's the implosion. Nether Realm to keep him alive the best they can, but Ogwin in trouble as Kelra picks up another, and it looks like FNOP with a 10,000 gold lead might be looking to end the game even without the Lord. Flap and Few left alive, but Fnatic Onic is just too damn good as they'll prevail against the Titans, winning the series.
Thunder and lightning strike through the MLBB world as the Philippines lock in its first M6 representatives. Fnatic Onic are going to the grand finals.
What a game, a last one for them. This is how you do it. This is how you qualify for M6 in the grand finals, and they deserve that. What a heck of a season they've had.
Game 3 was for the books. It was a historic push and pull, an amazing tug of war between world-class athletes. Game 4 was a spanking.
It was. They were out to prove a point, man, and this is, like I said, they're so clean. This team is so good.
You watch Game 3 and you think, is this how you beat Fnatic Onic? You watch Game 3 and is this what it takes? Right as you're trying to figure out that calculation, that theory, that solution, they play Game 4 and you can't even turn the page fast enough.
You can't. And again, our current world champions are going to take a bow here. They still have a chance to meet FNOP again in the grand final. But man, what a story we have here.
The Titan Slayers, true to their name. No one is mighty enough to stop nature. No one can capture lightning in the bottle, not like Coach Why not like Coach Hayes has. It's been an honor to be at your service. Leo and Nice who bring in the action. On stage, Mara Aquino is with our first M6 representatives, Fnatic Onic Philippines, for the winner's interview.
All right, everybody, say it with me. Go, Fnatic! Go, Fnatic! Go! Congratulations, Fnatic Onic Philippines! Kelra, kayo na ang unang representative ng Pilipinas sa M6 World Championship. Finally, pupunta ka sa world stage. Ano, what's going through your mind right now? What are you feeling? Because you look so calm.
Nasa isip ko ngayon focus muna ako sa finals. Ayun lang
Focus muna sa Grand Finals. Pero ngayon, na sinisigaw na sa'yo. You're going to M6. You're gonna represent Philippines. How does that feel for you?
Masaya. Masaya lang. Pero hindi ko kasi masyado iniisip eh. Kasi may laban pa kami.
So right now, that's not the first goal. It hasn't fully sunk in yet. Talagang napaka-importante para sa'yo ang championship para sa Season 14.
Opo, para rin po sa namin, sa boss namin na si Sarap.
Calra, we're so proud of you. We're so proud of your growth and we're excited to see you on the world stage. Si Brusco naman. Brusco, sabi mo sa umpisa, talagang confident ka sa kupunan mong ito and super proud ka. Ngayon, napupunta na kayo sa Grand Finals, pupunta kayo sa M6. Anong gusto mong sabihin sa kupunan mo?
Feeling ko talaga alam kong mananalo kami ngayon kasi yung lola ko nanonood sa langit eh. Parang ito yung parang yung laro to para sa kanya.
For your grandmother. And for sure, she's looking down, smiling at you, so proud of you, just like the rest of the Sonics. Let's give him a round of applause. And now, it's time to announce our MVP. Let me hear some names. Unanimous, Let me hear it once again. Let's take a look at the screen. King Kong! King Kong, alam mo, kanina nung nanalo kayo, tumayo yung mommy at daddy mo. Your mom is crying right now. Perfect attendance sila simula day 1. Anong gusto mong sabihin sa parents mo?
Para kay mami tsaka kay papa, medyo in-expect ko yung may reaction nila kasi ayun nga, first time ko lang tapos medyo ayun, 3 seasons na ako sa 3 seasons na yung nakalipas, tapos medyo hindi pa ganun kalayo yung narating ko. Medyo in-expect ko, tapos thank you kasi walang araw na nagmintis kayo sa laban namin. Love you.
Para naman sa Sonics, what do you want to tell the Sonics?
Sa mga Sonics, kalma lang, may finals pa.
Kalma lang, may finals pa. And that shows that they don't want to be too overconfident. Taking it one game at a time, celebrating when it's over. Now, eto na ang ating lucky fan na mananalo ng 5,000 diamonds. Come on up! Our lucky fan walking down the aisle, about to meet her favorite team, will not only get to talk to them, but will also get 5,000 diamonds. Hello, Sonics na Sonics talaga. What's your name?
Jomana po. J-Lo.
J-Lo! J-Lo! Sino dito favorite player mo?
Si Kelra po.
Kelra! Kelra! Okay, ano gusto mo sabihin kay Kelra? Pupunta siya ng world stage.
Ang galing niyo po. Hala, kinikilig ako.
Kinikilig ka? O, ano pang gusto mo sabihin?
Ang galing niyo po eh.
Magaling talaga. Talagang marami talagang hahanga sa'yo. Anong naman gusto mong sabihin sa lucky fan natin?
Thank you sa pag-support. Mag-ingat ka palagi. Lalo sa pagbiyahe dito.
Now, get your mic. Congratulations. You get to take a bow with Kelra and you get to walk down the aisle with the rest of the team. Fnatic Onic Philippines, you may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. They got the slot for the Grand Finals at ang ating unang representative para sa M6 World Championship. What a match that was para sa Fnatic Onic Philippines, and we're gonna break it down for you. So we're gonna go back to our panel. Pasok.
And just like that, I heard teams from all around the world trembling in their seats as they will be possibly facing Fnatic Onic Philippines in M6 in Malaysia.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
My Falcons APBren fan heart is broken, but well freaking deserved. Fnatic Onic Philippines setting the longest win streak record in MPLPH history and absolutely almost dominating your run to the Grand Finals and your run to Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia for M6. Sonics, congratulations.
And now other people are running from you because now they know they're going to have to face you guys. I don't know how you feel if you're a team going in the M6 right now, but we know what we feel. We feel like our chances are pretty good.
Yeah, it's looking good. I mean,
so far.
Yeah, I mean, if the team that you beat is the reigning M Series World Champions, and in the games that you won in the series to beat them to send them to the lower bracket, to secure the M6 are dominating.
Decisive.
And decisive. Decisive is the key word. Thank you, Rockhard. Because they were so decisive in punishing the mistakes that Falcons APBren committed. The questions running through my head were, Falcons APBren, were you just way too hyped from your victory last time? Were you not able to fully reset? Or was Fnatic Onic Philippines just really that damn good? Because in the early portion, with Kyle TZ getting taken down, that should have been a sign for them that this turtle fight is not going to be the easiest. They're up against the Eve of Super Friends, yet they still took that first turtle fight, and Kyle TZ ended up suffering his second death, and he lost more buffs because the jungle would get invaded, meaning that at one point, 5-6 minutes into the game, the level gap between King Kong and Kyle TZ was 4. At the 8th minute after this team fight, it even went up to 5. Falcons APBren completely lost control of their jungle because Fnatic Onic Philippines were decisive in making the most out of the FCAP mistakes, and the fact that, well, Arlot Rome would just really struggle against a lineup that Fnatic Onic Philippines showed.
I mean, that was just the cream, what do you call that? The cream on top.
Yeah.
Of all that. That Arlot Rome made it a bit more easier for Brusco to just get in position because Arlot needed to go near.
Yeah.
If you want to go Final Slash and you want to engage, you want to do damage, you're going to have to go near Kirk, you're going to have to go near Tigreal, Tobias, and they made just a huge party of it. And, correct me if I'm wrong, Super Friends' Eve is still
undefeated. Yep. Still undefeated is the Eve of Super Friends, and now just one loss under the belt of Brusco's Tigreal that he suffered from Game 4. But still, a very glowing record and shown the comfort. His decision to flicker and then get the knockback onto Kyle TZ while he was just freely hitting that Lethal Wanderer. Again, to me, that's a questionable decision because you already see Flap TZ is pushed back into lane. Kirk can actually go quickly onto there. That's why you got cocked out. You got checked out because caught out.
King Kong, 1K GPM!
Of course he's gonna be 1K GPM, man.
My goodness, that's too much. He's literally going through the roof and blasting records here. And again, consider who they're doing this against.
Yeah.
Always keep that in mind. These are the world champs we're talking about here. And they're doing it in style, they're doing it in swag, they're doing it with conviction. My goodness. All right.
Yeah. Fnatic Onic Philippines, the best thing I could say this is that they're sort of playing like Falcons APBren at their absolute beastly prime. At the World Tour run last year and the slightly World Tour run this year. Slightly, because I mean,
medium rare.
We lost MSC, so
yeah,
there's that. But they did get the other tournaments after that. Fnatic Onic Philippines are playing like them with the conviction before what Falcons APBren did best before, which was play absolute smothering MLBB, where you're just wondering why can't we do what we want to do up against these guys. They're doing that, but they're doing it with the aggression of teams outside of the Philippines. We have always credited in regions such as Indonesia, Malaysia, even the Turkish and Brazilian and Latin American teams, that aggression that for the longest time us Filipinos would think, yo, that's so risky. Why would you do those things? But now in this meta, again, this is the meta where just going YOLO actually freaking works. As long as you're counting the right abilities and there are some right checks on the right targets, you can go YOLO. And Fnatic Onic Philippines understands that so well. That's why I'm branding them as the team that has solved MLBB this year.
Yeah, they really did. I feel like no matter what they do, they can just find a way to win. And again, you can kind of go YOLO if you have people like Super Friends always checking where you are, always checking the cooldowns, always letting you know when it's safe to attack, when it's safe to kind of just back off. You know what? I just noticed FNOP actually tried to end this at 9 minutes 41, trying to beat their own record here.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. They're trying to speed run MLBB. They're trying to speed run MPL Philippines.
Yeah, they beat Falcons APBren again at the same time they beat them when they set the second to the longest, second fastest game of the season.
Right.
Remember when Fnatic Onic Philippines set the fastest game of the season? It was 9 minutes and 41 seconds. They did it again in this Game 4 against Falcons APBren.
And again, you kind of have to do that, right? You don't... They're sticking true to the Infinix keys to victory here, bro.
Yeah.
You don't let go of the gas pedal.
Yeah.
You just keep going, especially against a team like Falcons APBren.
Yeah, they don't play like how we saw Filipino teams play for the longest time. For the longest time when it was tanks in the jungle, when it was fighters in the jungle, it would always be very calculated, systematic. It's this.
100%.
Then a team like, going back to the Echo Express comes along, it's that. The team like the World Tour Falcons APBren comes along, it's that. But then suddenly here comes Fnatic Onic Philippines. Looks like the team that has taken the best versions of what all our World Championship teams have been known for, because yes, they can also play healers, and that systematic playing around the center of the map that Blacklist International was known for, the individual excellence of the M2 World Champions, the non-stop MLBB of M4 World Champions, and the very smothering MLBB of the M5 World Champions. It's like you're watching the team that looked at all of those and said, we can do that too, but our way.
That's right. It's like Jackie Chan just taking the powers from all of the Zodiacs and putting it in.
Yeah. The Zodiac, were those like artifacts?
Yeah, the runes, the
Yeah,
artifacts.
I love that show.
That's so great. It's like exactly what they're doing. Like taking all the best pieces from these champions.
Yeah.
And probably to the credit of Mr. Why Not here, maybe studying them up a lot.
Yeah.
And then putting it into these 5 amazing players who have now surpassed Titans.
Yeah.
And now are on the way to becoming what's more than a Titan.
Yeah.
We're going to have to find that out.
Greater than ever.
Greater
the
than...
chance to become greater than ever.
That's it. And that is it. So I'm very happy to see that at least the Philippines is going to be in good hands for the first half.
Yeah,
We're going to have to wait and see who's going to step up next because it's still not done. We are far from over, to be honest. And in just a few moments, we're going to be doing something special here. It's the Alamat Awards coming at you. Who are the top players so far from the season? Let's find out.
Thank you, panel. Before we go to our second match, we are proud to announce this season's Alamat Awards. After an awe-inspiring regular season, we've witnessed players unleash the hero within to set new milestones. To begin the ceremony, let's start with the All-Star teams. First, our All-Star Team 1. Jungle, Fnatic Onic Philippines, King Kong. For the Pro, Smart Omega's Cap Mamba, Chaknu. In the XP lane, Falcons APBren's Flap TZ. At the mid lane, Fnatic Onic Philippines Super Friends. gold lane, also from Fnatic Onic, the gold standard, Kelra. Congratulations, All-Star Team 1. Next, All-Star Team 2. The Jungle, ang bangungot ng barangay, adore you! For the Rome, Aurora's the Hitman, Renegade. Next, the XP lane, Team Liquid Philippines, Sanford. At the mid lane, Falcons APBren's idol ng mga kids, Phew! Finally, at the gold lane, from FCAP once again, the bulletproof Super Marco. Congratulations, All-Star Team 2. Now moving forward, it's the Smart Fans Choice All-Stars. The fans voted and we listened. This award is presented by Smart Communications Brand Engagement, Smart, Mari Dayanon. Awardees will receive a Smart Pocket Wi-Fi alongside their trophies and certificates. Here are your Smart Fans Choice All-Stars. The Jungle, Aurora's Demon Kite. The Rome, Omega's Cap Mamba, Chaknu. At the XP lane, Aurora's Legend Zero, Edward. For the mid lane, a third from Aurora, Yue. Finally, at the gold lane, Fnatic Onic Philippines, the gold standard, Calra. Congratulations to the Smart Fan Choice All-Stars. For the next award, the Infinix Most Improved Player of the Season. This will be presented by the Infinix Strategy Manager for Gaming and Strategy, Harry Leonardo. Awardee will receive an Infinix Hot 5i and merch set and Infinix jacket. This award belongs to the player who has showcased the most improvement in skills, leadership, and mechanics. He unleashed his hero within to bring his team towards new heights this season. Congratulations! Smart Omegas adore you! Congratulations once again, adore you. Next, we move on to the Smart Coaching Team of the Season, presented once again by Mari Dayanon, Smart Communications Brand Engagement, Smart. Awardee will also be receiving a Smart Pocket Wi-Fi. And this belongs to the coaching staff who led their players to unleash their hero within to secure achievement after achievement. Congratulations, Fnatic Onic Philippines, Coach Why Not and Coach Hayes. Congratulations once again, Coach Why Not and Coach Hayes. Now, we will award our regular season MVP. This player unleashed their hero within to achieve numerous weekly MVPs and be the player to carry their team to victory. Congratulations from Fnatic Onic Philippines, King Kong! A well-deserved award. Congratulations once again to King Kong. And this concludes this season's Alamat Awards. Thank you to the fans who voted, and congratulations to the teams, players, and coaches. Now, stay tuned for more MLBB action, because up next, it'll be Blacklist International and Aurora MLBB. See you in a bit.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official supplier, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas playoffs of MPLPH Season 14 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. You can also get a chance to win 1,000 diamonds by sharing your hashtag MPLS14 live experience on Facebook and TikTok. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Fighting for, no one would ever know your name. Who are you waiting for? No one would be there to save you. You would be alone when hope was gathering together with the sun. Even though your back's to the wall. One strike, go cut the monkey mind. Your blade swing one time. When clouds have cleared, sunlight can shine. One strike, the fight is yours. Stop it with your sword. There's endless power once you start. Never lose your heart. Tonight is dark and the shadows are deep. Who can protect the world? A light of hope shines in the dark. One strike, I swear by people's side. Keep faith just one time. I'm gonna light up all the fires. One strike for my desire, a light up so bright. Inside the power in my heart, I'll defend the world.
You don't know the power of the dark side.
to engage.
May the Force be with you.
I will do what I must.
At last, I am complete. Come in fairness. Annihilation awaits. Boundless is my hunger.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
Tuloy-tuloy live selling, tuloy-tuloy content, tuloy-tuloy gaming. With new Smart All Access 99. May 9 gig ka, now for 15 days. Load now, live more today, and tomorrow, and after, and the day after.
power of the dark side.
Target on the move. Prepare to engage.
May the Force be with you.
I will do what I must.
At last, I am complete. Come in fairness. Annihilation awaits. Boundless is my hunger.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
Tuloy-tuloy live selling, tuloy-tuloy content, tuloy-tuloy gaming. With new Smart All Access 99. May 9 gig ka, now for 15 days. Load now, live more today, and tomorrow, and after, and the day after.
know the power of the dark side.
Target on the move. Prepare to engage.
May the Force be with you. I will do what I must.
At last, I am complete. Worldbreaker! Come in fairness. Annihilation awaits. Boundless is my hunger.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
Tuloy-tuloy live selling, tuloy-tuloy content, tuloy-tuloy gaming. With new Smart All Access 99. May 9 gig ka. Now for 15 days. Load now. Live more today and tomorrow and after and the day after.
stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, reunite with winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switching na lane na parang gera. HP racing, may reset. Built na kitang buhat ni Hilda. Full load SS parang Lyra.
Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas. Tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas,
nasa amin ang alas, hindi po atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang
malakas. Para sa Pinas,
nasa amin ang alas, hindi po atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, wala ka sa Pinas. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malak crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, beast of the southeast. So what I want, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour.
susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas. Tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas,
nasa amin ang alas, hindi po atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang
malakas. Para sa Pinas,
nasa amin ang alas, hindi po atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official supplier, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas playoffs of MPLPH Season 14 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. You can also get a chance to win 1,000 diamonds by sharing your hashtag MPLS14 live experience on Facebook and TikTok. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Tapos na naman ang walang Lord. Kalma!
Nolan.
Let's go.
Kalma. One game lang. Wala win chat. Dikit.
Nice!
Dikit sa hype. And
Hoy, kalma! Hype lang, tol. Hype lang. Medyo hype lang. Tayo ko na.
Game 6 sa Pinas.
Nice!
Welcome back to the most watched esports series in the world. As per hours watched, this is MPL Philippines Season 14, the playoffs. We're down to the last match of the night at your service. My name is Leo, here with Naisu, and we're about to witness Aurora face off against Blacklist International.
I love the mic check there. A whole lot of calmness. Stay calm, basically, by the way, for everybody there that doesn't understand Filipino. But yeah, they should be happy. They lock in their spot, the first one for M6 and to the grand finals. Big deserve, basically, for what they've been through the regular season. Now, they got one more matchup, of course, to go through.
I hope this finally shuts down all of the allegations of Fnatic Onic Philippines just flopping in the playoffs. Real quick, be part of the digital transformation in the world of connectivity. Say hello to convenience, flexibility, and local connectivity with Smart Prepaid eSIM.
It's now available for digital delivery through the Smart online store, and it's only 99 pesos, so grab yours now.
Joseph, during last match's post-match celebrations, we also awarded the Alamat Award winners.
We did. Plenty of them. We had, what, Team 1, Team 2, All-Star Team 1, All-Star Team 2, a whole lot of awards. And again, a lot of deserving players grabbing those.
And at the end of the day, the big one, regular season MVP, was handed over to the jungler of this team, sitting in the grand finals, waiting for whoever crawls out of the rut to the lower bracket. Fnatic Onic Philippines' own King Kong, the Beast Incarnate. Congratulations. Now we're about to watch this lower bracket semis between Blacks International and Aurora.
Yep.
A best of 5, a bloody best of 5, because the loser goes home.
Tension. And yeah, it's going to bring us to an interesting kind of precipice here to see who goes against FCAP. And this is light versus dark, basically.
And I think you can say the same about their performance in the playoffs. It's light versus dark as well. Aurora went 3-2 in their first outing, then got swept by Fnatic Onic. Blacklist constantly pushing the envelope and proving everyone wrong from the regular season. Let's see what our analysts think over at the Infinix Game Tambayan. We got Renmar Santa Cruz and Rockhart.
You know what I think? I think fate works in mysterious ways.
Ooh.
Where now, these two, I don't know, they just feel like siblings at this point who were like torn apart by destiny and then brought back together in a cruel scenario where one of them is bound to go home today.
Yeah, only one will move forward. And if it wasn't for the tremendous performances that Blacklist International has shown this playoff so far, if you put in regular season Aurora and regular season Blacklist, you probably would have said, this is probably going to be a relatively easy win for Aurora. But no, the organization that won the M3 World Championship, that has won the MPL Philippines Championship 3 times, they came back with a vengeance, reminding us that if you're talking about playoffs mode, there is also a playoffs mode Blacklist you cannot count out.
And that's why, you know what, everyone here is very excited. And earlier, we were like talking to the crowd, they felt a little, they felt a little on edge.
Yeah.
And they couldn't even properly cheer because right now, it's do or die, guys. It's do or die. And again, I guess I also see the reason why they would feel that way because of the previous game that happened, right?
Yeah.
That's just something. So right now, the Aurora and Blacklist thing has felt like a little bit of a unofficial rivalry here.
Yeah.
Where earlier FNOP and FCAP feels like next season they're probably it, but we have a lot to talk about that for later. For now, obviously, if you missed it, Fnatic Onic Philippines is our first M6 representative, and again, rightfully so. They worked very hard to do that. And now, let's talk about the grand finale of Light versus Dark. The Lights of the Auroras and the Black era. We're going to have to wait and see how they fare up against each other. Because right now, we're going to go through a timeline of how they actually fare up.
Yep, July 3 and July 4, Yue and Edward announced their departure from Blacklist International respectively. July 27 and July 28, they announced their rosters, and you see the split happen. MV3 gets split up. Comes MV2 for Blacklist, while Aurora make their own little version of the MV3. Dawn of a new rivalry, Aurora gets the sweep Blacklist International. Aurora continues. Aurora got to help Blacklist International make it into the playoffs because they swept RSG Philippines, meaning that Blacklist made it in here. But Blacklist showed that, you know what, we're going to show you how thankful we are, but show you how ready we are for the playoffs. They defeated Aurora in the last week of the regular season. So now, here they are, fighting for tournament life. Only one of them will make way.
That's right. And before MV3, there was Edward versus Hajizi. And if you're not familiar with the name Hajizi, that's actually his name when they were facing off against each other in Season 6, where Haji eliminated Edward in MPL Philippines Season 6 quarterfinals, and that was with Omega on his jersey and Edward on Blacklist.
Yeah, they couldn't have the story that they... The last time we saw Edward versus Haji was in Season 6. I believe in the playoffs there wasn't a significant result between these two teams. Of course, in Season 7, that's when Edward and Blacklist International won their first championship before Haji joined Edward and Blacklist International with an MVP, Grand Finals MVP season to secure his first title and the second for Blacklist.
A bit of a reminder as well, that happened 4 years ago.
4 years ago,
4 years ago, that was... During swinging pandemic times, Kyrie was still in Blacklist. Hayes was still playing. He's not a coach. He's one of the most decorated players here. Benedict and Brody just came out. And that time, 2020, Philippines who? You don't have an M Series trophy yet?
Yeah.
So,
that was before all of this whole Philippine era stuff. October 22, 2020, the last time they met as opponents in the playoffs in this level. MPL Season 6, Haji eliminated Edward. Will history repeat itself? Or somehow, will Aurora, with the expectations of many, actually breeze through and make it past Blacklist International?
That's super interesting because it's just weird that two players that have been through thick and thin together in Blacklist are now at the verge of making one of them go home again.
Yeah.
And again, they just don't stray far from Blacklist and Aurora and Omega, don't they? That's just somewhere there. And it's really interesting as well because Blacklist also was the one who sent Omega home.
So a lot of roots. Better, man. A lot of roots, a lot of links between these two teams. Obviously, of course, with Aurora and Blacklist, with Aurora made up with a lot of members or former members of Blacklist International. A lot of things happening on social media early on. If you know, you know. We don't have to spell it out for you and remind you what happened. But now, here they meet. Friendly rivals at most. Or, you know how siblings don't always get along.
Sibling rivalry.
Yeah, they get along, but, you know, sometimes if it's sibling versus sibling, you know, you want to show that you are the better sibling.
And somehow we can't really, when it comes to siblings, you can't really go too far against the guy because at the end of the day, you kind of just, you're connected at some level, right? And I think that's exactly what's happening here where obviously they have to beat each other. They're mandated to beat each other, but I don't know how openly you can say that they have animosity against each other. That's just, I don't think that's there.
Yeah.
At least for now.
At this point, it's like, I'm pretty sure it's like nothing personal. Wink, wink. It's nothing personal, honestly. It looks like it's just all business. You got to eliminate one or the other. I feel like, though, for a good amount of people, I know how our community, the pulse of our community sometimes, I know how sometimes our ideas can get a little bit out there.
A little bit too much sometimes.
Yeah, I feel like there might be people who might start talking, because I've seen a few comments that if Aurora failed to defeat Blacklist here today, it's like them not being able to escape the shadow of their former selves. Because, again, minus Domeng, this and Demon Kite, the three core members of Aurora and the coaching staff all came from Blacklist International. So if Aurora can't get the win here today, there might be people talking about that. While on the side of Blacklist International, I feel like they're the team with not that much to lose because they were the team that was counted out in the first place, right?
They got everything to gain here.
Yeah, they
started literally from the bottom.
Yeah.
Right? So
they started from the bottom. They've secured themselves top 4 at most. They can go and continue and secure top 3 at most if they get to defeat Aurora today. So I wonder if that plays into any factor. Knowing the pros, though, usually they say, nah, we're just locked in. We're just thinking about the game.
One game at a time.
Yeah, like
one game at a time.
narratives, all of that.
I
like,
know,
nah,
bro.
well, yeah, to them. But it's just interesting like to see it from that regard.
That's right. And again, you kind of just have to keep that in mind as well, right?
Yep.
You have to keep in mind that sometimes there are non-tangibles that are present in the game that people just talk about. They just can't help but talk about it. And you just gotta have to play through it. And at the very least, that's a test for these players, right? Can they muddle through all that line that's being put between them? Can they break through it just by pure gameplay, pure mental fortitude, and pure confidence, and take home the win? Because that's the biggest challenge. The challenge here, obviously, that's already a given. They're already on stage. But within themselves, as players and as people, can they actually overcome small barriers that the world is putting between them?
Yeah. I think stories aside now, though, or with the stories kept in mind as well, we also now would be like the best time to really look into the numbers behind it all, the stats behind it all. Of course, Aurora coming into this matchup, if you take into account the stats of the regular season, they have had definitely the better showing.
For sure.
But Blacklist International, again, the playoffs mode definitely has kicked in. There's one player I really gotta comment on their side. It's Lord JM. He's popped off, man. Like, he was counted out. The jokes around his 0-7 performance at some point. Yeah. Now it's like it's a completely different Lord JM this playoffs. And if you look at his MVP performances, all of them came from the playoffs alone. That's 3 MVP performances as a Benedetta, as an Arlot, and Khalid. 3 very different styles of heroes that shows just how much he's grown. From being spam Terizla only. I play Edith also not working that well. But with the Benedetta, Arlot, Khalid, he got to log in MVP performances.
And is that enough for you guys to actually vote for Blacklist right now? Or do you think the light will shine brighter with Aurora? Let us know your comments right now. Let us know your predictions. And there's an online poll. Don't forget to click on it if you're on YouTube or Facebook. And make sure also just sound off below why you think your team is going to win here. Honestly, I am what do you call this? Unapologetic believer in Aurora and their potential. So I definitely think that Aurora is just going to take it. But like we saw yesterday, probably 3-2.
Yeah. If this goes less than 5 games, I will be very surprised. I get like blow for blow. We've never seen Coach master the basics. Coach Dexstar, Coach Bonchan, and Coach Eson go up against each other. For the longest time, they were the chefs in the same kitchen. Now it's like one is a 3-time 1 Michelin star winning restaurant. The other one is getting there. They're just waiting for the star ratings to come in.
But very, very popular on TikTok.
Yeah, but very popular.
a small shop, very popular on TikTok.
Yeah, one of those things. So that's what it feels like. And when you look at the members of Aurora, I get you why you'd go for that. With Demon Kite there, with Edward there, Renege, Yue, and an all-star level performance that Doming has been showing off this season. That's why with all of that, despite all of that, I got sold on the Blacklist hype. I'm predicting Blacklist for this series. Despite my brain telling me, dude, it's probably just going to be Aurora. You know that, right? Something about how Coach Bonchan has been drafting, something about how Blacklist International performed against Falcons APBren tells me that the Blacklist that Aurora will face today will definitely not be the same Blacklist they faced in the regular season. Not even the same Blacklist that defeated them 2-1. This is going to be something different, a different drafting pattern, different playing style, much better in the execution. So we're split on this vote.
And maybe a different flavor of yam.
Yeah.
Purple yam.
A different flavor of purple yam, exactly.
It's a completely different Blacklist here. And an Aurora that is roaring to prove themselves.
Yeah.
So I'm very excited for this one. I hope you are too. I hope all of your snacks and desserts and drinks are already on your side, because you got to strap in for this one. It's one of those games that you know is going to be minimum game 4 and predict expectedly game 5.
Yeah, I mean, other than Demon Kite versus MP the King, the last thing I want to look at here real quick really is just Haji and Perks versus Yue and Renegade. Lately, Perks has been really showing himself as a little bit more of a sharper roamer compared to Renegade, who has just also been great. But, you know, more on that later. There's a lot more time.
That's right, because right now, our teams are going to start walking into the MPL arena, of course followed by their communities who are ready with their exits. Let's go ahead and find out. Fighting out on top.
Face off, representing Aurora MLBB, the RORAs. Representing Blacklist International, the Agents. Para sa Aurora MLBB, ano ang palag mo?
Kiel and Haji. Love ko kayo pero Aurora ko!
Para sa Blacklist International, ano ang palag mo?
Recoded blacklist na to and hindi nyo na kami kilala.
Hindi ko kayo kilala pero kilala yung team!
Okay, game. Siguro ngayon tayo magkakaalaman ng lahat and gusto ko lang sabihin na good luck, have fun, and may the best team win.
Palag kung palag, fist bump. This rivalry began even before the season started. Fate decided that these two must eliminate each other. Who will get the bragging rights? It's time to find out.
Loyalty or royalty? Their story has finally come to an epic conclusion this season. The Marshalls, Jefferson, JJ, Patrick, and Wilbur. Blacklist International versus Aurora. Welcome to the stage at the EXP lane. Legend Zero Edward versus Lord JM. Coming from the jungle, the smiling demon, Demon Kite versus MP the King. In the mid lane, Yue versus the all-around agent, Haji. And the roamers, the Hitman Renegade versus Perks. Finally, in the gold lane, the next standard, Domeng versus the Filipino sniper, Oheb. And their coaches, Coach Master the Basics versus Coach Bon-chan. A match written in the stars. This is the epic rivalry and the culmination between Blacklist International and Aurora.
And here we go! It is the light versus the darkness here. Aurora MLBB following through and staying true to the lights. They have led them to this moment where they now have faced Blacklist International, who are looking really recoded. That community edge thing, community palag thing, it doesn't fail. They are absolutely true. Seem to be a different team now.
Inconsistent at times, maybe the performance of Renegade. He has been all around for Aurora. Hitman, Healman, Setman, the roamer with the most unique heroes picked this season. Against the roamer that took a while, a long while at that, to find his code. After watching clips compiled by his coach, he said this is how it's done, and then he started to deliver. Tigreal is the hero to watch out for these two alongside the Matilda. That will be contested.
And if we're looking at these stats, I am actually very much inclined to say that we don't need to lean too much into this. These stats will fairly represent what Blacklist is right now, especially with their day 1 and day 2 performances.
Wow. As we look at the player head-to-head, again, Yue and Haji. Yue has admitted Haji has taught him all of the tricks that he learned. He has grown and learned a lot from his former captain, but he has definitely stood out this season as one of the stars, as one of the beating hearts of Aurora, especially if he gets that Valentina. But Haji, as experienced as he is equally so dependable. With the multiple things he had to do this season, he found comfort again in the mid lane. The low Yi is what I'm looking out for in his hands.
And the Infinix keys to victory are probably going to reflect that as well. Prioritize the Hitman's comfort picks, like right there. Tigreal is nigh unstoppable in the hands of Renegade here. And for Blacklist, endurance is going to be the key. Strengthen your endurance for a longer series. Even the Infinix keys to victory knows this is a Game 5 match.
Best team Blacklist or best team RORA? If you've been following the communities and the stories of these two teams for the longest time, you know how familiar that sounds. So show who the best team really is. Will the experience of Renegade, not only in the Philippines and the world stage, be more than enough to shut down his opponent Perks? Or will Lord JM, the hidden secret ingredient of Blacklist International, continue to step up and help Blacklist International secure at least third by making it to tomorrow?
Lord JM, man, from his very early starts as a Leafa Wanderer into a Turtle, and now fully a Lord.
Yeah.
I think he has definitely come into play here and become one of a very scary opponent for Edward. And it's hard to imagine a universe where they're gonna go toe-to-toe equally in terms of skill here.
Yeah, Lord JM is ready to play as a tank Benedetta with Revitalize. That's something that Aurora needs to watch out for here. It looks like they are going to be picking the blue side. They have a 56.52% win rate there and around 52% win rate with their side selection priority. But knowing Coach Master of the Basics and Coach Techstar, they know Bonchan is more than happy to draft from the red side.
And at the very most, you know what? It's the start of them becoming more consistent, because stats like that just means that you're a bit more 50-50.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's literally 56% to 52%. They're edging towards the middle of that coin toss.
Yeah.
And the goal here for Aurora is to exceed that. Again, understandably, it does feel like they're a rookie team still, because they are a rookie team, despite all the experience are on these players, right? But then again, if they really want to start going in that mode where they are considered to be a team that can beat you not with a coin toss but with conviction, Blacklist is the team that they need to prove it with.
Yeah.
Not just against Blacklist, right? But against FCAP and FNOP.
Blacklist International, with them on the red side, I have one question. How do you handle the Fanny problem that is Demon Kite? And the answer is, you ban it right away.
That's a very fast answer here. As if Bonchan can hear what we're saying. That's amazing. And we're talking about Suyo in the previous game, previous matches.
Suyo.
Do you actually ban it out, or do you kind of run the risk of Aurora just going away with it?
If you ban out the Suyo, you'll still have the Ling, Julian available for Demon Kite, but don't forget these two teams have actually found success with the Bane jungle as well.
That's right.
So I'm waiting to see if that's going to end up becoming a factor later on. While Blacklist International, based off of posts from Coach Bonchan, it looks like they sort of want to run it back with drafting philosophies that call back to their first ever championship win back in Season 7. So with Aurora getting the first pick here, are you going to go surprise and then suddenly go Edith? Are you going to rush the Assassin? Or are you going to get this, the Jushin that Haji has popped off with in this playoff so far, even getting prioritized by Blacklist International, now to get stolen by RORA.
There you go. And I knew it. I knew the moment that they didn't pick up the Suyo, it was going to get into the hands of MP the King here. Very much so. Highly contested by every team. And MP the King, known for this damage, for this playstyle of just being pure on damage each and every time.
Yeah. Now, in terms of the mid laners, I wonder if US gonna end up going for the likes of the Valen, the Vexana. Oh, excuse me, the Jushin's already there. I clocked out for a moment. Jungler, go for it right now. Just go ahead and pick up your Demon Kite hero. If it's not gonna be the Ling, they might lean in on the idea of the Julian. But in Blacklist International, when they have the Hylos, usually they pair it up with a Matilda, but they,
of course,
have a room for a Bane if they want to. So adjustments by both of these two teams, drafting more differently than what we're used to. As Edward locks in the Phobias, even though you don't see that many dashes yet available for the lineup of Blacklist, they have the Suyo, but other than that, that's it. And then they also pick up the Ling now, knowing that there's a chance that this Perks hero can actually go into the EXP lane, and then Blacklist might end up picking a roamer that might actually mess up this Ling.
There's actually a good chance that the Hylos will go to the XP lane if they're considering, you know, multiple ways of engaging with an Edith.
Yeah.
Right? I feel like the Edith is such a powerful pick here and reversible as well. So Blacklist can even do that last-minute switch and just mess up Aurora's game plan.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned the Edith. Edward's best hero so far this season. So for Blacklist International, if they're going to pick it up for themselves, they're going to have to be ready to see that Aurora will be comfortable going up against it, knowing that that is one of their comforts as well.
Edward's loss record on... I was going to say, doesn't he have like 1-2 losses on it just all through season
It's not
long?
completely undefeated, but it
Right?
does have a
It's really high win rate. Yeah. You know,
It is 8 wins, yeah. So 72% win rate. That should be around 8-4-12.
8-4-12.
Yeah.
All right. Pretty good still. And again, you're also thinking about that flexibility. So I love that they also kind of just respect the Kaja here.
Yeah.
Something that Aurora actually used in the previous playoffs match as well to just surprise their opponent.
Yeah, with Renegade, and then I believe the Kaja was paired up with a Batrix at that time.
Yes.
A la Team Liquid Philippines. Oh yeah, it was. So let's see if they'll ban out the gold laner here from OHEB, because they still have like the likes of a Harith available, which slots in very well with an even high loss.
Sand rises
but
when I
they
give the
decide to
word.
take out the Khalid.
All right. Now I'm thinking, what's a good gold laner to pair up here? Harith.
Yeah, as I mentioned, Harith.
I feel like, no, aside from that. I'm thinking
Oh,
aside from the Harith, sorry. Yeah, they're not even going to worry about it. I like Blacklist this way, right? This is the way that Bonchan actually drafts that wins.
Yeah.
By just not overthinking their picks.
Yeah.
Unlike us, who will tend to overthink a lot with these ones. And now, on the other side, are you willing to throw in Angela on Rome here, if you're Aurora?
Might be risky, because their only real frontliner is the Phobias, and then they're up against an Eve. Angela might suffer here if they decide to go for that.
Especially if you go for like a squisher gold lane.
Yeah. And in terms of their gold laner for Doming, I mean, the Moscow's still available. If they're really feeling it, then Doming might actually go Matrix. But nope, they go for the classic matchup of Lunox versus Harith, and they still go Angela. That's a great call, Rockhart, but...
Yeah, I also, when you mentioned that, I'm like, Phobias only on front? Are you sure? But you know what, Zushin's pretty tanky, I guess.
I think for Aurora, the call's going to be simple. Let's just make sure we get into level 4s. Don't overly commit the first turtle if it doesn't look good. If Haji will have his railroad manipulation at that time, and then just go ahead and team fight once we have our ultimates. Very ulti dependent. And here comes a Barret.
Ooh!
A Barret's EXP lane from Blacklist International.
Or is it Rome? Well, either way, I kind of like it. The only problem I have with that lineup is almost all DOT.
Yeah.
Save for the Harith, so you might have a hard time bursting out people, especially if they're shielded with the heart card here.
If you look at the lineup ratings, much better here for Aurora. Late game potential, a little bit way better. Damage potential for Blacklist, though, high. We do know when Suyo hits level 4, his pokes already start to really hurt. Again, the X factor here are the last picks. It's that Angela, how is he going to fare? Doming as a Lunox, how is he going to fare up against OHEB? And most importantly, well, the Barretts. How well is Lord JM going to get those -1s?
We'll have to wait and see as we throw it over for game number 1 to Leo and Naisu.
Bright Lights versus a brand new code. Only one team survived this encounter, starting with game
Welcome to
1.
Mobile Legends.
Naisu and Leo at your service, bringing you the action. And I'm struggling to recall. Joseph, is this the first Barats of Season 14?
You know, that's a good question, man, because I was literally thinking the same thing. I don't know if it maybe popped up once in the regular season, but nonetheless, you just don't see him that often. And it is going to be in the XP lane, right? So looks like he's going with the tanky emblem set as well. Typical stuff here, but part of that really is just to go ahead and try to have some catch. You know, you're going to use that Daytona's Welcome with a flicker combination. And if you can catch one of the targets, especially to set things up in your favor, then that's great for Blacklist in the lineup that they have here.
It's not. This is the second or third Barats of the season, and it was debuted in about the same time as we saw Joy pop right back up.
Oh, okay. Well, this is the story of this Jushin pick, right? It's annoying, especially in the early portion of the game. You have to continuously worry about being dragged back with that Lantern Flare. So good poking and good kind of control going on with both the teams right now.
What I like about the draft here in Game 1 is it's clear that these two geniuses, Coach Bonchan, Coach Master the Basics, both leading Blacklist International at some point in the past 3 years, they both know each other so well.
They do.
They understand that, all right, you want to fight? Okay, I want to fight too. I know the exact antidote to the poison you're bringing. And
so do the communities.
It seems like a lot of the fans don't understand what Blacklist has done in the past 3 days.
Yeah.
Still, of course, this could just come down to the raw numbers of the Auroras all around the world. But you know what? Renmar said something right. His heart is in the right place, I think. Because Blacklist are playing out of their minds right now.
Yeah, they have, I don't know what happened, and I remember saying this back ago. Hold on, Turtle, going to be secured by MP the King. Initiation,
Whoa!
That's the Daytona's Welcome we were talking about, into the RWM as well. Still looking for the kill on Renegade, and in the backside, they're going to break it on out. MP, Infernal Pursuit right on top, a triple Lantern drag from UA. Goes in for Mora now. Perks and Lord JM. Still going to press the situation. Edward, though, keeping him at bay. Infernal Pursuit again with wave 2. Look at Edward go.
Abun Jingjing is an angry man. Legend Zero taking it to Blacklist International. And I could have sworn Black was happy with the turtle. And it's not like they had a choice, right? It's not like they could have just ran away and gotten happy with their future objective. No. Again, these two teams, their lineup, their drafts, they were made to fight.
It's funny how that went, because before all that, it was calm and collected, you know, some poking here and there, but Lord JM's the one that started up. He's like, nope, here I am. This is the Barretts. And he also just picked up the Thunderbelt.
All right. I'm not so sure if by the time the Barretts reared its collective faces in the league, it's when Thunderbelt was a thing, like the new Thunderbelt, right?
Yeah.
So now you have to consider, you're not just keeping up big guy stacks. You're also keeping up Thunderbelt stacks.
Yep.
So all the more, it's telegraphed. They want to keep fighting.
That's where they're going to shine. And part of that, too, is just allowing, once again, Oheb to get where he needs to be on this Harith pick. We already saw a preview of that. Here's the hard guard. Initiation coming through.
Oh, no.
Once again, Thames Blades trying to get to them before they get to the turret. They're going to be dragged on forward. Couple hits for Haji. And Haji actually survives that.
With just but a sliver of health. He saw his career flash before his eyes as he just gets away with it. Edward going 2v1. Lord JM and MP the King. That's a defensive real-world manipulation if I've ever seen one.
And this is the interesting usage of it that you can get. I mean, Eve's popped up now quite a few times just in the playoffs. So that is a valuable ultimate down also here on the top side. Meanwhile, the Turtle's still going. Domeng and Oheb in that 1v1. Both teams still trying to feel the situation out. Renegade doesn't have the heart guard yet, so they're going to buy some time here.
I think it's a matter of either waiting for Renegade and Blacklist saying, MP the King says go, MP the King says go. And of course, UA getting a good chokestun. There you go. Heart guard already off of cooldown. And neither team in position. Oh, they're going to catch one.
When again, heart guard might not be enough to help him out this time. Using the brilliance there to stay alive. Domeg's still going to be fine. They're going to re-engage. Demon Kite checking out the vicinity here. He's going to jump in, looking for perks. Domeng finally goes down. Tempest of Blades already going to use. Gets enough of the swords too, but he's still looking for more. Demon Kite gets out. 2 fall for Blacklist.
And 1 for Aurora. I mean, sure, it is a key player. That's Domeng, the next standard. They're going to have to need to get some farm on him, expedite the whole process, but this whole delay, this is the second turtle, Joseph. We're looking at the second turtle, and it's been about a minute that they let it stand like that. MP the King is back on the map. So I'm not so sure if this is something Aurora wants to consider even contesting. I think they're letting it go.
Yeah, they have to. Just let this one go. MP grabs that second turtle now. But you can still see Aurora, they're going to trade. Like, if they're going to give up that turtle, they can't contest it. They might as well get a turret.
And that's how they repair the early death on to Domeng. And ooh!
Look at this. Edward starting up the fight again. Lord JM caught in a bad place. Won't be able to escape a Demon Kite. And Edward's still going to go ahead, put a little bit of pressure here. Heart Guard held over, but they're happy with that kill.
He spit out the spicy meat, the ball.
The meat, the ball.
He almost got it, and then he saw the Heart Guard. Oh, never mind.
Never mind.
And I'm in too deep. So that's a punish hard by Aurora, putting them up about 500, 600 gold.
Oh.
And now they're trying to fight Oheb.
They're going to fight again. Oheb trying to get out. He's going to get dragged back with the Lantern Flare and perks as well. Won't be able to get away. It's just too much from RORA. Once again, showing the proof, the utility of UA here with the Jushin.
And with the absence of MP the King, DK is going to commit Grand Theft Orange. Blacklist now reeling from that exchange, that assault by Aurora up top. That's going to convert into a tier 1 push. Aurora now approaching 2,000 gold up. In about a minute, there will be a turtle in the upper corner. Odd how that turret didn't go down.
I was going to say, 1 in.
I think Aurora just let go maybe a second too soon.
It'll eventually go down. I think they're feeling the same way.
Not by Oheb's watch. Look, he's going to stay there.
Again, initiation. Flicker going to be used. Daytona's welcome into the turret. They just grabbed Edward. He didn't have anywhere to go after that one.
Very good use of Perks' Glorious Pathway. I think that was enough to slow down Edward without proccing any Infernal Pursuits. I mean, he was going to die anyways.
Yeah, he's thrown in the turret at that point. Again, Lord JM's been very proactive on utilizing the Flicker with that Daytona's Welcome, and if that's into the Glorious Pathway too, it helps.
He has a Thunderbelt. Again, it's a matter of 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and if the Flicker will lead to a -1, as mentioned by our analysts in the Infinix Game Tambayan, that's got to be key. You have to stifle Aurora from snowballing out of control. Again, reminder, this is an Angeling lineup. If it goes ham, and if Demon Kite don't get shut down, then you're in room for a very bad late game. Look at this, 5 members of Black. This is the trademark. Ube coming in.
They're going to go for it. MP will get the third one. Heart Guard already used. Disengage right now from Blacklist. Looks like RORA going to disengage himself. So that's 3 for 3. MP the King with the turtles here. And like you said, finally this tier 1's going to go down. 1 hit from that minion. But this is it. Here's the re-engage. RW already dropped down. They're going to throw UA into the air. Once again, that Daytona's Welcome helping out.
I'd reckon that may have been a lapse in communication. I'm not so sure if Aurora, we're all on the same page. Yeah. Are we rotating out? Are we moving up? Are we going elsewhere? Because they all got punished by Haji's real-world manipulation. They were all kept right then and there. And Yue, the least mobile member of Aurora, save for Ren and Jay, of course, suffers the loss.
Think how much slow that is, you know, with the real-world manipulation. And then eventually, I'm not sure if Haji has the Ice Queen 1 yet, but even with the Glorious Pathway, like there's so much slow there in Zaman Force, and that's why, you know, RORA, when they were playing with that advantage earlier on, where they were going even under the turrets, whenever they had that Heart Guard and they put the pressure on with a beacon.
It's always awkward.
It's always awkward to fight, because then that's literally the counterplay into that death box. And as the game gets longer here, you know, either team really can actually win those team fights.
I'd reckon we're up for an item check in just a jiffy. In a country second, if you know what I'm talking about. Because 30 seconds from now, Lord's going to spawn lower quarter. So we want to know exactly what they're building. Lantern on Haji. So he's dealing massive damage to Edward, massive damage to... I think that's about it. All right?
Because that was a country second.
He's the only one... It is. He's the only one who's really dealing with a lot of HP right now. Demon Kite cornered out of that small camp. Checking out the items here. Nope, no ice cream one just yet, Joseph.
I guess they just have enough slow between all the utility that
It's
their
just,
ultimates
it's just
give.
painful slow.
Yeah. Like Glorious Pathway is probably enough.
Missile expert too.
That's true. You have that. So they have plenty of slow available, and this is where they're going to be able to shine. You know, once the Lord is up here, they decide to give it a go. They'll play into that advantage. Domeng also picking up a big item right now in this Lunox Holy Crystal. But look at this poking just on Edward.
It's difficult for Edward because he has to do so many things. Number one, he has to break the kill box.
Yep.
He has to peel for Aurora. Again, he's the only real frontliner.
Yeah, he's the guy.
He's the guy.
You have to, because anybody else is just relying on a hard guard.
Yeah, and he has to find stragglers. So he's a bouncer working a 300 capacity club.
He's working overtime.
And he's one guy.
Just one guy. No, he's that guy. That's why. It's the only one we employ.
He's 3-time MPL champion, world champion.
Yeah.
And he's him. He's Legend Zero. But as a Phoveus, he can only do so much.
He can, and that's why I would say his work is cut out for him. And Edward's been doing that job up to this point. But now you're going to find yourself being that guy for the Lord dance that's going to be started up right now by Blacklist.
How perfect. It's a big club, and the bouncer's checking in. All right, what's going on? What's the commotion? It's just a soft reset. About 3 members of Blacklist International tippy-toe into the tango, and Edward is checking in. And I think the call is, all right, fellas, they're not going deep just yet, and here's where Aurora's lineup shines, controlling the map. You can have Renegade just clear in, as slow as it takes for an Angela, but still, a presence is a presence, and then you have the Ling on Demon Kite just jumping around.
Clear those waves with those waves of love, man. Like, that's what you're going to do. Part of this is Demon Kite. He can also kind of help with this, put pressure, but they're just going to give this one a go. Going to try to get here on time. Hard guard already going to be on Demon Kite. Lord's going to go for the reset. Tempest Blades will be committed. Edward has to flicker out defensively, and they try to fight it in. The Queller is shot, but that Lord will enhance at this point.
Most impressive is Blacklist discipline. You see that green dot on Haji, Joseph? He didn't panic, he didn't press the real manipulation, and now they're in prime position to take the Lord!
They're going to go for this one full force once again, and MP will be able to grab that Lord. Edward jumps in Inferno Pursuit, they drag Lord JM back. There's the RWM though, locking them down, trying to cut them off. Edward finally taken out. They go to the safety of the tier 2, but they're dragged back by Yue. And now they collapse down on Haji. A turret won't be enough, says Demon Kite alongside Renegade. It's a wipeout for Aurora.
Just too much damage in Aurora's lineup, and they're able to sledgehammer through the base.
And that's all they needed. With the minions and pushing in, RORA will take game number 1.
The Northern Lights, like a flashbang, suddenly take game 1 from underneath Blacklist.
Man, did that happen just so quickly. Like
you could have held your breath.
I think we did. And so did the MPL arena here, because it was just that one fight. You know, it was that one Lord fight that went back and forth. It started, then disengaged, and then turned into that.
There's got to be some hesitation that our analysts saw in Blacklist engagement that may have turned the tide. Let's go over to the Infinix Game Tambayan and break down game 1.
Funnily enough, you did spot that, right? You spotted that millisecond of hesitation.
Yeah.
And you pointed out earlier.
Yeah, but the thing is, I also understand why, if you're Blacklist International, why you're going to be team fighting like that. Because even though you're trying to look for the best possible team fight or the best team fight, it's hard to do that when you have someone like Yue who positions and times his entries so well. Unlike the Eve, where once that box is brought down, you know what's going to happen. You know what you need to get out of. While the Jushin, when it's paired up with an Angela, you can wait. And waiting is what the Smiling Demon did. This guy just looks like he already wants to go straight into game number 2.
I don't know what to say, man. The Smiling Demon gets me every time. He doesn't even smile fully. I haven't seen him smile like completely yet. But yeah, he is 5-0-6 here. And also one of the reasons why I knew they were going to pick the Angela, because if you enable Demon Kite on that lane, it just gives you a good show.
Yeah, very deceptive is the lineup that Aurora drafted. So we got to see that there were some scenarios where Renegade would struggle to join or do something because he was an Angela. If he got caught out without charging up that heart guard, it's an easy catch for Haji and the rest of Blacklist International. But then RORA, with their lineup, understood that, hey, we have to adjust our playstyle. Our main frontliners are going to be, surprisingly enough, the Jushin, the Phoveus, and even Demon Kite. But Demon Kite will frontline once he has the hard guard onto him. That acknowledgement, that adjustment allowed them to reach them to this scenario. Yes, it looked like it was a really great team fight for Blacklist International, but again, the late entry and the decision of Yue, once he entered, that was a signal for Renegade and Demon Kite to run over Blacklist International.
I was about to say, Yue is my personal MVP here. Because not just the first one where he got free people on the lantern.
Yeah.
That was fun. I forgot that you could do that. But the decision making that he's able to do, all while being in the front.
Yeah.
As a mage, just really blew my mind here. Yeah. And I think Blacklist also didn't expect this kind of gameplay coming in from the Zushin of Yue here.
Yeah.
And that's why Demon Kite also just had a very easy time on the lane.
Despite Blacklist International getting all of the turtles, even got that one word of the game, ultimately Aurora just wanted the longer trade of it all. Again, Demon Kite, this kind of lineup puts pressure on him in the sense that if Demon Kite really messes up, then nothing good's gonna come from Aurora. It will fall into the hands of Domeng, but Demon Kite played an excellent game. In a game wherein you have your mid laner as the roamer, as the frontliner, you have the Phoveus as your wall, you have an Angela to just be like, yo, Renegade, I need the buff so I can go in and join the fight. Demon Kite needed a lot of patience, needed a lot of discipline, and the good news for Aurora is he went in at the best possible times.
And again, he can do that over and over again, just because I guess the comms are really, really good with Aurora, right?
Yes.
So you can only do that if you have 100% trust on your teammates, and maybe 100% KP for you, just kidding. But yeah, overall, you can't pull that off unless you're ensemble. You're all together. You're all jiving. You're all grooving to the same tune. And that's exactly what we saw here for Aurora. And I would also say we saw that in Blacklist, right? They look very in tune with each other. The decision-making, I guess the hesitation that Leo and Nice were talking about was probably just the only thing that kind of just tore this whole thing apart. It's like Jenga pieces falling.
Yeah. I understand the hesitation the Blacklist International showed. Come the team fights, come from any scenario wherein they don't initially see the link, they'll always have to watch out for two swooping in and turning the tides around. Again, the Angeling combo, that's what you're looking out for. And then if it's not going to be the hard guard, you're also looking out for the brilliance. Are you going to get Doming fast enough so that you won't be able to brilliance out? Because if you don't get the Lunox down fast enough, then you pretty much get rid or use so many of your abilities for nothing. Everything goes to waste. So the hesitation I feel like that we saw from Blacklist International, pointed out by Leo and Naisu, was more of just warranted cautiousness at the same time. But that's my take. I understand why, like, if you're looking at it from a bird's eye view perspective, that you're gonna think, oh, they're hesitating a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna ask people, why are these guys hesitating? Guys, it's easy to ask that if you see the whole map. Don't forget, these guys don't see the whole map, all right? just a refresher for everyone. Like, why did Blacklist do this? Why did Blacklist do that? You can kind of go for the trap, because if you're on that POV, your information is usually very limited. That's also one of the challenges of this game. The MLBB, the game. The challenges of this game is working with that limited information that you have and trying to extend that, trying to go over the whole map and processing all that through 5 people, which is the biggest challenge, and I guess something that FNOP has mastered, and the rest of the teams are just starting to catch up on, I guess. But for the meantime, let's throw it over to our solo analyst, Auntie Anara, I believe, who will have a lot to say about this.
The classic Angeling tandem allowed the Smiling Demon to strike their opponents with his Ling as Aurora MLBB takes game number 1 against Blacklist International. At isang magandang buhay, my name is Ankinara and I am here to break down what happened in that game number 1 between these two teams. And what a wonderful matchup for the both of them, as we have seen how they were able to execute their entire lineup. We were talking about in the panel a while ago how this lineup from Aurora MLBB is very much reliant on the snowball coming from Demon Kite. And yes, we were kind of wondering how this will work, given that Renny J was using the Angela and no one else was there in front of them. So a huge props to Yue for being able to execute that Juicen so masterfully, to the point that Blacklist International, in the absence of their Purify, wasn't able to respond properly to the lifts given to that lantern from Yue. And all throughout the game, we have seen Edward at the forefront. And while the team fights for both of these teams were great, what made this entire lineup possible for the side of Aurora MLBB was the fact that after losing that Lord, which they danced for like 3-4 minutes, is that they were able to instantly convert it into wiping out Blacklist International. And this is a very much classic Lord dance invented by both of these teams, which allowed them to fully execute this strategy. That game was so wonderful that it was full of team fights for the both of them, but it was Aurora MLBB that won in that specific matchup because of the classic Angeling tandem, and they were able to execute just that because of all of the roles of all of their teammates. And what a wonderful matchup that was. We have seen Aurora MLBB take game number 1, but then again, this is a best of 5 series, so definitely this is not at the end of the road yet for Blacklist International. But to know more about what's happening in the world, let's go to Mara Aquino.
We're back for another episode of M News, where we give you the latest in the world of competitive MLBB. We got 3 stops. First, we're heading to Latam. Maycam Evolve has dethroned champion RRQ Akira in MPL Latam Season 2. We've always known the Brazilian King of Kings as a team that dominated South America's scene until Aurora, Maycam Evolve's jungler, led the team to sweep RRQ in the grand finals. Maycam Evolve will now qualify for M6 group stage, while RRQ Akira will start their campaign from the wild card. Next stop, Myanmar. Falcon Esports will be soaring to Malaysia for the M6 World Championship after defeating Mythic Seals in a full 7-game grand finals. The clutch triple kill from Benny's Bruno turned the series around to help his team clinch the ticket. This will be Falcon Esports' 4th international appearance as Myanmar's representative. They previously participated twice at the MSC and now twice at the M Series. And for our final stop, NACT Fall 2024. Now the grand finals is set for North America, where Cloud9 will be facing BTK. Now for more of that, let's check in with our M correspondent all the way from North America, Steph Weezy. Pasok!
From the Philippines, my name is Steph Weezy, a NACT caster all the way out in North America. We have a tournament of our own. I know you guys just stepped into the playoffs, but guess what? We're right there with you. For the NACT, we've seen over 100 teams sign up. We had amazing qualifiers, lasted for a few days, but only 8 teams were able to surpass the rest and move on to the regular season. Our regular season spanned over the course of 3 weeks in a new format, a Swiss format, kind of similar to what we'll be seeing in M6, where the top 4 teams with the most points move forward to the playoffs. And here we are inside of the playoffs right now and getting ready for our grand finals with 2 teams soaring above the rest. Can you guess who it is? I bet you can. Cloud9 and the Bloodthirsty Kings are going to be fighting out again for a chance to hold that banner for North America and a chance for a ticket to M6 in Malaysia to be the best in the world. It's no secret, North America had a little bit of a struggle inside of MSC, but through NACT, a lot of the kinks have been ironed out and these teams are getting ready. They have one mission and one mission only: make North America great again. Be looking out for North America as we close our doors for the NACT October 20th. Definitely grab some popcorn and get some drinks, and we'd love to see you there. But all you regions, better watch out. North America is on its way.
Thank you, Steph Weezy, Cloud9, and BTK, two epic rivals. We'll be seeing you for M6. And that's it for M News. We'll see you next time. But now we're gonna head on over to our panel. Pasok.
Thank you so much, Mara Aquino. We're gonna have some conversations for sure with Steph Weezy here later.
I love the support. Great. I miss Steph, man. Steph's a really cool dude. Hopefully we get to see each other in Malaysia.
And of course, I was also very excited about that Myanmar matchup. I really thought Mythic Seal was actually going to take it. We're so used to seeing those names in the M series, and it's surprising that we'll probably see them in the wild cards here. That will happen in shortly, probably after this. And yeah, that was the first time, by the way, that we saw the Suyo make an appearance in the playoffs. So I really was very thrilled for that. So stuff happening all over the world.
Yeah, lots of things to watch out for. Little by little, all the journeys all over the world are starting to culminate towards Malaysia. Fnatic Onic Philippines is already on there. MPL and Indonesia are going to have their playoffs next week alongside MPL Malaysia, if I'm not mistaken. MPL Cambodia's playoffs are ongoing right now. There are upsets there happening as well. They have a similar story. CUSU in 6th place eliminated 3rd place Team Flash in Cambodia, similar to what happened with Blacklist International versus Omega. So it's really cool seeing the narratives all throughout the seasons, or all throughout the world, heading into the M series.
That's right. And we are also waiting for NACT to also kind of just finish off.
Let's go midnight.
C9's probably in a good spot here as well. BTK is a household name for M series, but you never know. That's why after this, we're all very excited to watch there as well. And again, all stuff happening. Let's go back here where we are right now. Of course, DK4 is the Lord trade. Apparently, they've been trading a lot of objectives in that game, to be honest, not just Lord. But somehow, Aurora did come out on top with all that happening. For the meantime, though, feel the power of every tap using the Smart app, guys. All you gotta do is manage all of that in one simple package that you just install on your phone. You can manage your prepaid, your postpaid, your buy promos, your bills. You can also manage your bills from that app. You can redeem rewards. And again, all you gotta do is download the Smart app right now. And I think you can also do that with games. So if you're a gamer, try out the Smart app as well. It's only available for Smart, Signature, Infinity Bro, TNT, and PLDT prepaid Wi-Fi. Home Wi-Fi. So there you go. All that in the Smart app. And if you are a guy that loves to load up for Mobile Legends Bang Bang, you can get a little bit of promo here and there. For that. And they also have like tournaments that happen in like a separate app. Right? It's so much fun with Smart. And again, thank you so much for being one of our main sponsors. So right now, we are about a minute into the next game. And again, I'm still convinced this is a 5-game series. If not, I will do nothing.
There we go. That's the right play. Don't make sweeping statements that you won't be able to keep, because honestly, the sweeping statement you made might actually be too difficult for yourself.
Yes. If this doesn't go to a game 5, I will talk to Leo. I will talk to Naisu, and I will tell them, boy, oh boy, I miss our friend.
Yeah, I can't wait to see Ingan again tomorrow, dude. Like, I know he's enjoying like his day off while at the same time, preparing for work. Love you, Ingan. But I can't wait to see you tomorrow, man.
Right.
So I bought clippers. I'm bringing it tomorrow, Ingan. See you, bro.
If you know the trade, if you can just rewind yesterday, so you know what we're talking about. Anyway, we're going into this one with Blue Side for Blacklist. They pick it up, and their win rate on Blue Side is 41%. I would say it was worse. So I feel like now it's better because of their wins. And their side selection priority is 29% if they choose the side. So what does that mean for us though, right?
Yeah, for Blacklist International, looking at them drafting in the blue side, their pattern has been really rushing the priority of the Jushin. So if it doesn't get banned out here for Aurora, by Aurora, I wouldn't be surprised if they actually decide to pick it up for themselves. And then we actually have seen them slotting in the likes of the Alpha, the priorities with that hero. There's still a Rafaela option available for perks if they want to go into that and use that for themselves. Again, we discussed the Benedetta. So for Blacklist International, I think we're going to be looking at priorities in the mid and the roam early on. Usually I don't, not a fan of seeing that, but it seems like the drafting pattern for Blacklist International this season has been to actually win the side lanes in the second phase of drafting, but for them to get the roamer, mid laner, and jungler, usually junglers, because junglers are the power picks of the season, come in the first phase on the blue side.
Funnily enough, I was gonna say that. I feel like they might prioritize the jungle just because if you were not watching in day one, Blacklist did win 3 series in a row, 3 games in a row with the Alpha.
Yeah, Alpha spam, bro.
So I don't know if Aurora's gonna let that through here at all, and I think they shouldn't if they want to win. But again, there are tricks that you can do to trade it in the draft.
You have 2 bans if you're Aurora. Again, you have the Chip, you have the Suyo. Then you also have to think about the Jushin. I feel like that actually warrants more of a respect than the Alpha that Blacklist International has had a lot of success here.
Considering the Game 1 performance, you know what? I completely agree.
Yeah. And from the side of Blacklist, hearing Andy Anar deliver his analysis earlier, he helped me realize that their lineup in game number 1, the strategy that they wanted to do in game number 1, was very dependent on them building an advantage with their 4-man team fight before the Angeline can come through. It's like the moment you see the Lunox, the moment you see your Phobius, do what you can to take them out right away. The Lunox and the Jushin, take them out right away, take another frontliner out, and then force them to fight 5v3, 4v3. The problem is, by the time Blacklist International got to take down who they wanted to take down, having built that advantage, they've already spent so much, they took too much time that they couldn't find the right position to get ready for the entry of the Angeling, to get ready for the entry of their gold laner as well earlier.
By the time that they were ready to fight, the Ling was already all over their faces.
Yeah, exactly.
So
by the time they got their advantage, it's like, all right, we're ready for round 2 because we already have advantage. What, we're dead?
Well,
we're
we
forced
got
back.
wiped out by a 4-Blades.
Yeah, the Ling is here. Renegade and Demon Cat has ran all over us. So, well, let's see if we'll see a similar style of strategy for Blacklist International.
But
they decide to still give the Assassins.
But you know what? With all that we talked about, it felt like it wasn't a comp issue, more of a timing issue here, right? An execution timing for Blacklist.
To be fair, yes, actually. Yeah.
Right? Even Auntie Anara didn't really talk too much about the comps because it felt like the comps were beating each other up. They were doing what they're supposed to be doing. The Barrats was catching people, right? And the lineup was surviving. It just so happened that maybe they weren't able to maximize the time, the moments where they were supposed to fight. And Aurora just had a faster pace in that regard.
So Jushin is a priority for Blacklist, and the Edith and Suyo are the picks actually for Aurora. Good bans coming in from the Aurora red side, the Matilda and the Hylos. Feel like, very things you really have to respect.
Ooh.
I think they decide to go
Eve ban, look at that.
Woo.
Even Phobius ban for Blacklist, wow.
And as you mentioned, the Alpha actually comes in. They still decide to rush it. They go for their what has worked out for them.
And I don't blame him. Onsi Catch is also really good on first rotation. Every single team will not fault you for picking it up very early on. Doesn't even need to go roam. You can even go XP, and they will make it work. You just need to have a really good swap-a-root for that one.
So cool to see Blacklist International actually banning out the Eve. It's like them acknowledging that, we know that our 2 mid laners have the same hero pools. So if you respected our ability to pick a mid laner earlier,
Speaking of which,
we'll respect that as well.
I like that I see stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
They really mirror each other.
Yeah.
It's very uncanny the way that they're getting their picks mirrored up. And it only convinces me more that they feel like they're twins that were separated at birth or something. That's how they feel.
More like twins separated at college.
College. All right, at college.
It's not like
they knew each other already.
Yeah, they already knew each other for a very long time. So
So this guy was sent off to live in like North America, and this guy was sent off to live in like Singapore, and now they're meeting each other.
Come on,
and they
man,
realize they're more similar to each other than they thought.
You're writing a hit Filipino summer movie off of the top of your head by saying all of that at this point.
Featuring, Catherine Bernardo,
Sure.
stuff like that.
100%.
And it really does. It really does. It's even till now, it really slaps me so hard that all these people that are on stage right now used to work together almost.
Yep.
Almost all of them used to be in the same team.
Okay, so with Aurora getting the 4th pick later, let's see if they're going to lock in their gold laner then.
Yeah.
So
They ban out the Natan, by the way.
yeah, both lineups are going to the second phase without a gold laner and both with flexible roamers. Although it seems like Edith really has found her home in the EXP lane. Aurora respecting the Tigreal here off Blacklist International, specifically perks.
All right.
With a Harith.
I'm surprised that the Hylos. I'm not surprised the Hylos and Tigreal got banned out, but now that kind of puts a lot of pressure on Rogue here.
Yeah. I think Aurora might actually be forced to picking into the carry or the Beatrix. They're gonna need some really chunky damage. The problem is if the Gacha has like a Vengeance, instead of packing Flicker, when the Gacha dives into the backline, the Beatrix is not gonna have a good time.
Yeah, we're gonna see what that actually happened in day 1, right? Where
Hylos
Doming
Beatrix.
played the Beatrix, and
yeah.
he actually killed himself with a Vengeance from
The Hylos.
the Hylos or Gatot. Yeah,
We
it
saw it.
happened
Yeah,
before.
it gave him difficulty like come the mid game.
Yeah, so you're right.
Good respect ban on the Cho of Renegade. Again, the man is really well. Oh, excuse me. Was
they
picked
pick it.
actually. Ah.
All right.
It ended up in his hands.
Oh, look at the insta-lock here. Rafaela and Bruno
Oh,
for Blacklist.
They bring it back again. They found success with this. Moskov was banned out earlier, so what's it going to be? Might just be the carry, but the problem is you're already up against a Bruno. I think you might just end up having to default into the Beatrix.
Beatrix or Lunox?
Lunox, okay, but you're too magic damage dependent.
Yeah, you'll probably lose out in terms of tower taking.
Yeah, to be fair, it might take time for Blacklist to build Radiant armors if they go that route.
What about Ixia?
Ooh.
Melissa.
With the Jushin, not really.
Not really?
The Juice.
Yeah.
Melissa gets a Gatot, not really. I'm leaning more towards the Beatrix or the.
Oh, why not?
Excuse me. I keep forgetting about this cowboy, man. I was thinking about like what's a
Yeah.
strong back line, has really good damage, that it's up to speed with the Bruno.
And not reliant on normal attacks.
Not too reliant on the normal
Right.
attacks. In fact, you want to juggle your skills so that you can have stronger basic attacks.
That was good.
Clint is a tremendous pickup here for Aurora.
I like it. Usually people knock on Clint, but history has shown us that if we knock on Clint fights back.
Yeah, he'll come
He gets the
knocking
wins.
He'll come knocking back, dude.
So, what do you think? Did anyone get like an advantage here?
You know, these two teams draft so similarly, I don't see a clear advantage. I just see the execution, man.
Let's see if Leo and Nicely has anything to say about that.
What I gotta say is
Welcome
Clint's
to
got 100%
Mobile
win
Legends.
rate. Is it 100%? I remember everyone hated on it, and then suddenly it wins.
Well, I'll tell you what. It's high noon.
It's always high noon when Clint gets picked. Welcome to Game 2. Aurora leading with a 1-0. Wait, what? Renegade! What just happened? What I tell y'all about Renegade not being the weak link of Aurora. He is him.
He is him. I feel like he does that almost every time that he gets the choke.
Number 1 roamer, First Bloods, leading all throughout Season 14. That's the Hitman.
That's why he's the Hitman.
It's my guy.
That's your guy. Oh, you're seeing it. Hey, I like that recall too. That's the one I run with. But You know what? You gotta say this. Early first blood in the hands of RORA, especially on Renegade. We've seen what he can do. Oh my goodness, what is... I was a little shocked. Doming's just waiting for the rest of the crew to come in. As I was saying, Renegade, so goes in. Let's see if there's going to be a response here. Haji joining up, but look at the Soul Semper. Whoa, whoa. Oh.
Wait. All right, it seems like our players are experiencing unexpected results. We're going to have our marshals deal with that and give our players
a breather,
and everyone else as well. But you know what? Save for the reactions that we got there, I think what happened in First Blood was what was going to happen anyways.
Yeah. So whatever Renegade did, that's this.
The truth stands. Is that Coach Jeff? Is that Coach Nobody? Informer? I mean, not Coach Josh? I think they were up front. Yeah, that was them.
Yeah, that was them. Whole lot of people out here.
Prior to this, they had lunch. They had dinner, I think. Yeah, I saw pictures. Social media. Yeah, so they are considered. Yeah, confirmed that's them. They were together.
Yeah, we get a chance to check in on people, you know, whether that's online on the different social media.
Or in the real.
But yeah, you know, regardless of what happened there, I will say this, man, like, that Soul Sever was doing some damage, and it was gonna get someone regardless.
And benefit of the doubt, maybe Oheb wasn't ready for the fight.
Yeah.
But Aurora had it coming for him.
They did.
Aurora cut it deep.
They did.
That was a three-man?
That was a three-man, yeah. Haji wasn't there in time, but I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see once we go back to the game, too, because, yeah, you saw the emotion, especially from Doming.
And it's going to come on, folks. Don't worry. About 40 seconds before we jump back into the land of
This is
Dawn.
like a throwback, by the way. This gold lane matchup, a Bruno and a Clint. Like, this is like, if you played MLBB back in the day when it first came out.
Back in my day.
Don't make me bring those out. Back in my day. When did the game come out?
2016, 17?
16, 17?
Yeah, these heroes go way back.
These heroes go way back. Oh. That looks like a familiar face.
That it does.
So does that right there. Hey,
that's
speaking
actually
of
Renegade. That is Renegade's ID photo.
Does she have his ID photo?
I think that's Renegade's paramour.
Ah.
That's his lady.
That's his lady. Miss Hart?
She's lucky. That's a lucky lady right there.
That is.
And of course the agents coming in en masse. Joseph, do you see the side full? Both sides are full.
Both sides are full for this one, man.
And at some point, they were once part of the same fan club.
Yeah,
now they're split in half.
The panel mentioned that too, you know, Rockhart and Renmar. They were like, yeah, there was a point in time when everybody on the stage was probably working together or on the same team in some form or another. So, again, a lot of that also deals with the familiarity between how they like to play or how they like to move or maybe even how they like to draft.
But just the same. James catches Renegade.
Oh my goodness, Renegade will still survive.
Escape man.
From Hitman to Escape Man.
He's a fugitive.
Get him. Turtles up.
With that said, you're looking at the goal lead of about 1,500 for Aurora. And Demon Kai taking his time. It's a clear goal signal for him to take the purple first. But wait, I think there's a matter of footsies that need to be fixed here. They're leading hard.
They are right now. Perk's really low. He's going to rely on the heal, but Renegade going to jump in. Not even having the level 4. Trying to get the concussive blast off, but because going to be a jump in anyway. Still going for the fight. Renegade will go in. Flicker. Now he has the kick. Tries to get some more damage, but he bought enough time for Demon Kite, and Renegade will still live. And the rest of the team goes for Lord JM. How does he do it?
He refuses to go down. Renegade just does not die. And throughout all that,
it's like he has an extra Jikundo in the Jikundo.
Throughout all that,
what?
Doming was just pushing. Doming took down tier 1 up top, and yeah, wake up call. Anybody who's just tuned in to MLBB Esports in the past 6 months, Renegade's been playing Cho since before any of you were born.
Hey, man.
A lot of y'all were still just babies when Renegade picked up Cho and said, Cool hero.
That's when he started making the highlights and everything else, right? So at this point, and this is why I said it was so important that he got that first blood earlier, because when he does get a first blood, like I feel like that's when you see Renegade the most activated.
Yep.
Because we've all seen him be punished, go 0-3. But when he has a lead and he has an advantage, he really plays into it. Or JM. Gonna go ahead and jump out. Using that Avatar of the Guardian. Demon Kite on the hunt. He's gonna go ahead. Soul Severin. Good tankiness. Revitalize as well. Demon Kite might line up the Queller, but meanwhile, doesn't pick up the kill. But there's a fight happening up here. They go in with the Spear of Alpha. Renegade still gonna be alive. Yue keeps him at bay still. So no one on either side of the map goes down.
But check out bottom. Edward is continuing to apply pressure, clearing that wave fast, cutting it from the back, and letting that wave crash into that tier 1 down bottom. And now the answer from MP and Lord JM. Are they going to want to fight? Nah, just kick him out.
Just get him out of there. Again, this is a lot of kind of back and forth. And, you know, I know we don't have the full number on there, but you can see the gold difference if you can do some quick maths in your head.
High Dragon is about approaching 5,000, if not.
Yeah.
That's huge.
That's huge.
Under 5 minutes, Joseph. Under 5.
That's what I'm saying. Under 5 minutes. Look at what Renegade's doing, too. Again, he's going to have to rely on the team to help him out. But this is now a turtle for the taking here. Freely going to the hands of Aurora.
100% objective take rate for Aurora. And Renegade is continuing to be such a nuisance. Finds the backside on Perks. Give him a gut check. Are you going to purify? Are you going to purify?
Just a little check, you know, trying to keep them on their toes basically at this point. He's still gonna go do it.
Oh, now he knows that Orb's in the bush.
He knows there. They want to get that turret. That's all they want from this. I don't think there's gonna be a further engage. Avatar of the Guardian won't land for Lord JM. So Aurora happy with the objective. That tier 1 goes down.
It seems like Aurora watched a lot of Blacklist VODs throughout the playoffs. They understand that if you deny Blacklist the engagement, they just get gassed.
Yeah.
They're left running through mid-range and then like, what are we even doing, man?
Stopping mid-stop and just be like, what's going on?
All right, just back up. And then Aurora goes in again. And that's what leads to, correct me, tell me that's not 7,000. Tell me that's not 6.5.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, normally I rely on the number to show under the team name there, but it's not there, so I'm doing quick math.
You
I'm
don't
pretty
need
sure
to.
That's about 6,500, 7,000-ish.
It's a light year away.
That's a lot of gold.
Dear Lord, they're not even on the same currency right now. Renegade catching 3.
Still doing the same thing he's been doing all game. With a covering fire from Domeng on the backside, going to keep them at bay also. And this is what we were talking about with Blacklist, just trying to like play this dance to Aurora's tune here. And the front man right now of that is Renegade, and he's just kind of psyching them out.
There's only really so many ways you can catch Renegade. Number 1, you punish the Lantern Flare, right? But that's going to take a while. Renegade's not going to stand there for 3.5 seconds to allow for you to hit him with a choke slam.
Yep.
You hit him with a Holy Baptism. Also not as instantaneous as a quick Jeet Kundo back.
Yeah.
You can maybe catch him with a Spear of Alpha, but you're wasting a lot of possible frontline catch.
Yeah, you are. I think for Blacklist, though, that's part of it. They got to be able to shut down Renegade from doing all this. The only problem is once they use everything, there's going to be an initiation follow-up from Aurora.
But ain't that the trick? Ain't that just exactly what Aurora wants to do? For you to put so many resources to hold it. Haji
using that beacon. He's going to be fine, though, with it, so that's an ultimate out. The turtle's up. It's for the taking here.
And isn't that exactly what Aurora wanted to do?
Yeah.
To just, all right, look at Renegade. Give him everything, and then suddenly Demon Kite comes from the flank. Doming free hitting. Yue dropping big ice bombs.
Yeah, I think some of the international viewers wouldn't technically understand, like, why Renegade is so known for this troll pick, too, because that whole Baka Renegade troll, like, this is literally the epitome of that. Like, this hero.
It's with this hero he played in the XP.
Yes.
Even before XP and Gold were a thing, he played it in Gold.
It's just his hero. It's like my Gord.
In his streams, exactly. It's his
Your
avatar.
Bane.
It's his avatar. It's my Bane. It's called DG Lancelot.
It's basically signature at this point, and it's such a big nuisance to deal with. There's the kick again. The way of the dragon will be able to find the mark, but Avatar of the Guardian on the defensive. So Lord JM popping the Revitalize, the ultimate, gets out with his life. But this is now a Lord for the taking, it looks like, for Aurora.
Count your blessings, Blacklist International. You save Lord JM, you save your frontliner, and you don't suffer any losses. And Aurora puts you in a place where, all right, they make the decision for you. Don't force this Lord take. But that aside, they haven't solved the main puzzle. They haven't found a way to break through what Aurora is doing. And it's not like they have a solid front line. Again, Edward has to some way somehow turn into a damage dealer later.
Yeah.
It's really just Renegade. He's such a nuisance.
And that's the thing. I know we're talking a lot about Renegade here, but he's been the guy from the first blood for this entire game. And we're talking almost, what, 10,000 gold a difference here.
More
this,
than.
the factor, more than.
More than. And folks, if you put the camera on Renegade, kept it there, and talked about Aurora, you wouldn't miss a thing. Like, that's where a majority of the action is going on. And right now, 5 members of the Northern Lights are pushing through mid. They sent the Lord down bottom in a big fat wave for DK, for the MP the King to deal with up top. And I can only wonder, is it inside the base that they can find some way somehow to come back? Maybe it is! Whoa!
After the Guardian in, they're going to force some defensive flicker. Still fighting under the turret. They go. Edward jumps in. Primal Wrath going to be popped. They collapse down. It is just way too much. The gold lead is too much, and RORA will end the game decisively 2-0.
The light consumes the dark in quick fashion. 2-0. Aurora are at match point.
What a game. And there's no question on the MVP here. It's 100% it's Renegade because, like we said, from the first blood till the end of the game, he made it this way. Like, this game ended this way because of him, but the team could have just focused on all the objectives, and that's exactly what they did to get the victory here.
And by focusing on the objectives and just taking what you can along the way, I think that's what they did. They just choked down on MP the King, choked down on everything Blacklist was doing. They ballooned up to 11,000 gold ahead under 10 minutes. Let's go over to the Infinix Game Tambayan. Hear from Rockhart and Redmar.
That was a heck of a ballooning if I ever saw one.
Yeah.
Wow, oh wow. I mean, the gold lead shot up so quickly. And again, the casters are right. You know what? You gotta credit that a lot to Renegade being so, what's it, min-maxing on that Cho.
Yeah.
So much.
It was, dude was locked in. Like, he was in his comfort zone. He already knew what he needed to do. Despite all of the purifies that Aurora had, he didn't care because he was getting the vision, he was setting the tempo, he was forcing back Perks and Haji. These two games, we've clearly seen that Perks and Haji are just outclassed by Renegade and Uber right now in terms of like individual decision making and like how else they're faring with the rest of the team.
There you go. Stats will back it up. And solidified here. Renegade flexing it up a little bit and doing his Cho pose here. And yeah, that happened from the first blood. That happened on the bottom side. First engages. They were fighting near the second tower, and I was surprised he was still fighting even with 5% HP left. So much trust for his team, and that really enabled him to go all out and get such a huge lead.
Yeah, it was a support healing roamer versus roamer that strong invade, pick off, and then with EXP laners both covering for extra set. But right now, again, usually that's the answer for lineups that have a support healing roamer. You get pick off. If it's not a suppress, it's a -1 crowd control that forces out purifies that allows other layering of crowd control to come in. It was just Aurora playing a very clear and very familiar idea to all of us in terms of like what needs to be executed and how it is to execute. Another thing I just need to point out, Domeng looked very comfortable in that lane matchup. That Clint just outclassed Oheb.
Yeah, that Clint was, well, again, we are always surprised by the last pick Clint. And I would say the Blacklist also wasn't really prepared to take the Clint on in a head-to-head duel from minute 1 until 5, right? I feel like it was going to take a while. It was already a given that you expect the Bruno to not be able to fight yet, even with the help of the Rafaela. And we saw it here. The Rafaela felt like a soft counter alongside what they were trying to do here.
Yeah, looking at the lineup of Blacklist with the Rafaela, it didn't feel like a response to anything. More so, it felt like just a means to really empower everyone else. But then when you're up against a lineup that not only puts a lot of pressure on your individual heroes, but the hero of the team, one hero to hope that the healing and the movement speed increase given to a Bruno, a Jushin, an Alpha, and a Gata Gacha to shine, plus the revitalize of the Gata Gacha, to hope that that will be enough to deal with the raw firepower that the lineup of Aurora has. It was a little bit too hopeful.
I guess that was my thing about this. Like, what were you trying to achieve with move speed and heals if your damage dealers are already like down on the ground? I guess that's the problem, right? They were expecting this lineup to go a bit later.
Yeah.
They were expecting this game to maybe go to 15 minutes, and you know what? 14 minutes, 13 minutes. I don't mind this lineup.
Yeah.
This lineup can fight. Look at that. I mean, I feel like with a lineup that has an Alpha and a Bruno, you want that mid-game. We didn't even reach mid-game here, I think. That was like 9 minutes. It felt like it ended way too quickly. By the way, 9 minutes and 43 seconds. Again, very quick game.
Yeah.
Which is becoming a trend with some teams here in the MPL playoffs.
Again, it really just goes to show the early game, the first 5 minutes of the game is a good indicator to see who will win the game. Because having a much better, and that's what Aurora had, they had a much better first 5 minutes of the game up against Blacklist International. Once you do that, then it makes it easier for you to actually win the mid game.
Right.
And now that we saw that, it looks like Blacklist International just really couldn't find their footing of how to execute their lineup because they had a Cho just dancing all over them constantly.
I guess.
No comfort at all, no comfortable spot. And there's a very specific, how do I call this, condition to make the lineup of Blacklist International work, to make it work up against Aurora. Number one, you have to control that Cho somehow. If he's too angry, then just control his tempo. If not, then that's what happens.
I guess it's hard to do it with the Cho dancing on you. That's
Yeah.
100%. And let's see if Anti and Ari.
From the side of Aurora MLBB, and now they're at match point. Magandang buhay, my name is Antianara. Welcome to the Analyst segment, and I'm here today to explain what happened in game number 2 between both of these teams. When we talk about Cho, there are two people that comes to mind, Brusco and Renny J. They play the same way. They take up so much space that their opponents find it difficult to respond to whatever game style they are choosing to go with. And this explains why Aurora MLBB was able to take majority of the goal lead. In fact, Blacklist International wasn't even able to respond with the movements coming from the side of Aurora MLBB. At the Filipino panel, we were talking about how one of the goals of Blacklist International was to ensure that OHEB will be able to be funneled. But then, Aurora MLBB was able to stop that because of their movements. And again, this just goes to show how masterful Renny J is when using the Cho, because he is so good that he gives his space. He gives space to most of his teammates, and that all of his teammates are always there to back him up whenever he needs to. And that's game number 2, which is why in just a short while, we will be seeing the MPL Playground.
Kami on Odin and live from the MPL Playground, at siguradong hindi kayo uuwi na hindi nag-enjoy, hindi nilalamig. At syempre, hindi kayo uuwing walang talang merch dahil lahat ng merch dito ay napakaganda at limited edition lang. We are here at Falcons APBren booth. Hi, Bestie! Hello mga ang dami nyo naman na customers today. Na madam ng ating S14 jersey. This is limited lang po until supplies last. Yes. Kaya dito nyo lang siya makukuha. Tsaka syempre sa The Hive's Closet. Pero hanggang maubos lang yung stock. Yan, ako, bilisan nyo na. Dahil limited lang ang stock dito. Meron ba kasya sa akin dyan? Syempre meron tayong mga ano dyan. Hendok, pwede itong varsity jacket. Ay, grabe. Grabe, ang ganda naman. 5 patch na siya. 5 patch na siya. At naka Chanel patch din siya. And cow leather. Pwede ko ba sukatin? Sukat lang, guys. Susan? Thank you, Bestie! We are joined by Hybrid Philippines para magbenta ng mga merch para sa M6. So, dito lamang sa MPL Playground, mauuna na kayong makakuha ng ating M6 merch, which comes in different colors. Meron tayong white, black, and orange na suot nila ate. And they also have freebies na stickers dito sa Hybrid Philippines. So kung ako sa inyo, kumuha na kayo. Para naman sa mga napapadaan at nakapila sa labas habang naghihintay ng ating match, pwede nyo mapanood lahat ng nangyayari sa loob through GG Truck. Halina at makisilip sa Team Merch Booth and GG Truck. These are the things that you can't miss only here at MPL Playground. Ganito magiging itsura nyo kapag super fan kayo ng MPL Philippines. Walang iniiwang team, kasama lahat sa pangarap. Kaya kung ako sa inyo, pumunta na kayo dito sa MPL Playground bago ko pa kayo maubusan ng stock dahil lahat ay limited edition. Kita-kits!
Merch. It's a good time to have money.
I don't have that.
I don't have
I
money.
don't have that.
We don't have any of that. But yes, if you do have, why not?
Yeah,
grab it. You're gonna have that while we don't have it, so that means you have the edge.
Get merch. But hey, you know what I love about our MPL Philippines teams? A lot of
What?
the merch is actually very affordable. So as long as
That's
you're not
true.
like us and you know how to budget your money well, but we don't. Go
Bad
ahead
financial decisions for
and
us.
buy a lot. Yeah. The merch very affordable across all the teams. So come here, check it out.
That's right. And if you're also in the area, why don't you check out people who are dropping by as well? Right now, Index, Open and I,
Both eye, yeah.
are also looking for some people who, they can make over and stuff like that. They also do like hair coloring and all that in the MPL Playground. So that's so much fun.
I think you can peep up there right now that they're actually looking for that freshest face that we love to do.
Oh,
up
they're
around.
already doing that. Look
Yeah,
at that.
they're doing
They're also
that.
looking for like fresh faces so that they can give them prizes.
Yeah.
So you're just sitting and watching MPL, then they think you look good. Here's a prize for you.
Yeah, this has to be the season where we gave away like the most prizes to people like who come in and watch.
Yeah, I think so. We give away so much, and they give away so much to us in our hearts as well. But before anything else, we're gonna go on a quick break. When we come back, game number 3 is gonna be upon us. Stick around. Whew.
Don't know the power of the dark side.
Target on the move. Prepare to engage.
May the Force be with you. I will do what I must.
At last, I am complete. Annihilation awaits. Boundless is my hunger.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
Tuloy-tuloy live selling, tuloy-tuloy content, tuloy-tuloy gaming. With new Smart All Access 99. May 9 gig ka. Now for 15 days. Load now. Live more today and tomorrow and after and the day after.
No one would ever know your name. Who are you waiting for? No one would be there to save you. You would be alone when hope was gathering together with the sun. Even though your back's to the wall. One strike, go cut the murky mind. Your blade swing one time. When clouds have cleared, sunlight can shine. One strike, the fight is yours. Now fill with your sword. There's endless power once you start. Never lose your heart. Tonight is dark and the shadows are deep. Who can protect the world? A light of hope shines in the dark. One strike, I swear by people's side. Keep faith just one time. I'm gonna light up all the fires. One strike for my desire, a light up so bright. Inside the power in my heart, I'll defend the world.
You don't know the power of the dark side.
Target on the move. Prepare to engage.
May the force be with you. I will do what I must.
At last, I am complete. Come in fairness.
And we're back, yo! Welcome to MPL Philippines Season 14 playoffs, and we are on day number 3 in case you just joined us, and we are heading into game number 3 as well, between Blacklist International and Aurora MLBB.
Yeah, it's been tough for the agents. It seems like for every drafting code that they've come up with, it's been cracked by Aurora. And during the times where it looks like they drafted themselves a really good lineup, their in-game code was cracked as well. So it seems like nothing's going right the way Coach Bonchan and Blacklist International expected it to be. Aurora, seems like Coach Master of the Basics is mastering Bonchan right now.
Right now, he does feel like he's always one step ahead especially in the draft where they leverage so many good picks here for Aurora into a very all-night unstoppable lineup. And again, always trying to maximize the aggression of Renegade in a lot of these scenarios.
Yeah, and I think for Aurora, that might be their way to go here. With the lineups that they've drafted, the playstyles, looking at their main, either for the roam or for the jungle, it always just seems to boil down on the idea of aggression. Whatever Blacklist decides to do will have a strong counter to it, that a great ultimate and entry will mean forced responses, and if you're not ready, you're just going to get surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if Aurora are just going to end up picking another lineup again that will just scale up so quickly.
And speaking of surprises, Coach Bonche, where's that Estes?
You really think that he was serious about dropping that?
I think he was. I know the guy. He doesn't say like stuff like that. He's done that before, by the way. He kind of just preempted picks like a Deggy.
The Valentina jungle back in season
Valentina
10.
jungle, right? So I wouldn't put it past him. Come on. Give us a lineup that will maximize an Estes in this one. But then again, that's a little bit of a joke, obviously, because we don't know. This is, in all seriousness, this is possibly Blacklist's last game of the season.
Yeah. Again, one of the questions heading into today was the consistency and the performance of the Hitman, and he's been showing up.
Yeah.
Again, I go back to my previous statement. Renji and Yue are outclassing Perks and Haji right now in terms of the rotation and taking care of the key portions of the map at the right time, are rotating at the right time. Even though in game number 1, he ended up with a Angela that it wasn't even the main roamer. It was playing back, playing clear, and then going for the hard guard when you have it available, or just side-by-side support. It was actually the Jushin that they had in game number 1 that was like the main frontliner alongside of Phobius even. So it continues the theme, like after a night of discussions between the community, between members of the community questioning the consistency and dependability of Renegade, here he comes in game number 1 as the heel man, game number 2 as the hit man. I wonder if he ends up becoming the set man and the key for Aurora to win game number 3 and take it to the battle for the final M6 slot tomorrow against Falcons APBren.
You know what? If they leave that Tigreal open, I wouldn't put past him to become the set man here in game number 3 for Aurora. And now for Blacklist, we're thinking, you know what? Who do we actually pick up first? Now we have option to go for 2. Zushin is going to be the first pick here for Aurora this time around.
Okay. Aurora drafting on the blue side, Blacklist International on the red. So
wow, look at that.
Immediately, Suyo and High Loss is the answer of Blacklist International. Seeing the Jushin. Jushin lineups necessarily don't like to go up against a lot of heavy diving. So they need one more diver. It can't just be the High Loss. Another body to throw for Aurora to force to respond to. I wonder if they're inclined to pick up the Edith here for Edward.
Actually, that does look like the route to go. Especially here on first rotation, you had 2 picks, powerful. Maybe pick one for your jungler. It's Ling, there you go, but it's a Phobius. Edith is nowhere to be found.
Okay. So they are going to be saving their roamer pickup for later.
Which still can be an Edith, by the way. If they want to.
If they want to, yeah.
But Tigreal is the higher priority, obviously.
Yeah.
Aurora bans are Lu Yi, Gatatkacha, and Hayabusa. Blacklist bans are Chip, Fanny, and Matilda, in case you guys don't see it.
Okay, so Aurora gets picked up by Blacklist. You heard that right. So, let's see. With the Link getting picked up by Aurora, Blacklist respect ban the Angela so that they avoid the Angel-Ling combo.
But that will actually... I feel like that last 2 bans are a bit of a precious resource. They do ban it out though still.
Yeah.
Yeah, so many possible things. Again, you kind of also have to think about the Tigreal here. Think about the possible gold laners. And they haven't even touched on that yet.
Yep. There, ban comes in from Aurora, I believe. Oh no, excuse me.
That's a Blacklist ban.
Blacklist ban with a Harith. Okay.
And one more ban for Aurora. Just a sweep it all down. Most likely a gold lane ban, maybe Claude or Moskov. Those are things that probably can kind of ban out. So right now, they do kind of still need that gold lane.
Taking away the fighters here. Potential pickups for Lord JM. Again, I'm just really looking for dive or someone that can... just get the idea of throwing a body. If they're going to go high loss roam or Aurora mid, then just pick up the Edith here if you're Blacklist.
Edith is...
it got banned.
Edith got banned out by RORA. Moskov is the pick for Blacklist here.
Ah, okay.
All right. That's actually pretty good. Still, I think RORA would have loved to pick that up as well if it was left open.
Harris has been banned, gold laners. There it is. Oh, I posed the question and here it comes. Healman in game 1, Hitman in game 2, and looks like we're getting Renegades signature Tigreal, the set man for game number 3 if they do decide to lock it in. It's getting hovered.
Yeah, I wonder if that becomes like a pattern, right, for every game. Game 1, you go Healman.
Yeah.
Game 2, you go Hitman. And then game 3, you go set.
Purple Dragon is ready anytime.
This would be funny if that actually happens. But it's a Beatrix!
And
Did
it's
I hear that right?
Yeah. Okay, so Aurora decided to go Beatrix here for Doming, one of the signatures of Doming. When he was still in Minana Evos, he made a lot of name for himself as a great Beatrix player of the league alongside a Claude hero pickup. So those are the last two picks to round out the Jushin, Phoveus, Link, Cho, Beatrix for Aurora. While it's Suyo, Hylos, Aurora, Moskov, and Blacklist are the one who get the Tigreal for perks.
Wow.
The pick, the pairing that when they started playing it more and perks started improving, started to turn the fortunes of Blacklist International around. Can it once again turn the fortunes of Blacklist around?
Man, what's that gonna be like, right? And I really wonder if it's worth it to really swap out a Tigreal for a Cho. But I guess if you're Renegade, I mean, everyone else would probably agree that, you know what, why not? Not the coach.
Yeah, not the coach. The actual question, why not? Let's see.
I mean, right now, it's just I guess this is what Blacklist goes for. They depend their tournament life on this pick. And honestly, it looks really, really cohesive if put together. Now, the question is, can this lineup also survive all the way up to mid-game and all the way up to late? That's something that will be answered, and we will find out as we head into game number 3, brought to us by Leo and Nice.
Starring Aurora MLBB and Blacklist International could be the final outing in this best of 5. The lower bracket semis, only one moves forth. You're hearing the dulcet tones of Naisu and Leo at your service. I just noticed, man, killer trades. Renegade's Cho for Perks' Dig.
Yeah, and I know that they were hovering over it, and that's fine, but I think after what we saw put on show just the previous game, Renegade's going to feel comfortable with that Cho. Now, if it gets shut down, that's what we were building up throughout game number 2, where we were like, you know, if it's handled properly, then Renegade doesn't get to go and carry a game through himself. But also the other thing that sticks out is Demon Kite, once again, getting the Ling here. And they have a ton of utility with this lineup from RORA, so hopefully Blacklist has brought enough to the table to counter into that.
Truth be told, I agree with you. It's more of what's on the map and what's in their tanks, less than what the draft shows.
Yeah.
Because right now, it's more cerebral for Blacks International. They really have to give everything they got because this might be their most crucial game in all the playoffs just yet. Sans their best of 3, well, sorry, their best of 5 3-game series against Omega. That was for Tournament Life. This for reals is for reals for Tournament Life.
It is, and it's at that point where Blacklist has to get this game under their belt here, at least, you know, get a little life in the series. And I think that's also why that little break that we had allows them to have that kind of mental reset that they probably need, because like we mentioned, that last game was a doozy. It was 9-42. So they needed to come out with a draft that's going to give them the advantage for this game.
And I think they do have that advantage, save for the on-fire nature of Game 2 for Renegade's Cho. I think, just big picture, I think Black has a better draft. I'll say it out loud now.
Yeah?
Yeah, because they have the Hylos, they have Haji's Aurora, they have the Suyu, who I think is
number one pick.
It's a known element, right? We know what it's capable of. And you have the Moskov on Oheb, which I think against Demon Kite and even against Doming has the potential to win more fights, like especially the big 5v5s.
There is, and I think that's where they have to focus on, is getting those wins when it comes to these early fights around the objectives, because that's where they kind of struggled. See this right now, Edward dealing with Lord JM, trying to keep him at bay. Half health on the turtle. Demon Kite finally swooping in. Glorious Pathway already dropping down. The kick was already committed as well. They're going to drag him in with a lantern. The Tempest Blade is going to come down as well. They're going to just go for the fight, looking for Perks. They'll find him first before they bring MP the King, but he does escape. Even Haji keeping up the passive, but this is a turtle now for RORA.
That's first blood drawn, and of course a 3-man TKO. I'll call it now. They sent back MP, they sent back Lord JM, they took down Perk, they sent back Haji, and they scored the turtle. Big win for the Northern Lights. Now 1,000 gold head, 3.5 minutes in. Let's talk about that gold lane. This is where I think Blacklist can make the most of the early game aggression of Aurora.
Yeah.
Protect Oheb, get him up to the point where he can farm, and I mean, I don't know, protect him from Renegade or make the rest of the map more busy, more of a threat magnet, so Oheb can get there.
And that's why I think it's so important that MP the King gets the snowball that we usually see on this. Look at this kick. Oh, just going for the passive at this point. Implosions to catch Renegade. They're going to lock him down with a freeze as well. Spear won't be needed that one, so this is the punishment that Blacklist needed to do against Renegade.
That's literally all of the ults in that vicinity.
Yeah, it's a whole lot.
Save for the Glorious Pathway, but Renegade died anyways. So see how much luggage Blacklist has taken from game 1 to just shut down Renegade.
Again, these are the steps that Blacklist has to take, but they also have to win the macro front, because you can see the gold lead right now for Aurora based on everything they've been doing pace-wise. So that's what they've done throughout the series, is they are the ones setting the pace with what they have available to them. So Blacklist, you know, they're trying to keep things together, and going back to the point of Oheb, you know, they can protect him the best they can. He's actually got the Purify himself too. But as long as he's able to farm up, get what he needs, and then joins the fights later on, because of the fact that they have the implosion, you know how much of an effect that can have when it comes to those team fights with a Moskov paired up. And then they sprinkle in a little extra safety utility with Haji on the Aurora, who, yes, like you mentioned, paid dividends in their previous series against Omegas.
Yep, so he knows. Blacklist just have to get into that mindset of, we're not here to beat Renegade, we're here to beat Aurora.
As a team.
And slowly but surely, 5.5 minutes in, second turtle coming, they're not even paying attention to the Hitman. And I think this is the best that they can do. But Renegade forcing himself to be noticed, getting in Blacklist's face, pulling the turtle out, still a dance, and look at this. Demon Guy just taking his sweet time. Look, he's just crossing around up top.
Oh, he's going to go up
Father
there.
Oheb.
He's going for Oheb at least. I don't know if he's going to be able to pick up the kill. We can't get a glimpse on it. He goes under. Demon Kite will pick it up. 1 versus 1. Who cares about the turtle when he can get a kill? And now into the jungle. Perks will go in with a flicker implosion. They're going to catch Renegade again. A little bit of a clap back still. Demon Kite paying attention to that tier 1, but in the mid lane, the dunks are happening here from Edward. Frigid Glacier going to be knocked down. They drag Lord JM back. Looking for one more, but MP the King's going to jump in. Doesn't have enough damage. Look at that. Edward pumping out his own, but MP finally falls to Domeng. Looking for the shot, but the passive is there, and Domeng overextends into it as he gets taken out.
Bouts of miscommunication for Aurora, leading to the deaths of Domeng and Edward. You know what? Half of me thinks they were willing to give Edward, all right? They got to push up top, they got to push down bottom, but I don't think Domeng was part of the bundle. Now Perks, looking around, seeing what he can do about this turtle. Eventually just has to concede it. Now gets hit with a choke slam.
That's, you know, at this point, we've all played against it. It's a little tilting when you got a Jushin across from you and you're just trying to get to safety, man. But you just
let me go.
Let me go.
Stop. I said no.
That's how it feels, basically, right? But with this, again, it's all going back to the point. Demon Kite made that play up top against Oheb, gets the tier 1 turret. You're seeing where the items are falling into place now.
Despite the stumble, onto Domeng. He is still about 1,000 ahead of Oheb. And
There's a
now,
kick.
whoa, Haji!
Implosion going to be used as well. Everything once again thrown for Renegade. It's almost like Blacklist has had enough of the Hitman on this show.
To be fair, wasn't just Renegade. DK was also a part of that massive implosion. Glorious Pathway, Frigid Ice combo.
And the spear came through.
Right? So that's everything.
It's everything.
If it worked out, would have been a masterpiece. An orchestrated ult from all 4 members of Blacklist International, sans MP the King, who does the cleanup. But luckily, Demon Kite had the Tempest of Blades. And now you're seeing lingering effects of Game 2. Folks, if you missed it, Aurora finished at about 9 minutes 40 seconds off the back of Renegade's show. This very same hero that you're seeing him play now. And I guess it's a different tune, but Aurora is still in control.
They're still in control. They still have a lead. They're still working on these turrets, whittling them down slowly. And Demon Kite playing that top lane, pushing it when he can as well. All this is going to lead to eventually that Lord dance and see if they have enough fight in them for Blacklist.
Theoretically, Oheb should be able to do the same thing Demon Kite is doing, right? Splitting the map, farming where everyone else isn't, and then just being part of the fight anyways. But it's not the same.
It's not the same, especially with what happened minutes ago. Like, Demon Kite, you know, Oheb was doing that. He was just farming, doing his thing. He's like, yeah, I got a turret too. But Demon Kite just went in, swooped in, and made him second guess that.
It's simpler for Demon Kite to do this. But for Oheb, it's a 2 or 3 step process for him to hit the SOD, see if the coast is clear, and then wail at people. For Demon Kite, he can actually do it on cue. And that's what makes it so difficult for Blacklist to find an opening. They have to consider the farm on Oheb, which they've done now, sent him up top, and they have to deal with Aurora's constant pressure. Perks here, underneath the microscope, getting hit, and now the fight breaks out.
And they're just going to go and secure the Lord here. RORA might not even need to press anything further. Spear Destruction going to be thrown. Renegade will flicker on out to disengage. So, hey, that's an objective secure. Demon Kite jumping in, able to find Oheb. The 1v1 again. Tempest of Blades. Oheb has nowhere to go. Just as we were talking about it, man, is it a struggle for Oheb.
Immense game sense coming in from the smiling demon. I could have sworn I saw a grin on his face as soon as he checked that bush coming in from the Finch Poise. That is irreparable damage. Oheb had nothing to do but just take it. His Purify's not going to do anything. He was on the other side of the wall to hit a stun with the spear.
Yeah.
That's going to put Aurora way beyond 3K. Best believe, Joseph, this is just the start of the snowball.
This is the start right now. Renegade once again. Him and Edward lining things up. Infernal Pursuit will get a flicker out from Haji. Also, once again, look at Oheb. Topside. Demon Kite again gets him. Implosion, they'll finally catch him. But for Demon Kite, it was all worth it because they'll get more space, more turrets to work with, and the Lord still on the bottom side.
Numbers-wise, the Blacklist did get a shutdown kill there. But I'm thinking big picture. I'm thinking mentally. Where is Oheb at? Oh no, underneath tier 3!
They're still going to fight even without Demon Kite. Edward jumping on in. Domeng working on the turret. This might be a moment for Blacklist to get a couple kills and fight back. Yue still up for now. Whittles them down enough. Domeng goes in, flickers, pops off. Able to get one, couldn't get the others. And that spear, again, not finding the connection.
The next standard, showing shades of the nickname henceforth pulled from, flickering forward to stop the punish from Blacklist.
Whew. There was so many low HP bars there.
Some savage moves. If he had the Renner, maybe he got a double.
Maybe.
But he got that was Nibiru.
Yeah, he had the Nibiru out. If only, but even so, you saw how much like just Yue was doing to them. Like he brought them down quite a bit with just the Lantern Flare.
Could have sworn Yue was gonna die too, but I forgot. You can actually Lantern Flare backwards.
Yes. So on the disengage, you're still putting it towards the chasers.
That's a huge gap between you and your pursuers. 30 seconds up until this next Lord spawns. It's going to be enhanced upper quarter. Blacklist clearing up these waves. They cannot afford any more base damage given how little farm is on Oheb and how the past 5 minutes has been for the young Kiel Soriano. Dude, he died 3 times. if I'm not mistaken, all three in the hands
of Demon Kite.
If not twice the Demon Kite, once down bottom.
Yeah. And that's why I was saying, you know, Demon Kite is doing the job of really keeping him in check from just sitting in that side lane and farming up and joining these fights. He does finally get the wind of nature, but this is going to be a Lord easily secured. Glorious Pathway was dropped down. Do they really want to fight this? MP already out of the picture. There's the way of the Dragon on Lord JM, and he can't run away either. It's already a double. Looking for more. Renegade keeps him in check, and Oheb will stay on that bottom side. Lord making its way.
I don't think Lord JM and MP were expecting that. They leaned hard into Aurora's trap with open arms, and now underneath tier 3 and mid, Renegade, who catches a few spears.
It's the last one. There's the implosion coming out from Perks, hoping for them to pick up a kill. Demon Kite jumps in on the backside, still working on the turret. Lord is still up. Haji and Oheb, Lord JM and MP back up. They're going to be able to defend this one.
The disciplined approach by Aurora into this end game scenario. Despite being 6,000 gold ahead, all inhibitors down, choose to play the long game. 9-8, as bloody close as this could be, Aurora are worlds ahead. Joseph, we've seen 7,000 gold leads, 8,000 gold leads.
Yep.
We've seen 2,000 gold leads. This feels closer to the former.
Yeah.
This is a huge 5K gold lead. Where's the majority of it on? It's not even between Oheb and Doming.
Look at the junglers here, man. It's almost 3K
BK
difference.
and MP.
Yeah, massive. And Demon Kite, this is one of his key picks, this Ling. Whether he has an Angela or not, it doesn't matter. The way he moves around the map, the way he targets certain members, like he has Oheb the whole time, like this is what makes him such a strong Ling player.
It's what you call the moves and the grooves.
Yes.
He weaves in and out, and when he catches his prey,
you can't escape.
He whips out the grin, and it's over the next thing you know. So here's the thing. MP the King, it's not like he has a bad hero. It's just what the Suyu wants to do, he couldn't because of how Blacklist can't find the right formation.
Yeah.
As it is, Aurora doesn't deal burst damage. Oheb can't find the 2 or 3 seconds he needs to free hit for MP to clean up. I think that's where the dilemma is. Aurora aren't allowing for that kind of interaction.
Yeah, they don't want it to happen. Part of this, though, too, you do see that Oheb's starting to have some pretty respectable damage. He just picked up the Malefic Roar. So if somehow, some way, they keep things together as a team in a base, maybe they can find the right angles to fight in. But even these choke points around the jungle are going to be difficult because of the fact that you also have, again, this Jushin across from you from Yue.
She can lantern flare you from across an obstacle, by the way.
Yeah.
So as long as Yue does his due diligence and puts up a perimeter between his opponents, his team, and a wall, Blacklist can never have an ideal engage. It's difficult is not even a word I would describe Blacklist situation right now.
Yeah.
It's worse than that.
It's worse than difficult at this point.
And the net worth doesn't tell you the full story. The kits that Aurora have brought into this draft. Here we go, coming
There's
in!
the implosion. It's on Renegade again. That's what they commit. Yue also already using the beacon. They go down with a Frigid Glacier. Demon Kite looking for Oheb again. Has the Wind of Nature. Gets the Immortality. Looking to clean up on the backside. They do get rid of Demon Kite. And it's Oheb and Lord JM down. RORA looking to go into the base here. 3 members forward. Renegade joining the fight. They're going to be working on this. It might be too much. MP trying to keep them at bay. Keep the waves clean. And so far they'll do it. Haji still alive, but Renegade's going to jump in. Gets the kick. They work on the base. And the lights are too much for the code of Blacklist as RORA wins in a sweep.
3-0. 3-0. In a flash of light, the newest franchise in the league secures the lower bracket finals, eliminating Blacklist International.
Did not expect this one to be a sweep here, Leo. Man, RORA just came out with a goal in mind, and they executed it to a T here.
We were expecting a different shade of black. We saw glimpses of it in the first couple of days of the playoffs, but how about a new hue from Aurora? this is them in their most aggressive.
Yeah.
We saw some of it in the regular season, but that Cho, I think, single-handedly, Renegade revived the Cho.
He did. And as much as this game, if you could say, like, he struggled here and there, he still had some valuable kicks, some valuable plays. His distraction alone of just being in the vicinity was enough even.
And in addition to the success of the Hitman moving through the brackets, a heartwarming moment between former teammates, a reunion between Blacklist International veterans and Aurora, celebrating their victory. It's been a pleasure, Naisu, serving with you on this desk.
Yes, sir.
We'll be throwing it over to Mara Aquino. She's with Blacklist International.
Blacklist International, Coach, this is the last time that you will be on the stage. Coach, a lot of people wanted you to succeed. Nandito lahat ang inyong agents. In fact, even the other side, a lot of people are cheering for you. Coach, anong gusto mong sabihin sa lahat ng sumusuporta para sa Blacklist International?
So unang-una, maraming salamat simula nung first week pa lang na sobrang struggle namin hanggang dumating sa point na nakapasok kami ng playoffs, naka-advance kami sa mga sumunod na araw. Always nandyan kayo para magbigay ng lakas para sa amin. And para naman sa mga players ko, sobrang proud ako sa inyo. Wala kayong dapat ikalungkot. Dahil sa span na 3 months, sobrang talagang proud ang nararamdaman ko para sa inyo. Nakaabot tayo sa ganito. Madaming nagpe-predict, 8th place secured. Di ba? Nakaabot kayo ng playoffs, naka-advance tayo sa mga sumunod na araw. Wala na akong ibang hihilingin pa. Mahaba pa yung pagsasamahan natin.
Coach, what we want from you next season is for Blacklist International to come back even stronger. Once again, everybody, let's give them the respect they deserve. Blacklist! One more time, Blacklist! You may now take your bow. And your journey for Season 14 ends here. We will wait for you to come back stronger in Season 15. And now, put your hands together for Aurora MLBB. Congratulations, Edward. Baby brother, bigay ko sa iyo ang mic. Edward, na-eliminate mo ang dati mong koponan. Destiny decided that kayo ang magtatapat para sa elimination. You were successful, you get to move forward. Ano ba to sa'yo? Happy moment ba to? Bittersweet? Kung makukwento mo, ano yung pinagdadaanan mo ngayon? Anong nangyayari sa puso mo at sa utak mo ngayon?
Ano lang, wala, nakakalungkot na masaya kasi, ayun nga, former teammate ko sila. Tapos kami yung naglaglag. Wala, wala, ewan ko. Nakachamba lang.
Para sa koponan mo, you guys did this so flawlessly. It was a sweep. Anong masasabi mo bilang bagong koponan kayo, pero ngayon you get to move forward. You're part of the final 3.
Ano ba? Wala, masaya kasi, ayun nga. Ang ina-expect na maraming tao kapag bagong org, parang wala eh. Kumbaga parang bagong team. So, ayun.
Ano gusto mo sa koponan mo? Sabihin sa koponan mo.
Ayun, sobrang proud ako sa kanila kasi kahit bago pa lang kami, sobrang lalapit nila. Binubuhat nila ako. Thank you sa inyo. Pero di pa tapos, may bukas pa. Tsaka,
Hindi pa tapos.
sana meron pa sa Sunday.
May bukas pa.
Sana.
Oh, sige nga. Okay. Rene J, bukas, makakalaban mo ulit ang FCAP, pati si Ogwen. What's gonna be different this time? Anong gagawin nyo that's different? What can we expect?
Tawag dito, nag-usap kami ni Coach Bon eh. Gusto sana talaga namin magkita sa Grand Finals eh, chinat ko siya. Pero siguro ipapromise ko na lang kay Coach Bon na bibigay namin best namin bukas para hindi sayang yung pagkatalo nila.
Ano naman ang mensahe mo sa magiging kalaban mo bukas dahil sigurado ako nanonood sila ngayon?
Then, good luck lang. Pakita na lang natin best natin bukas. Ayoko mo naman trash talk, baka maudlot eh.
Sabi nga ni Coach, kalma lang. At ito na, we're about to announce our MVP. Let me hear some names. Sino? Let's see if you got this right. Let's take a look at the screen.
Kalbo.
Our MVP is Yue! Yue! Mensahe naman sa Auroras at imbitahan mo sila na suportahan kayo bukas dahil it's gonna be a big game tomorrow.
Salamat sa pag-suporta, Auroras. Tsaka, note kayo sa laban bukas, Grand Finals lower bracket. Ayun. Tsaka, check, follow nyo yung page namin para always kayo updated. And, available na merch namin. Check nyo sa booth yun.
Follow their socials to be updated and kunin nyo na ang kanilang merch. And now, it's time to get to know our lucky fan who will get 5,000 diamonds. Come on up. We give back to our friends. We love the way you support MPL Philippines. And with that, we're gonna give this fan 5,000 diamonds. Hello. What's your name?
Shane.
Shane. Shane, sino dito sa Aurora MLBB ang paborito mo?
Lahat sila, pero kung papipiliin ako, si Edward.
Si Edward! Edward! Oh, ayan na si Edward. Katabi mo na si Edward. Edward, tingin ka sa kanya. Anong gusto mong sabihin kay Edward?
Congratulations.
Sa kanya ka tumingin. Sa kanya ka tumingin, tingin ka sa kanya. Eye to eye.
Congratulations sa iyo at saka sa inyong lahat. Deserve nyo to.
Edward, message naman sa ating lucky fan.
Ayun, thank you po. Tsaka thank you sa suporta nyo.
Mahihayin talaga ang ating baby brother Edward. Kukunin ko ang mic. Shane, you get to take a bow with them and take a walk. All right, Aurora MLBB, you may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Congratulations. They are shining brightly. The future is strong para sa Aurora MLBB. Hindi pa tapos ang laban. Kailangan nila ng inyong suporta bukas. But now we're gonna break that game down for you. We're gonna go back to our panel. Pasok.
Whoa, that last scene.
Yep.
Literally Aurora eliminating TLPH and Blacklist International.
Ooh, right, yeah, they're beside each other up on the banners right there. The last light remaining in that area.
That's right.
Huh.
And they did shine bright like a diamond, but that's for a different time. For now, congratulations to Aurora. They will be moving forward into the lower bracket finals tomorrow against Falcons APBren. And one of them will be going home and going over to the finals, rather, and going to M6.
I was already gushing about this young man's performance, not even just in game number 3, but in game number 1 as well. Game number 2, when he played the Aurora, paired up with the Cho. Yue here really just foiled a lot of the plans of Blacklist International in terms of the things that they wanted to do and execute at the right time. Eventually, every time RORA would think, hey, I think we can fight here. Hey, I think we can go. Well, suddenly, surprise, there's a Jushin that you need to worry about. These are clips from the previous games that we saw. I believe we might actually be seeing clips from all the games. Maybe, we'll see. But yeah, Yue was great.
Yue was, his Zushin was, game 2 and game 3 Zushin was one of the reasons why later tonight I will definitely be playing a lot of Zushin.
Yeah.
Just for the fact that it is so infuriating to fight against. Despite all the challenges that, of course, Blacklist put in their front. Don't get me wrong, guys. It was a bit of a challenge in a few of these fights where I thought Blacklist could maybe get a 1-up, but it was so consistent. That Mage is just so consistent, controlling that team fight, making sure you're still alive, making sure that your other players can do free hits, they can do all the crowd control they can do, because everyone's so focused on you.
Yeah, Jushin's really the best hero to play against a lineup that is lacking damage or will take some time for damage to come to fruition because you want to be able to take her down as quickly as you can. She shines in longer team fights. Longer team fights means she has more time to dish out the crowd control, deal damage, raise them up, and then reposition them. And that's what we just kept seeing. Blacklist, they'd maybe catch one, maybe they'd catch Renegade, maybe they'd catch Edward, but they could never really catch Yue. And his conservation of the Crimson Beacon, coming in with a later team fight approach was just really great. Little glimpses of itemization that I want to point out. Of course, Heptacy's rush for this Beatrix going to the third item with the BOD. Then for Yue, goes for the COD, goes for the Glowing One, and then the Blood Wings as well. Then for the itemization of the Fulvius, I believe it was the Thunderbelt.
Yeah.
Or was it the Warax? Yeah. And then with Renegade going Anti-Cuirass, Radiant Armor. Just really great item responses and itemization by Aurora as a whole.
The stats won't show this, but you know what? Aside from Yue, Renegade and the Edward swap, the switcheroo.
Yeah.
They do that switcheroo so smoothly where Renegade is in trouble, Edward's gonna dive in, and Edward's diving in, Renegade's gonna go and get someone from the back. It was so smooth. It was like a dance, and I gotta really commend him for that. That enabled Domeng to just shine so easily, free hit so easily, and with Demon Kite as well.
Yeah, that's one thing that Filipino teams really do best. It's the juggling of responsibilities between the roam and the EXP laner. Not all teams are willing to play their EXP laner as a roam, and while the roamer will play sort of as like a follow-up setup, similar to what EXP laners do. But then the best teams, the ones who will go far and shine and can execute the EXP roamer juggle of responsibility, are the ones that really stand out.
Yeah, because right now it does feel like we do have a few more things to talk about here. Aside from that, by the way, not just juggling capabilities, but also juggling damage. Like the, what do you call that? When people are hitting you, for example, like people hitting you, and then you hit someone just subs in, it's so smooth. You know, that's the stuff we're talking about. And for the meantime, since we do have some time, we invited a friend here to talk with us and maybe get his insights. Can you guess who it is? You know this guy. It's Mirko.
Who's this dude? Sup, nerd?
You guys, do you hear us?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Yeah.
How about the English panel?
You miss me, bro, huh? You miss me?
I miss you very much.
Be careful with your words. Again, we are broadcasted now. Be careful with the words.
Okay, Mirko, just to hit things off
brother.
today, I have a question for you. After watching the playoffs here in the MPL Philippines, who is your pick from MPL ID's playoffs teams to qualify for M6 and why?
For me, for MPL ID, I think my prediction has always been from the start of the regular season, Bigatron and RRQ. And it's really just because for me, Bigatron is kind of like, they're on an APBren Season 11 arc, on a Fnatic Onic Philippines Season 13 arc, you could say as well. You know, where they kind of failed in the playoffs of Season 11, Season 13, but now they're looking as strong as ever, looking to try to fix those mistakes that they made in Season 13.
I think we have a question from the English panel. So it's Bigatron and RQ, but more on Bigatron, right? Okay, so...
More on Bigatron.
Yeah.
Can
you hear us?
Okay, yeah.
There it is.
Loud and clear. Can you hear us, Mirko?
I can't hear you, Renmar.
Oh, you can't hear me. Oh, there. What about now?
Oh, now I can hear you.
There we go. All right. So, I've already admitted to you that way back in Season 13, even though it was difficult for us, I am a self-professed Bigot Trooper as myself. So, a question for you is, who do you think are the key players of BTR and why is it Eman?
I love that you've decided for him.
That's true, that's true.
You know, I've always been an Eman Glazer myself, Renmar, so we share that sentiment, you know. But I would say actually when it comes to Season 13, when we're talking about Season 13, yeah, Eman is definitely one of the pillars. But now, I think he is, you know, every single member has brought a level of impact to the team that can't really be, all of them are irreplaceable in my opinion, right? Because all of them are really, really good. But if I had to pick a few of those players who shined the most this season, I would still actually go for Luke over Eman, but then Eman right after that. It's because Luke goes for a lot of the initiations that we see, and for the most part, when they win, it's off of a Luke engage. When they lose, it's also off of a Luke engage. So it's a really 50-50 battle that Luke plays. This is something that has been kind of the core for Luke for the longest time when he was in Geek Fam as well. A double-edged sword, you can say.
Yeah, you know what? I also agree with that. Luke is, ever since he transferred over, he's been one of my idols. But, you know what? Last season was a bit of a different story for Bigatron, right? Despite their dominating regular season run now. But, can I just ask you, what changed this season for these guys?
Oh man. Firstly, I guess the big change was the coaching staff, right? Obviously, Luke came in to replace Arizo, but then they also replaced two of my idols personally. Two of the coaches that I had, well, three of the coaches that I had a lot of respect for, Razeboy, Kescute, and NMM. Kescute, NMM, now coaching for RQ. Razeboy, now a streamer. Shout out to him if he's watching. But yeah, they've lost their coaching staff, so it's, I would say, a very different play style. I think when it comes to the draft, it seems like there's not as much improvisable picks that they go for. Like, they used to go for a lot of different weird picks out of the blue, but now we don't see that. Now it's a bit more structured and template, which can be good, can be bad. I think it's a little bit bad in when we get into the playoffs, but in terms of playstyle, I think they've kind of went away from that textbook Bigatron style that we saw in Season 13 that made them the regular season champions, but also kind of made them predictable and readable in the playoffs. So now they're willing to take so many more risks. They're willing to gamble in a lot of these team fights. And it's all about the confidence, I think, that they have here. Even after losing a couple of matches, they're like, yeah, it's all chill.
All right. So if Bigatron, despite some losses and then still gaining confidence from that, learning from their victories and their defeats, let's name out their members again. So, Luke, Ken, Moreno, Eman, Key. How will they fare against Kirk, King Kong, Super Friends, Kelra, and Brusco?
That's a hard question.
How would they fare against our now known M6
Sorry,
World
Mirko.
Championship representatives, Fnatic Onic Philippines?
Listen, right? Right now, it's an unfair kind of question here, all right? I've seen FNOP in the playoffs. They're looking crazy. I expect Bigatron to have a similar playoff run, but we'll have to see. I don't want to... Actually, you know what? Bigatron will not qualify to M6. Bigatron will be destroyed by FNOP. Yeah, FNOP will win M6. There you go.
It's the Mirkers.
Gotta watch out for your personal blessings, bro. Gotta juggle that.
Okay.
I agree.
So I hope you've prepared for this question, Mirko. We've asked this to Eterna yesterday. Ano ang palag nyo?
What is your edge, brother? What can you say? What's your message? You just gotta set it out. You gotta put out the gangsta out of you, bro.
Okay, since it's very meta right now, I got all my predictions wrong. The Mirror still looks very, very hard. Yeah, I'll just say what I said before. The Philippines will win M6, nothing will change, and yeah, Indo will get grouped.
Warrior looking straight at the camera while saying that.
No.
Wait, let me just confirm.
Because I want
Indo top 4?
to make them win, bro.
Indo top 4 region? Top 4?
Indo, not even in the top 10 region, bro.
I see.
What? Okay.
All right, okay.
Best, come in.
Well, it's the reverse,
Yeah.
right? It's a mere curse.
Yeah.
So clip everything he said before that without any context whatsoever.
I hope it comes true. Anyway, Mirko, thank you so much. Any final words to our viewers?
No, you guys have been amazing. Thank you so much. Hey, you guys have been amazing too in the broadcast. Good show.
Thank you.
so much.
Good luck in
Love
Bandung.
MPL Indonesia. Thank you so much to our English panel. So we've heard the thoughts of Mirko about the M6 finalists supposedly for MPL Indonesia. We'll know more about that in the upcoming MPL Indonesia playoffs. So thank you so much, guys. Ayan na. Sana
There you
magkatotoo
go.
yung sinabi
Yeah.
niya.
Always a treat to talk to Mirko.
Yeah,
Always a treat.
Always love hearing his insights, and I love how he acknowledges. Sometimes just gotta switch up, whether it's a curse, whether it's a bless. Again, MPL page has been super unpredictable, so you know, don't take it personally, man. It happens.
And of course, it's not done yet. We have a mic check here, obviously, for Aurora.
Go, go. Guys, tara. Kaya may tatangin mo eh.
Ano, please, please, please.
Patay Bruno.
Ano ba?
Patay.
Alright, Aurora playoffs mode, their mic volume increases by 10 to 20%.
Yeah. And you know, I think it's like universal amongst Filipino teams.
What?
Like, do something good, do something good. Nah. All of
Long
them
nice.
has that.
Coaches
Nice.
that had a lot of respect for Race Boy.
Always a
Caspi,
treat, and I hope you guys are learning a lot today. Especially our international
Shout out to him if he's
students, they're all
watching.
watching as well. See
Yeah,
what
they've
they can
lost their
possibly
coaching staff.
fight off against each other here.
Yeah.
And of course, everyone on the watch parties. Merc also holds some awesome watch parties, by the way.
Yeah.
You should drop by there sometime.
Alongside the other casters all around the world. I'm not sure exactly if Trex has been streaming or Steph, but I know LaFell, Gideon have been making their own streams as well. So watch out for the MLBB Global Talents and their streams.
That's right. And if you're in the Philippines, also pick up your Maya card. This is limited edition, by the way. You can order that. It has Nana, Layla, Zilong, and of course in the Maya app, you can get it for just 199 pesos. And start paying with your globally accepted card now. And again, it's all banking with Maya, the #1 digital bank in the Philippines.
Yeah, that's a global card. So imagine going to Paris, Madrid,
Indonesia,
Barcelona, Jakarta, all around the world with your Maya card with the Zilong on it.
We can use it on Malaysia.
And in Malaysia,
Hey,
too.
there you go. All right, here is your updated playoffs bracket, guys. So FCAP did lose out on 1-3 against FNOP. That's why they'll face Aurora tomorrow in the best of 7
Yep.
lower bracket finals.
That's why big stakes. Hammering on the idea and strength of Filipino teams. We love the lower bracket. So why not make our lower bracket finals a best of 7 series? 7 games to see who will make it to the grand finals and represent us for the M6 World Championship in Kuala Lumpur.
That's right. And speaking of representation, you know what? These teams are also getting represented by their fans in the Infinix Fancy Laban. And that's happening here, and they're also in a playoffs mode.
Yeah.
I hope the fans are also in playoffs mode right now. Happening here at Green Sun Community Hub at the Green Sun Hotel Makati alongside the MPLPH Season 14 playoffs. So it's gonna be Barangay versus who wins against Auroras and the Cavalries. Again, happening tomorrow.
Wow, Ruthless is the format of the fan tournament here in MPL Philippines. The Fancy Laban brought to us by Infinix. Best of 1, single elimination. Best of 3, single elimination. Then tomorrow will be the grand finals.
Yeah, and don't forget,
Oh,
winners of this
Sunday.
tournament will be bringing home an Infinix GT20 Pro and 25,000 diamonds.
Woo.
And again, getting that GT20 Pro honestly is all worth it already.
Oh yeah, that's a device. Technically 5,000 pesos because you get the diamonds as well. That's a lot of skins.
A lot of skins.
That's one collector draw if I'm not mistaken.
And again, you can use that to power up your gameplay. What better way to play MLBB than to use the phones that the players are here, the pro players are using.
Yeah.
Right?
And
Woo!
wow,
What
I
a
still,
day.
I still can't believe, man. Our lower bracket finals is best of 7.
Best of
we
7.
have to treat tomorrow as if it was the grand finals already.
And you know what? A lot of fans will probably do that. The Bees and the Auroras definitely are going to be seen here tomorrow. So get your tickets ready, and we will see you then. This is Renmar. I'm Rockhart. It's been a pleasure hosting the cast for you, and hope you guys will be looking forward to us again. Right now, for the meantime, throw it over to Mara to close out the day.
From 6 of the Philippines' best teams, we're now down to the final 3. Fnatic Onic Philippines, the first team to get a ticket to carry our flag at the M6 World Championship, are now waiting for their opponent in the grand finals. And that's exactly what tomorrow is going to be all about. Falcons APBren will go up against Aurora MLBB in the first ever best of 7 lower bracket finals. This is a story worth telling for seasons to come. Who will make it to the grand finals? Unleash the hero within. Are you ready for it? Ako po si Mara Aquino, and you've been watching MPL Philippines Season 14, the playoffs. Keep it good vibes, everybody, and see you at the lower bracket finals.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official supplier, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas playoffs of MPLPH Season 14 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. You can also get a chance to win 1,000 diamonds by sharing your hashtag MPLS14 live experience on Facebook and TikTok. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.